Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
What he planned. I want to preface this by saying that I am aware of how this sounds. I am a 26-year-old man with a graduate degree, and I know that what I am about to describe reads as something that should have had an obvious ending. People will say I missed every warning. Maybe they are right. But I want to go on record, because 2 years after that day on the water, I read about a man in Orange County who lured a couple onto a yacht under the pretense of buying it, tied them to the anchor chain with ropes he had brought aboard himself, and watched them drown. I read that case, and I sat in my apartment in Asheville, North Carolina, and I could not breathe for approximately 4 minutes. Because I recognized something in how it was described. I recognized the preparation, the calmness, the planning that happens before a person steps into the sunlight and smiles at you like everything is fine. I am posting this because I think people need to understand that the dangerous ones do not look dangerous. That is not a cliché. It is the entire mechanism by which they operate. This happened in the summer of 2 years ago. I was finishing my first year of a graduate program in environmental science at a university in coastal South Carolina. I had a classmate I will call Marcus. We were not close friends, but we were friendly. We ran in the same circle, sat near each other in a seminar we both hated, and occasionally ended up at the same off-campus gatherings. Marcus was charismatic in the specific way that some people are, the kind of charisma that makes a room orient toward you without being sure why. He was from a wealthy family outside of Charleston. He owned a 32-foot sailboat that he kept at a marina about 20 minutes from campus. He talked about it occasionally and with the particular off-headedness that people use when they want you to know they own something significant, but also want to appear unbothered by it. In early June, Marcus invited me out for a day sail. It was, by his description, casual. Just a few hours on the water, maybe some lunch, back by evening. He extended the invitation on a Tuesday and I said yes without much thought. I texted my roommate Danny about it that night, not to ask permission, just making conversation. Danny asked if he could come. I said I would ask. When I told Marcus the next day that my roommate wanted to join, something crossed his face. I noticed it and immediately rationalized it. People have preferences about how many guests they host on a boat. Space is limited. Things get complicated. I understood. But the expression was more specific than mild inconvenience. His jaw set slightly, and for 2 or 3 seconds he looked at me with something I still cannot fully name. Then it passed. He smiled and said, of course, Danny could come. We met at the marina at 9 in the morning on a Saturday. The weather was good. The boat was beautiful. Clean lines, well maintained, a small cabin below deck. Marcus was a competent sailor, competent with the rigging and navigation. We moved out of the marina channel and into open water. He handed us cold beers before 11 o'clock. I remember thinking he seemed relaxed in a way that felt almost theatrical, too deliberate about being at ease. The way some people perform casualness because the performance keeps their hands from shaking. About 3 hours out, well away from the visible shoreline, I asked him something I had been turning over since the marina. I do not know exactly why I asked it in that moment. It came out plainly, without a lot of thought behind it. I told him that I noticed he seemed a little thrown when I mentioned Danny coming along, and I asked if it was a problem. Marcus looked at me. The sail was snapping gently above us, and the water was very blue. and Danny was sitting at the bow with his feet up. Marcus looked at me with the same flat steadiness I had seen cross his face at the marina, and he said, "Well, because you brought him, I cannot do what I was going to do." I laughed. The moment required it. The social pressure of the setting, the beer in my hand, the absurdity of taking anything other than a dark joke and running with it. I laughed, and Danny must have heard something in the tone because he turned around from the bow and said, "What?" in that easy, curious way, and Marcus smiled and said he was joking and handed Danny another beer. I did not believe it was a joke. I want to be precise about the shift that happened in me in that moment, because I have spent a lot of time examining it. It was not a sudden flood of fear. It was quieter and colder than that. The kind of realization that does not arrive all at once, but settles in degrees, like something slowly lowering itself into place. I stayed on the deck, and I kept talking, and I kept laughing when it was appropriate, and I finished my beer, and under all of it I was watching Marcus with every cell of my attention, while making sure he could not see that I was watching him. An hour later, I went below deck to get something from my bag. I was only partly paying attention to the small door at the far end of the galley, a private sleeping cabin, the kind a boat this size typically has tucked under the bow. The door was not fully latched, and when I moved past it, the motion of the water pushed it open a few inches. I looked inside without meaning to. There was a cinder block on the floor at the foot of the bunk. Beside it, neatly coiled, a length of yellow nylon rope, the braided kind, thick enough to hold a significant amount of weight. Folded next to the rope was a roll of gray tape, and propped against the narrow wall beside the bunk was something I initially misidentified, because my mind was working hard in those first few seconds not to understand what I was seeing. It was a small handheld recorder, the kind used for audio documentation, sitting there with the other items as though they belonged together, as though they had been arranged. I pushed the cabin door closed very carefully. I stood in the galley for what I believe was about 20 seconds, staring at the wood grain of the cabinet in front of me. Then I went back up to the deck. I thought about what I knew. I thought about it the way you think when you are trying not to appear to be thinking. Marcus was tacking us through a broad reach, relaxed, humming something I could not identify. Danny was laughing at something he had found on his phone. The water around us was empty. We were not close to shore. I was on a boat owned by a man who had just told me, either as a dark joke, or as an accidental truth, or as both, that Danny's presence had prevented him from doing something he had planned to do. And below us, in a latched cabin, were a cinder block, a rope, tape, and a recorder. I do not know what that combination is for, if it is not for what I think it is for. A cinder block and rope on a boat over open water will take a weighted object below the surface faster than anything can follow. The tape is for silence or restraint or both. And the recorder, I have thought about the recorder more than anything else in the 2 years since. Recording devices have been found in the possession of several documented predators whose cases I have since read extensively. Some were used for documentation. Some were used for something else entirely. I do not know what Marcus intended the recorder for. I hope I never find out. What I did next was very deliberate. I did not confront him. I did not go below deck again. I waited until we were sailing a broad reach toward the marina, and I said in a completely even voice that I was starting to feel a little seasick, and asked if we could head back. Marcus watched me for a moment. Just a moment. Then he said, "Sure," and adjusted the main sheet, and we turned toward shore. The trip back took about 90 minutes. I talked about nothing the entire time. I made eye contact with Danny twice, in a way that I hoped communicated something without communicating it too loudly. I'm not sure it worked. Danny was relaxed and sunburned and happy. The marina came into view, and I did not fully exhale until my feet were on the dock and I had 4 feet of solid ground between me and that boat. Marcus texted me the following Tuesday to say he had a good time and we should do it again sometime. I told him I had been really slammed with work. He texted once more in July. I did not respond. In August, I heard from someone in our program that Marcus had left the university. He had withdrawn mid-semester. No one seemed to know why. I did not ask questions. I filed a report with the campus police 3 weeks after the trip. I went back and forth about it for a long time, and the conversation I eventually had with the officer on duty was not encouraging. She was polite and thorough, and she told me that absent a crime having occurred, and absent more specific information, there was not much a report could do. She noted that rope and tape and recording equipment were not illegal items. She was right. She filed the report, and I left. About 6 months later, I read the account of the Tom and Jackie Hawks case, a retired couple in Newport Beach, who were lured onto their own yacht by a man posing as a buyer, then overpowered, bound with ropes, chained to an anchor, and thrown overboard alive in the Pacific Ocean. Investigators described it as one of the most premeditated maritime murders they had ever investigated. The items the killer brought on board that day were assembled in advance, in a specific configuration, with a specific purpose. When I read that case, I sat in my apartment and did not move for a long time. There was a black dog on the dock the day we returned. I noticed it because it was unattended. No leash, no owner visible. And it was standing completely still, watching the boat. Not the dock, not the people moving around us. The boat. It stood there with that flat, quiet dog attention that has no self-consciousness in it. No hurry. Its eyes did not move when Danny passed in front of it. They stayed fixed on the boat. I walked past it on my way to the parking lot, and it did not move, did not turn, did not acknowledge me at all. It simply continued to watch. I have no explanation for that detail. I include it because it is true, and because the feeling it gave me of something patient and deliberate and watching from a distance was the same feeling I had been carrying since the moment Marcus opened his mouth and told me, in 12 calm words, that Danny's presence had changed something. I do not know what Marcus is doing now. I do not know where he went when he withdrew from the program. I have thought about looking him up and then decided each time that I do not want to know. Some information does not make you safer. It just makes the thing you are afraid of more specific. What I want people to understand is simple. Not every predator is obvious. Some of them sail boats and smile and hand you cold beers in good weather. Some of them make dark jokes and let you laugh them off. Some of them have already packed the rope before you step on board, and the only reason I am here to write this down is that my roommate asked to come along, and that question, that casual offhand question about whether there was room for one more, rearranged everything that followed. Ask the question. Bring the extra person. Stay close to shore. You may never know how much it mattered. I do. What the water hides. Before I tell you what I saw in Ridgeline, Nevada, I want you to know that I drove out there as a skeptic. I was a freelance journalist, not an activist, not a crusader, and certainly not someone who believed in curses or contaminated towns that swallowed people whole. I believed in facts and lab reports and court filings. I believed in the kind of horror that came with a paper trail. What I found in Ridgeline gave me all of that. And something else. Something I am still not sure I have a name for. The story started, as these stories often do, with a missing child. Her name was Emma Callahan, 7 years old, brown hair, freckles across the bridge of her nose. She had disappeared from the front yard of her family's property on the eastern edge of Ridgeline on a Tuesday afternoon in August, and within 48 hours, her face was everywhere. The search teams came. The drones went up. The county sheriff held a press conference, and then, quietly, the search wound down. No body was ever recovered. No suspect was ever named, and the town, population 412, went back to its silence. A silence I would later learn was not the silence of grief. It was the silence of people who had learned, over a very long time, to keep their mouths shut. I arrived in Ridgeline on a Thursday evening, 6 weeks after Emma disappeared. The drive-in took me past the Hargrove Metals facility, a sprawling gray complex of processing buildings and settling ponds and chain-link fencing that sat at the base of the ridge. The town was named 4. I could see it from the main road, lit up with security lighting, its cooling towers exhaling slow columns of steam into the amber sky. It did not look like a monster. It looked like any other industrial facility in any other rural American county. That, I would come to understand, was part of what made it so dangerous. My contact in Ridgeline was a man named Dale Weston. He was 53 years old, lean and sun-worn, with the careful stillness of a man who had been afraid for so long that caution had become his resting state. He met me in the parking lot of the one open diner in town and shook my hand without smiling. He had kidney disease, stage 3, diagnosed at 49. His wife had died of stomach cancer 2 years earlier. His neighbor, a man named Rick, had lost his daughter to the same thing. His neighbor on the other side was a widow whose husband had died of lung cancer, despite never having smoked a day in his life. Dale did not say any of this with anger. He said it the way you describe the weather, flatly, factually, with the acceptance of a man who had already done his grieving and arrived somewhere colder on the other side. He took me out to the river the next morning. The Gallon River ran along the eastern property line of the Hargrove facility, and where it curved closest to the processing runoff pipes, it ran red. Not rust-colored, not brown, red, the color of old blood, moving in slow, opaque ribbons through the shallower sections of the bank. Dale stood at the water's edge with his hands in his jacket pockets and watched me look at it. 5 times the safe limit, he said quietly. That is what the lab told us. Hexavalent chromium, 5 times. He paused. The government limit is already not safe enough. So you can do the math on what 5 times that means. I had done the research before I came. I knew what hexavalent chromium did. I knew about Hinckley, California, where gas companies spent decades poisoning a small desert community's groundwater with the same compound, where cancer rates climbed and climbed while company lawyers argued the science. I knew that a 2-year federal toxicology study had found the chemical caused malignant tumors in rats and mice, that California had set a public health goal of 0.02 parts per billion, that the Environmental Working Group estimated that water supplies for over 200 million Americans were contaminated with detectable levels of the compound. I knew it in the abstract, clinical way you know things when you have read about them in a well-lit room on a laptop. Standing at the edge of that red river, the knowing changed shape entirely. Dale pointed downstream. Emma used to play down there, he said, his voice barely holding. Past that bend, she liked to catch frogs. He did not say anything else. He did not have to. That night, I walked through the residential streets of Ridgeline alone, and I noticed things I had not noticed the evening before. Every well I could see from the road had something on it. A plastic cross, a twist of orange caution tape, a piece of lumber nailed over the casing. Marked wells, officially undrinkable. I counted 14 of them on 3 blocks. And then I counted the homes where lights were still on, where people were still moving behind curtained windows, where life was still visibly happening, and I noticed that those people were still there. Still in Ridgeline, still drinking whatever water they could find. Because they could not leave, because land was theirs, the houses were theirs, the graves of their families were theirs. And where does a person go when the place they belong to is killing them? At some point during that walk, I became aware of the owl. It was perched on a utility pole at the corner of 3rd and Marlowe, and I only noticed it because something about its silhouette was wrong. Not the shape, the stillness. It sat with its head directed precisely toward me, in the way that owls do sometimes, but it did not rotate, did not adjust, did not perform any of the small repositioning motions that living birds perform even at rest. It was simply fixed, oriented, its eyes large and pale and catching the streetlight, did not blink in the time I stood watching it, which was close to a full minute, because I was aware enough of how strange it looked to actually count my breaths. I walked half a block further and looked back. It had not moved. Its head was still tracking me, the angle adjusted just precisely enough to account for my change in position. I told myself it was a barn owl on a good perch and kept walking. I did not fully believe myself. I met with 6 more residents the following day. A retired school teacher named Margaret who had buried 2 sisters in the past 4 years. A young man, barely 20, who had developed ulcers at 17 and was told by a specialist in Reno that the chemical signature in his blood work was consistent with heavy metal exposure. A woman named Linda, whose daughter had been born with developmental delays the doctors could not explain, who had grown up drinking well water on the Hargrove fence line, who said, very simply, "I knew something was wrong with the water before they put those crosses on the pumps. The water always tasted like the inside of a tin can. Always, since I was small." She said it without crying, which somehow made it worse. The Hargrove Metals facility had been operating in Ridgeline for 22 years. In that time, it had filed 3 voluntary disclosure reports with the state environmental agency, paid 2 minor fines that amounted to less than 1 week of its quarterly profit, and successfully lobbied against a proposed county ordinance that would have required independent water testing within a 1-mile radius of the facility. Its lawyers were very good. Its community relations office put on a 4th of July picnic every year. It employed 64 people in a town where those 64 jobs were the difference between a functioning community and a ghost town. And everyone in Ridgeline understood that dynamic as clearly and as helplessly as a person understands the tide. On my last evening there, I drove out to the facility perimeter alone just before dark. I parked on the gravel shoulder of the access road and sat with the engine off, watching the settling ponds through the chain link. The ponds were still. The water in them was the color of rust and old copper. Nothing moved on the surface. The cooling towers breathed their slow, patient steam, and then I noticed on the fence post directly in front of my car, the owl. The same owl. I was certain of it. Certain in the way you are certain of a face you have seen before. Certain without being able to explain why. Sitting in the same impossible stillness, head angled toward me with the same mechanical precision it had used every time. It had been on the utility pole on 3rd and Marlowe. It had been on the roof of the diner the previous morning, though I had not understood what I was seeing at the time. It had been present at each of the 6 interviews I had conducted, perched somewhere in the periphery of each location, always at a distance, always oriented, never blinking, never moving. I sat in my car looking at it, and it sat on the fence post looking back at me, and the settling pond gleamed red behind it in the last of the daylight, and the cooling towers exhaled their slow and patient breath. I have covered missing children, contaminated towns, corporate negligence, and human suffering in more cities and counties than I can easily count. I have never been afraid of a building or a facility or a body of water, but, sitting there in the settling silence of Ridgeline, Nevada, with that owl watching me from the Hargrove perimeter fence, I felt something I do not have a precise professional word for. The closest I can come is this: the feeling that whatever was happening in that town had noticed me, and that it did not mind being seen, because it had been there long enough to know that no one who saw it ever managed to stop it. Amick Callahan's case remains open. The Hargrove Metals facility is still operating. The red water still runs in the Gallon River. The marked wells still stand in the residential streets, orange tape fluttering in the desert wind, while the people behind the curtained windows drink what they can find and wait for a letter from an agency that has never once shown up on time. I filed my story. It ran in a regional publication and gathered some attention for a few days, the way these stories do, before the algorithm moved on to something louder. Dale Weston emailed me 3 months later to tell me his kidney function had declined again, and that 2 more families had left Ridgeline for good, though they could not sell their properties to anyone who knew what they were buying. He did not say anything about the owl. I did not ask. Some things, once you have seen them, do not need to be spoken aloud to remain perfectly, permanently present. Zeros, watch me. Before I get into this, I want to be upfront with you. What I am about to share is something I have never put into words before. I have heard about cases like this from all over the internet. A teenage TikTok creator in Naples, Florida, named Ava Marjorie, was shot at in her own bedroom by an obsessive subscriber who had traveled more than 1,000 miles to find her. A YouTube and streaming personality named Lily Singh was called 2 or 3 in the morning, sobbing, because a fan had tracked down her home address the very night she moved into it. An ASM artist documented over 76 fake accounts one single stalker created just to keep reaching her after she blocked him. These are not urban legends. These are documented cases, law enforcement reports, court filings. Real human beings whose lives were torn apart by people who believed that watching someone online meant they owned them. I am telling you all of this because what happened to me shares DNA with every one of those stories. And I need you to understand that before we begin. My name does not matter. What matters is that 2 years ago, I had 83,000 subscribers on my channel. I did lifestyle content out of a rented house in Raleigh, North Carolina. Home decor, daily vlogs, a little bit of cooking. Nothing dangerous, nothing political. I was quiet, consistent, and genuinely happy about it. I posted every Tuesday and Friday, and those videos paid my rent, covered my groceries, and left a little left over. It was a modest, real life. I was proud of it. Then the algorithm shifted. I do not know exactly when, because these things never announce themselves. One week my Tuesday video pulled 42,000 views. The next Tuesday it pulled 9,000. Then 5,000. Then, after 3 consecutive weeks, a video I had worked on for 4 days pulled in just under 2,000. I sat at my editing desk and I refreshed the analytics page, refreshed it again, and then I sat very still for a long time because I did not know what to do with the silence that had just swallowed my entire career. I started reading about it. I fell down the rabbit hole that every dying creator falls into, where you convince yourself that the answer is just one more adjustment away. Better thumbnails, better titles, different upload times, trending audio, longer videos, shorter videos. I made a spreadsheet, I color-coded it. I started tracking every metric like a scientist, except the thing I was studying was my own slow disappearance from an audience that had, without saying a single word to me, just stopped caring. The numbers are brutal in that way. They do not argue with you. They simply show you the truth. And the truth was that I was becoming invisible. The crow appeared for the first time around this period. I noticed it on a Thursday morning, sitting on the power line directly outside my kitchen window. It was not doing what crows do, that restless jerking vocal thing. It was completely still. Its head was angled just slightly downward, as if it was looking at something on the ground. But its eyes, those flat, oil-black eyes, were fixed on me through the glass. I remember thinking it was strange. I made my coffee. When I looked again, it was still there. Same position, not a feather moving. I waved my hand at it, and it did not react at all. Not a flinch, not a blink, not a shift in posture. Just that unnatural stillness, watching. I told myself it was just a bird. I made myself believe that. I started posting every day in January. I had read that consistency was the answer, that the algorithm rewarded volume, that if you showed up enough, the platform would eventually show you to new people. So I filmed everything. I filmed my morning routine at 6 a.m. and my dinner at 7 p.m. and my thoughts before bed at 10. I sacrificed the careful, deliberate quality I had always cared about, and I replaced it with quantity. And I watched my numbers continue to fall. But I did not stop. I could not stop. The channel had become something I could not name. Something bigger than income or passion or even pride. It had become proof that I existed, that someone was watching, that I was not just a person alone in a rented house in Raleigh, talking into a lens, completely unseen. His username was Watching You Create. He had been a subscriber since the beginning, more than 2 years before any of this started. He commented on everything, long comments, thoughtful ones, the kind that made you feel like someone was actually paying attention. He noticed when I rearranged the bookshelf behind me. He noticed when I switched from oat milk to almond milk in my morning coffee. He wrote things like, "I feel like I know you better than most people in my actual life." And I understood what he meant by that, because I had felt that way about creators I admired too. It is a real feeling, that parasocial closeness. It can be warm and genuine and completely harmless. I thought his was harmless. In February, he started sending direct messages. They began as extensions of the comments, enthusiastic and detailed, and I responded to a few of them because I always tried to engage with loyal viewers. But the messages came faster after I responded, longer, more personal. He started asking questions that pulled at things I had mentioned briefly in videos. Specific things like the name of the town I grew up in, or the make and model of a car I had referenced once in passing. I answered a few of those too, because at the time, I thought I was just being kind to a fan. I did not yet understand that I was handing him a map. The crow was on my front porch railing the first time I felt genuinely afraid of it. This was late February. I was coming home from a grocery run, and it was just sitting there, at the center of the railing, perfectly perpendicular, like something placed rather than perched. I stopped on the walkway and looked at it, and it looked back at me, and I had the sudden and completely irrational sensation that it was waiting for me specifically, that it had known I was coming. Its eyes had a quality I cannot properly describe, not hunger, not threat, not any recognizable animal emotion. Just attention, mechanical, relentless, total attention. I made a wide arc around it to get to my door. It did not move. It did not make a sound. I went inside and locked the door and stood in my hallway breathing through my nose for a long time. In March, I received the first letter. Not a message. An actual letter, in an actual envelope, slipped under my front door at some point while I was asleep. My address was not public. I had never shown the exterior of my house on the channel, never mentioned my street, never filmed my neighborhood. I'd been deliberate about all that, because I had read enough horror stories to know better. But the letter was there on my mat, in the gray light of a Tuesday morning. It was 3 pages, handwritten in very small, neat block capitals. The first page was a recap of my content, going back nearly 2 years. Specific videos, specific moments, specific things I had said. The second page was about what he called our connection, and it was written with a certainty and an intimacy that turned my stomach. The third page ended with the sentence I still cannot read without my hands going cold. It said, "I know the numbers are scaring you. Do not be scared. I am still watching." I called 911. The officer who came was kind and thorough, and ultimately could do very little. There was no explicit threat, no name attached to the letter, no evidence of forced entry. He told me to document everything, to file a report, which I did, and to reach out if anything escalated. I called my sister in Charlotte that night, and she begged me to come stay with her, and I said I would think about it. I did not go. I do not know why. Part of me still thought it was someone who meant well in a broken way, that the letter was creepy but not dangerous. Part of me, the part that is hardest to admit, was still watching my analytics and still afraid that going offline would be the thing that finally killed the channel for good. The messages from Watching You Create had gone quiet around the time the letter arrived. I noticed that. I thought about it. I did not want to think about what it might mean. I found footprints in the mud behind my house in late March. The flower bed beneath the kitchen window, the same window where I had first seen the crow, had been disturbed. two clear impressions in the soft earth. Facing toward the glass, someone had stood there. I do not know for how long. I do not know how many times. I stood at my kitchen sink, and I looked at those impressions, and the world tilted slightly. The way it does when something your mind has been protecting you from finally becomes impossible to ignore. The second letter came on a Monday. This one was different in tone. Still the small block capitals, still the careful handwriting, but the warmth was gone. It said that he had seen my last 3 videos and that I looked tired. It said that it was because of the numbers he could tell, and that the people abandoning me did not deserve me anyway. It said something that made me read it 4 times to be sure I understood it correctly. It said, "I have been outside. I wanted to make sure you were all right." I packed a bag that night. I drove to my sister's house in Charlotte at 2 in the morning, and I sat in her guest room until the sun came up. I reported the second letter to the same officer, and this time the department opened a formal stalking investigation. My address, they discovered, had been pieced together through multiple videos, using background details, a street sign visible for less than a second in a vlog I had filmed in my car, the name of a local business I had mentioned, and publicly available real estate records. He had not been given a map. He had built one, frame by frame, out of everything I had freely shared. The crow was sitting on my sister's mailbox when I came outside on my second morning in Charlotte. I stood on her porch steps and I looked at it, and it looked at me, and I thought, clearly and quietly and without any drama, that I was not okay. It was perfectly still. No neighbor's car or passing dog disturbed it. It sat in that mechanical, inhuman way, angled to face me at whatever distance I was, and I went back inside and I told my sister about the bird, and she looked at me with the careful, measured expression of someone who loves you very much and is frightened for you. I did not mention it to the police. Some things, when you say them out loud, sound like a person coming undone. They identified him in April. His name was Derek Hollis, 38 years old, a data analyst from Greensboro, North Carolina. He had been subscribed to my channel for 2 years and 4 months. He had driven past my house an estimated 20 or more times based on recorded toll data, and investigators found on his home computer a folder containing nearly 400 screenshots from my videos, along with a document he had titled simply, "Per Schedule." The document was detailed and accurate. It included my approximate sleep and wake times, my grocery run patterns, the days I typically filmed. He had assembled it entirely from content I had voluntarily published. He was arrested on 2 counts of stalking and 1 count of criminal trespass. At his arraignment, his attorney described him as a lonely individual who had developed an unhealthy attachment. The judge set bail and he posted it. He had a restraining order within the week, and I received a notification alert when he was released that I still have active on my phone today. I did not go back to Raleigh. I let the lease expire. I moved to a city I will not name, to an apartment I have never filmed, on a street I have never referenced in any content. I changed my username. I deleted the channel and started a new one. I gained back some of my audience slowly, in a way that feels different now, smaller and more deliberate, more careful. I do not show my windows. I do not mention local businesses. I think about every frame before I post it. The crow showed up once more, 3 weeks after I settled into the new apartment. It was on the fire escape outside my bedroom window. That same precise stillness, that same total unblinking attention. I watched it for a long time and it watched me back. I do not know what it is, or what it means, or whether it means anything at all. What I know is this. I closed the curtains. I sat in the dark for a while, and then I opened my laptop and started editing. Because I am still here, and I am still choosing to be, and that choice belongs only to me. If someone is watching you in a way that feels wrong, it is wrong. Document everything. Report everything. The platforms will not save you. The algorithm does not care. Trust what your body is telling you, because your body understood the danger long before your mind was willing to. I got out. Not everyone does. The mirror that ate Shibuya. Before I tell you what I saw in that mirror, I need you to understand what Shibuya Crossing looks like at night. Not in the photographs, not in the tourist videos, with their time-lapse footage and their admiring voiceovers. I mean in person, in the rain in October, standing at the edge of it with a wait signal burning red, and 3,000 people assembled on all four corners around you like a held breath about to release. I mean the smell of it. Wet umbrellas and yakitori smoke from the stalls and the side streets. The deep bass thrum of the junction's audio signal for the visually impaired. Rising and cutting and rising again, metronomic and strange. I mean the feel of the pavement through your shoe soles. Vibrating faintly with the weight of the city pressing down on every surface. And the neon of the Q-front building washing everything in shifting color. Red and white and amber and blue, turning the faces of the crowd around you into something not quite ordinary, something lit from an angle the natural world does not use. I have lived in Shibuya, Tokyo, Japan, for 14 months. I came here from Portland, Oregon, on a photography contract that finished in 8 months, and that I extended and then extended again because I could not make myself leave. Cities do that to you sometimes. They find the specific shape of the thing you were looking for without knowing you were looking, and they hold it out to you, and you stay. Shibuya held it out to me every morning when I walked to the crossing with my Nikon, and set up at the southwest corner and waited for the light to change. 3,000 people flowing in every direction simultaneously. The great human scramble of it. The way the crowd resolves at the center of the intersection into a density that is almost geometric. And then disperses, and then another wave assembles and holds its breath and releases, and the whole rhythm of it is the rhythm of something enormous and alive, and entirely indifferent to any individual within it. I am a photographer. Crowds are my subject. Faces in motion, specifically. The thing a face does when it is in a crowd and believes it is anonymous. The particular quality of expression that appears when a person is temporarily released from the social contract of being observed. The interior life surfacing briefly through the skin before the destination requires attention again. I have photographed crowds in Mumbai, India, and in Lagos, Nigeria, and in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and in Cairo, Egypt, and none of them prepared me for Shibuya, which was all of them simultaneously, distilled and amplified and running through the specific frequency of this city, this crossing, this intersection of light and concrete and human momentum. I loved it. I want to say that clearly, before I tell you what happened, because everything I am about to describe will have a different weight if you understand how much I loved this place, and how completely and specifically it undid me. The mirror came from a shop I had never noticed before, 2 blocks east of the crossing, in one of the narrow lanes between the main commercial strips where the architecture compresses and the buildings lean toward each other overhead, and the neon does not reach. And the smell is older, wooden incense and the particular mineral undertone of Tokyo's older wards, stone and soil and the deep exhale of streets that have been walked by too many millions of feet to retain any individual trace of any of them. It was a small shop, no English signage, which in that part of Shibuya was unusual, most retailers having long since accommodated the tourist trade. The sign above the door was in characters I could not read, and the window held a single item on display. A red paper lantern, lit from inside, hanging at eye level. The door was open, which meant I had learned that the shop was open, and I went in. The interior was narrow and warm, smelling of hinoki wood and something older beneath it. The smell of things that have been kept a long time in a closed space. The shelving on both walls held objects of the kind you find in shops of this particular type in the older neighborhoods of Tokyo. Ceramics and lacquer work and folded paper screens and, here and there, things I could not immediately identify. Objects whose purpose was not apparent, and whose craftsmanship was old enough that the craft itself had perhaps become extinct. Behind a low wooden counter, an elderly man who looked at me with the particular expression of a shopkeeper who has seen many people walk through his door and has no strong feelings about any of them. He inclined his head. I inclined mine back. She did not offer any English, and I did not pretend to any Japanese, and we established, in the way that you can establish things without language, in a city that has had centuries of practice at international commerce, that I was welcome to look, and that he would be there if I had questions he was prepared to answer. I was 3 steps into the shop when I saw the mirror. It was leaning against the back wall, behind a row of shelving that partly obscured it, and I almost missed it entirely, because the shop's lighting was warm and low and the mirror's surface was dark, a deep, slightly brownish darkness that I recognized after a moment as the particular darkness of very old silvering, the backing of an antique mirror that had been made before the industrial processes that produce the clean, precise reflectivity of modern glass. The frame was iron, wrought in a pattern of interlocking stems that might have been stylized bamboo, or might have been something else entirely, the detail too worn by time to be fully legible. The glass was slightly convex, curving outward from the frame with the gentle bulge of an eye. I crossed to it and looked in. My reflection looked back at me, slightly distorted by the convex surface, the way funhouse mirrors distort. Everything subtly stretched. The face widened at the cheekbones and tapered at the chin. The eyes pulled fractionally wider than they actually were, ordinary, the expected product of curved glass. I looked at it for what I estimated was about 10 seconds. Then I bought it. I am aware of how that sounds. A photographer living alone in a foreign city, walking into an unmarked shop in a dark side street, and buying the first unusual object he finds, without knowing its history or its price or the language of the transaction. I am aware that it sounds like the first act of a story that ends badly, and I want to say that I was aware of it at the time too, in the particular way you were aware of something while simultaneously not allowing it to alter your behavior. Because the mirror was beautiful, and it was large, 90 centimeters by 60 by my later measurement, and it would go on the wall of my apartment facing the window that looked toward the crossing, and that meant that when I came home at night and crossed my apartment to the kitchen, I would be able to see in the mirror the neon of Shibuya washing in from the window behind me, and the thought of that image made something in my chest do the thing a chest does when an image is right, when the composition presents itself fully formed and your body recognizes it before your mind does. The old man behind the counter named a price in yen that I calculated on my phone, and that was low enough that I did not negotiate, and he wrapped the mirror in brown paper with the efficient movements of someone who has wrapped many things and handed it to me, and inclined his head again, and I inclined mine, and I carried it out into the lane. I want to tell you about Yuki's reaction when she saw me bringing it upstairs. Yuki Tanaka is 28 years old and works the evening shift at the Family Mart 2 blocks from our building, the one with the good onigiri that is always freshly stocked at 6 in the morning when I come back from shooting the crossing at dawn. She had knocked on my door 3 weeks after I moved in with a bowl of homemade curry and very direct English, learned, she told me, from American TV shows and from tourists at the convenience store, and we had been friends in the easy, undemanding way of 2 people who live close to each other and have compatible rhythms and do not ask too much of each other's evenings. She was coming down the stairs as I was coming up with the wrapped mirror, and she stopped on the landing and looked at the package, and then she looked at my face, and then she looked back at the package and she said, "Where did you get that?" I told her, "The shop in the lane. The Red Lantern." She said the name of the lane in Japanese, very quietly, not as a question. I said I did not know the name. It was the one that ran east from the crossing, the one with the older buildings. She looked at the package for a long moment, and then she said, "Marcus." And she said my name in the particular way a person says your name when they want to make certain they have your full attention before they say the next thing. She said, "I grew up 2 streets from Shibuya Crossing." She said, "There is no shop in that lane with a red lantern." She said, "There has not been a shop in that lane for many years." She said there was a shop there once. Her grandmother had mentioned it, but the shop had closed when she was very young, and the building had been converted. and the lane had been incorporated into a larger development on the north side. I said, "Yuki, I just came from there. I have the receipt on my phone." I showed her my phone. She looked at the inn figure. She looked at me. She looked at the wrapped package. She said, "Are you sure you want to bring that inside your apartment?" I said yes, and I was certain. And I was a rational person and a professional observer and a photographer with 14 months of Shibuya in my body. And if there was a shop in that lane, I would simply take her back there tomorrow and show her, and she would understand that her grandmother's memory was simply old, and that buildings change, and that the city rebuilds itself in layers that even long-term residents lose track of. She looked at me for a moment longer. Then she nodded once. The kind of nod that is not agreement, but the decision to allow something to proceed. And she went past me down the stairs. I went up to my apartment and unwrapped the mirror. It was exactly as beautiful as I had expected. I hung it on the wall facing the window, slightly to the right of center, at the height where it would catch the full sweep of the window without catching my face at the standard standing position, which required me to step to the left deliberately to see myself in it. I stepped to the left, and I looked, and the neon of the crossing outside the window washed into the room and bounced off the convex surface of the old silvering and threw the colors across the ceiling in slow, shifting patterns of amber and white, and it was exactly the image I had composed in my mind in the shop, and I was satisfied with it in the complete, settled way of a person who has correctly anticipated how a thing will be. I went to the kitchen. I made tea. I came back to the main room and stood at the window and watched the crossing below. The great scramble of it still running at 9 in the evening. The crowd slightly thinner than the peak afternoon rush, but still extraordinary. Still that rhythm of held breath and release. 3,000 people flowing in every direction and dispersing and assembling again. I did not look at the mirror while I did this. I did not decide not to look at it. I simply did not turn to it. I was watching the crossing, and the mirror was on the wall to my right, and I was not aware in that moment of making any choice about it. I was simply not ready to look. The way you are sometimes not ready to look at something that you sense may be different from what you expect. I went to bed at 11:17. I woke at 3:44. Not from a sound. Not from a dream. I woke the way you wake sometimes from a very light sleep, with the simple, immediate knowledge that you are awake, and that something in the room has changed. I lay still and I listened. The apartment was quiet. Outside, Shibuya had reduced itself to the late-night register, the occasional vehicle, the distant audio signal from the crossing running its cycle for no one, because at 3 in the morning the crossing belonged only to itself and the city's overnight workers, and whatever else moved through Tokyo's intersections in the hours the crowds did not. I turned my head toward the mirror. The window behind it was dark. No neon at this hour, the crossing's commercial signage running on a timer that shut it down at 2 in the morning. The mirror's surface caught only the ambient light of the room, the faint orange of the city bleeding through the curtain, and in that ambient light, the convex surface reflected the room back at me in the gentle distortion of its curve, the ceiling and the window and the far wall and my own bed, myself in it, a pale shape in the darkness. I looked at my reflection, and my reflection, very slowly, very deliberately, in a movement that took perhaps 2 seconds, and that I watched with the complete and total attention of a person whose nervous system has just received a signal it cannot immediately categorize, turn its head, not my head, my reflection's head, turning in the mirror toward something that was not in the room I was lying in, turning to look at something that was only in the mirror's world. I did not move for a long time. I lay in my bed in my Shibuya apartment at 3:44 in the morning, and I watched my reflection look at something I could not see, and I did not breathe, and the city hummed its 3 in the morning hum outside, and the crossing was empty and silent in the October dark. Then my reflection looked back at me, directly, deliberately, with a particular quality of attention that another person's full gaze has, the quality that is different from the unfocused awareness of a reflection, the quality of something that knows you are there and has decided to look at you specifically. And then it blinked. I had not blinked. My eyes were open, wide, dry, burning slightly from having not blinked in the preceding minute of watching. My reflection, in a mirror in my apartment in Shibuya, Tokyo, Japan, had blinked on its own, and then it looked at me with those wide and slightly too open eyes, and the expression on its face was not mine, was not any expression I had ever made, and I understood, in one single total gut-level understanding that required no thought and no processing, that the thing looking back at me from the surface of that convex iron-framed mirror was not a reflection. It was something that was wearing my face, and it was learning how. I got out of bed. I did not run, because running felt, in that specific moment, like an error, like the wrong signal to send to the thing that was watching me from inside the glass. I stood up slowly and I crossed the room slowly, and I lifted the mirror off the wall and I turned it to face the wall, and I set it down, and I went back to bed and I lay there until the morning came. Through the curtain, in the gray and ordinary way of every morning. At 6:15, I went downstairs. Yuki was coming off her overnight shift at the Family Mart, still in her blue vest, carrying a plastic bag with a self-heated coffee can inside it. And when she saw my face, she stopped walking on the pavement outside our building and said nothing, and waited. I said, "You were right." She said, "I know." She said there was something I should understand before I did anything else with the mirror. Something her grandmother had told her about the old shops in those lanes, the ones that appeared and disappeared, the ones that sold things that did not come from ordinary suppliers. She said, "Sit down, Marcus." We sat on the low wall beside the building entrance, in the gray October morning, with the Shibuya crossing one block south of us running its first crossing of the day for the early commuters, and the yakitori stalls not yet open, and the smell of the city in its morning mode, cold air and concrete, and the first coffee cans steaming in the convenience store machines. And Yuki wrapped both hands around her can and told me what she knew. She said her grandmother had grown up near the Sendagaya Tunnel in Shibuya Ward, the tunnel that runs beneath the old National Stadium grounds, the one that had been built over what was once an Edo period cemetery, where the graves had been relocated when the city grew, but where, according to her grandmother, not all of the graves had been properly moved. She said her grandmother had told her about the tunnel, the way Japanese grandmothers tell children about places, not as entertainment and not as warning, but as information, the way you inform a child about traffic before they are old enough to drive, matter-of-factly and without embellishment. She said her grandmother had told her that the thing to understand about Tokyo was that it was built in layers, and that the new layers did not erase the old ones, they simply pressed them deeper, and the deeper they were pressed, the more concentrated they became, and the more concentrated they became, the more they pushed back upward, the way compressed earth pushes back against the weight above it. And she said that the mirrors, specifically the antique ones from the old shops in the old lanes, were the places where the pressure came up clearest, where the layers compressed against the surface of the glass and showed you, not what was behind you, but what was below you, beneath the layer you were standing on, reaching up. I said, "Yuki, what was in that shop?" She looked at me for a moment with a careful, patient expression she had when she was deciding how much of something to say. She said, "Something old." She said, "Something that has been underneath Shibuya for a very long time." She said, "Something that the crossing feeds. 3,000 people," she said. "Twice a minute, all day, every day. The largest human crossing on Earth, and all of that energy going into the ground with every footstep. All of that collective human signal, pressing down into the compressed layers beneath it." She said, "Marcus, that mirror is not old." She said, "The frame is old. The glass is old. But what is in the glass is not old at all." She said, "It found the glass recently." She said she did not know how recently. I looked at her. I said, "How do you know this?" She said, "Because my grandmother sold it things once." She said it quickly and quietly, and then she looked at her coffee can, and did not look back up. I sat on the wall in the gray October morning of Shibuya, Tokyo, and I thought about the thing that had been in my apartment all night. Facing the wall I had turned it to, and whether a thing looking out through glass could also look through the back of a canvas, the way light passes through things we think of as opaque. And I thought about the fact that my apartment was 1 floor above street level, and the crossing was 1 block south, and 3,000 people were flowing through it right now in the pale morning light, pressing down into the ground with every step. I said, "What do I do?" Yuki looked up. She said, "Do not look at it alone." She said, "Do not stand in front of it, in a lit room after dark." She said, "Above everything, whatever you do." She stopped. She said, "Marcus, this is the most important thing I am going to say." She said it the way her grandmother must have said it to her, matter-of-factly, without embellishment, as information. She said, "Never let your reflection see you blink." The morning light was pale and flat on the Shibuya crossing behind us, and the commuters were moving through it in their morning rhythm, and the city was so entirely ordinary in every visible direction that the thing she had just said landed in the ordinariness like a stone in still water, sending its rings outward into everything around it. I said, "Why?" She said, "Because that is how it learns which one is you." As Yuki's words settled into the cold October morning outside our building, "Never let your reflection see you blink, because that is how it learns which one is you." The Shibuya crossing 1 block south of us ran its first full scramble of the day in the pale commuter light, and I sat on that low wall and understood for the first time that I had brought something into my apartment that had been waiting a very long time to be brought inside somewhere. I want to be honest about the next 72 hours, because honesty is what this account requires, and what I owe to anyone listening who may have encountered something similar and not yet understood what it was. I did not remove the mirror from my apartment. I know how that sounds. I know the obvious, rational, ordinary world response to an antique mirror in which your reflection moves independently in the small hours of the morning is to take it outside, to put it in the building's dumpster enclosure, to leave it on the pavement and walk away, to do the sensible thing that every instinct of self-preservation and basic common sense recommends. I know this. I am a 32-year-old professional with a functioning adult brain, and I am telling you that I did not do the sensible thing. I did not do it for 2 reasons, and I want to explain both of them carefully, because they are both real, and they matter for understanding everything that came after. The first reason was the photographs. On the morning after the reflection moved, I picked up my Nikon, and I photographed the mirror. Not at the mirror, not a photograph of myself in the mirror, but of the mirror itself, from across the room, a straight documentary shot of the object as an object, the iron frame against the white wall, the convex glass, the slight distortion of the room and the surface. I had done this the previous afternoon before hanging it, as I do with any new and visually interesting object in my space, out of pure photographic reflex. I reviewed both photographs on my laptop side by side. The afternoon photograph taken in good natural light before the mirror was hung, and the morning photograph taken in the flat gray light with the mirror now on the wall. They were different, not dramatically different, not in the way of an obvious special effect, not in the way that would make a compelling side-by-side for a social media post about cursed antiques, different in a way that required careful looking to locate and that, once located, could not be unseen. In the afternoon photograph, the convex glass reflected the room I had been standing in when I took it. The bare floor and the white wall and the window behind me, with the crossing outside, the ordinary reflection of a convex mirror in a lit room. In the morning photograph, the convex glass reflected something that was not my apartment. I sat with my laptop on the kitchen table for a very long time, zooming in on the morning image until the pixels began to separate into their component colors and the detail resolved as far as it was going to resolve. And what I was looking at in the surface of that mirror was now my apartment. It was a space with different proportions, longer and lower than my room, and with different light. Not the flat gray October light of a Tokyo morning, but something warmer and more directed, the kind of light that falls through a single high window in a stone wall. And in that different space, in the background of the reflection, there was a figure, small, upright, standing at the far end of whatever room existed inside that mirror, at a distance that made detail impossible, looking toward the glass, looking out. I did not delete the photograph. I backed it up to 3 separate drives. A photographer documents. That is what a photographer does. The second reason I did not remove the mirror was Yuki. She came up that evening after her shift, with more of the curry, and we sat on my kitchen floor and ate it, because that is where we ate in the way of people who have established their rituals and are not yet ready to break them. And I showed her the photographs on the laptop, and I watched her face while she looked at them. She did not react with surprise. She looked at the photographs with the focused, quiet attention of someone doing a task rather than receiving a shock. And after a long moment she said, "There is someone in there." I said, "Yes." She said, "Marcus, do you know what an ikuryo is?" I said I did not. She closed the laptop and set it aside, and she told me. She told me in the way she had told me about the Sendagaya tunnel that morning, matter-of-factly and without embellishment, drawing on the knowledge that had come to her through her grandmother, the way all the most useful knowledge comes to people, through proximity and repetition and the accumulated weight of someone older than you caring enough to pass it forward. She said, a ikuryo is a Japanese concept, very old, older than written records of it. She said it translates imperfectly as living ghost. She said it is not the ghost of a dead person. It is the projection of a living soul, a soul that is separated from its body, not through death, not through choice, but through the pressure of an intense and prolonged state of feeling, grief, or longing, or rage, or the particular kind of wanting that has nowhere to go and no release, the kind that builds inside a person for so long that it eventually detaches and begins to move through the world independently of the person it came from. She said that during the Edo period, which is the historical period before Japan modernized and opened to the world, ikuryo were considered a symptom of specific illnesses. One was called rikanbyo, which she translated for me as detached soul syndrome. Another was called kage no yamai, which she said meant shadow illness. And she paused on those 2 words in a way that made them sit in the room differently than the other words she had used. Shadow illness. She said that a person afflicted with kage no yamai would sometimes have false memories of things they had not done, would be accused by people they knew of appearing to them in places they had never been, of speaking to them in words they had never said, would sometimes experience, in a state between sleep and waking, the sensation of being somewhere else entirely, of seeing the world from a perspective that was not their own body's perspective. She said, in the old understanding, the soul had gone out and was doing those things, living its own version of the person's life in a parallel space, experiencing it from the inside, taking the person's consciousness along with it, sometimes like a passenger. She said, in the modern understanding, this would be called a dissociative episode, or a psychotic feature, or any of a dozen other clinical categories that name the experience without explaining it. She said, in her grandmother's understanding, it was simply what happens when a soul is under enough pressure for long enough, and the boundary between the inside and the outside of a person becomes permeable, and something crosses. I said, "What does this have to do with my mirror?" She looked at me with her careful, patient expression, and she said, "The mirror is a vessel." She said that certain objects, old objects, objects that have held the right kind of use over a long period of time, become hospitable to the ikuryo in the way that a still pool of water is hospitable to a reflection, not generating the image, but providing the surface for it to appear. She said that the ikuryo currently in my mirror was not the spirit of a dead person. It was the detached soul of a living person, somewhere in Japan, who had been under sufficient internal pressure for sufficient time that their soul had crossed the boundary and found the mirror and taken up residence in it. I said, "Whose soul?" She said she did not know. She said that was what I needed to find out. I said, "How?" She said, "Kyoto." She said there was a tunnel 90 minutes southwest of Tokyo by Shinkansen, 444 meters long, built in 1927 through the forested mountains of western Kyoto. She said the tunnel had a mirror set into the rock of its inner wall, a large mirror, placed there at some point in the tunnel's history and never removed, and that the mirror in the tunnel, and the Akirio, and the old shops in the old lanes, and everything her grandmother had ever told her about the layers beneath Tokyo were part of the same system, the same network of surfaces and pressures and things crossing the boundary between inside and outside. She said, "My grandmother used to say that the Kiyotaki Tunnel is the place where the network is oldest, where the layers are deepest and the pressure is highest." She said, "My grandmother used to say that if you wanted to understand what was in a mirror, you went to the place where mirrors first learned to hold things." I said, "Yuki, you are describing a 90-minute train ride to a mountain tunnel in Kyoto at night." She said, "Yes." She said, "Are you going?" I looked at my mirror, turned face first to the wall where I had set it, its brown paper wrapping long since removed, its convex back showing the iron pattern of its frame, the interlocking stems I had thought might be stylized bamboo, and I noticed for the first time that they were not bamboo. They were not stems at all. They were figures, small, repeated, interlocked across the back of the frame in the tight, stylized grammar of very old decorative ironwork, the kind of detail you do not see until a light hits it from exactly the right angle. Human figures, or nearly human, each one a mirror of the one beside it, each one facing the opposite direction, an unbroken chain of them circling the frame in both directions, meeting at the top in a configuration that I could not look at directly for long enough to understand. I said, "I am going." I took the Shinkansen from Shinagawa Station the following morning at 6:47 in the pearl gray October light, with my Nikon and a shoulder bag and a photograph of the mirror's convex surface on my phone, the one with the figure in the background, the one I had backed up to 3 drives, and was carrying with me the way you carry evidence when you are not yet certain what you are building a case for. The journey to Kyoto was 93 minutes. I know this because I timed it, and because timing things was, at this point, the primary mechanism by which I was maintaining my connection to the ordinary dimensions of the world. I timed the journey. I timed my taxi ride from Kyoto Station to Arashiyama. I timed my walk from the Arashiyama tourist district through the thinning streets into the older, quieter precincts where the buildings changed their character and the mountain began to make its presence felt, and the road narrowed toward the entrance of the tunnel. I arrived at the Kiyotaki Tunnel at 10:41 in the morning. I want to tell you what it looked like, because the description matters and because I had not prepared myself adequately for the visual reality of it despite having read about it online the previous evening on my phone. It was smaller than I had expected. Not the dramatic maw of the kind of tunnel you see in horror films, not a grand entrance of carved stone and dread. A simple aperture in the mountainside, perhaps 4 meters wide and the same in height, framed in concrete that had been stained by decades of exhaust and mountain damp to a deep greenish gray, the road surface running straight into it and curving very slightly to the left in the middle distance so that the far end was not visible from the entrance. A single traffic signal at each end, red or green, because the tunnel was only wide enough for one-way traffic and the signals controlled the alternation. The signal was red when I arrived. I stood beside it in the cold mountain air, which smelled of moss and pine and the particular mineral quality of mountain water seeping through rock somewhere above, and I looked into the tunnel. The interior was lit by overhead fluorescents, spaced at intervals that left long shadows between each pool of light, and the walls were rough rock on both sides, the original mountain face exposed in the tunnel's cut, and the road surface was old and slightly uneven. And somewhere in the middle distance where the tunnel curved slightly left, there was something on the wall. I could not see it clearly from the entrance. a vertical shape, mounted at head height on the right-hand wall, approximately where the tunnel's midpoint would be. The signal turned green. I went in. The sound changed immediately upon entering. Outside, the mountain air and the distant sounds of Arashiyama carried their ordinary audible world. Inside, everything compressed, the way sound compresses in the tunnel, bouncing off stone walls in a frequency that is slightly off from the natural frequencies you carry in your body. And the result was a faint but persistent discord, not loud, not dramatic, simply present, the way a badly tuned instrument is present in an otherwise competent ensemble, pulling everything slightly wrong. I walked at a measured pace, filming on my phone, not using the Nikon because I wanted one hand free. The tunnel smelled of exhaust and cold stone, and the overhead fluorescence buzzed at a frequency that was just below the threshold of conscious irritation, and the road surface under my feet was uneven enough that I was watching where I stepped. I was 11 meters into the tunnel when the signal behind me turned red again, and a car entered from the far end. Its headlights filled the tunnel with moving light and shadow, and as it passed me, its driver not looking at me, moving through at the cautious pace of someone who uses this tunnel regularly and knows its geometry, I pressed against the wall and felt the cold rock against my back, and watched the car's taillights recede toward the entrance behind me, and in the moment that the car passed, in the moving wash of its headlights across the right-hand wall, I saw the mirror. It was set into the rock, as the accounts I had read had described, but not in the way I had imagined. Not mounted on the surface, not framed and hung. Set into it, mortared directly into the tunnel wall, the way a plaque is set into stone, the glass surface flush with the surrounding rock. An iron frame, the only visible border between the mirror and the mountain. An iron frame with a pattern of interlocking figures around its border. I stopped walking. I stood in the middle of the Kiyotaki tunnel in the mountains above Kyoto, and I looked at the iron frame of the tunnel mirror, and I recognized the pattern on it the way you recognize something you have already seen once, with the particular shock of the second encounter, the shock that confirms what the first encounter made you wonder. Interlocking figures, small, repeated, human or nearly human, each one facing the direction opposite to its neighbor, circling the frame in an unbroken chain, the same frame as my mirror. Not similar, not reminiscent. The same in the way of objects made by the same hand to the same specification. The way a duplicate key is the same as the original, made from it, carrying its shape exactly. I raised my phone and I looked at the photograph of my mirror's convex surface, the figure in the background of reflection, standing at the far end of the space inside the glass, too small for detail, looking out. I lowered my phone and I looked at the tunnel mirror in the rock wall in front of me. And in the tunnel mirror, at the far end of whatever space existed inside its glass, was the same figure, standing at the same distance, in the same position, looking out. Except that here, 90 minutes southwest of my apartment in Shibuya, the figure was larger, closer to the glass, close enough that I could see, in the yellowish fluorescent light of the Kiyotaki tunnel, that the figure had a face. My face, not distorted by the mirror's surface, not the slightly wrong version of me that a convex mirror produces. My exact face, wearing an expression that I had never made in my life, an expression that lived somewhere between recognition and hunger, the expression of something that has been waiting inside glass for a very long time, and has just understood that the person standing in front of it is the person it has been waiting for. I did not blink. Yuki had told me not to blink, and I did not blink, and I held my eyes open until they burned, until the tunnel's fluorescent light made them water, until the cold air of the mountain was rushing past my face and the walls were pressing in from both sides, and the thing wearing my face was watching me from inside two mirrors simultaneously, across 90 minutes of Shinkansen track and mountain road, and the compressed layers of everything this city is built on. Then the signal at the far end turned green, and a car entered from the Kiyotaki side, and I turned and walked, at a pace I'm going to describe as brisk rather than running. back toward the Arashiyama entrance and out into the October mountain air. I stood outside the tunnel for a very long time in the cold and the pine smell and the ordinary daylight of a Wednesday morning in Kyoto. Then I called Yuki. She answered on the second ring, which meant she was awake despite having worked the overnight shift, which meant she had been waiting. I said, "The frame is the same." I said, "The mirror in the tunnel and my mirror have identical frames." I said it looked out at me with my own face. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Are you sure it was your face?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Marcus, that is what the Ikirio does when it has been inside the glass long enough. It practices." She said, "It tries on what it sees. And what it has been seeing every night since you hung that mirror on your wall is you." I said, "What do I do?" She said, "Come home." She said, "Do not look at any mirrors on the way back." She said, "Not the train windows, not the bathroom mirror at the station, not the reflection in the glass of the ticket barrier." She said, "It knows your face now, and until we understand what it is looking for, we do not give it any more practice runs." I stood outside the Kiyotaki tunnel with my phone pressed to my ear and the mountain air cold on my face, and my reflection nowhere in sight. And I thought about the figure in the glass, and the expression on my borrowed face, and the particular quality of patience that something has when it has been waiting inside glass for longer than memory. And I thought about the fact that it had traveled, not physically, but in the way that things travel when they are not bound by physics, from a mirror set into the rock of a mountain tunnel above Kyoto, all the way to an antique shop in a lane near Shibuya Crossing that no longer existed, and a mirror bought by a photographer who had no business buying it. And I thought about the fact that it had not come to me by accident. It had been in my apartment for 4 days, and in 4 days it had learned my face completely, and it had only needed one more thing. It needed to know my eyes. As the Kyoto mountain air fell away behind me at Shinagawa Station and Tokyo reassembled itself in the train windows with its layered neon and its compressed density of 10 million lives pressing downward into the earth with every step, I sat in my Shinkansen seat with my Nikons in my lap, and the photograph on my phone of my own face looking out from inside a mirror set into a mountain tunnel. And I thought about what Yuki had said on the wall outside our building that morning. "It knows your face now." And I understood, for the first time clearly, that the thing inside my mirror was not haunting me. It was studying me. And students eventually take the place of their teachers. I want to account for the days between my return from Kyoto and the first morning I woke up with no memory of the night before. There were 3 of them, 3 ordinary days, or days that performed ordinariness the way a thing performs a quality it does not possess, from the outside indistinguishable from the real thing, and I want to give them their full weight, because the ordinariness of them was itself part of what happened, the way a very long silence before a sound makes the sound more total when it finally comes. I came back from Kyoto on the afternoon of the 9th of October, and I went upstairs and I did not look at the mirror. This was a choice I had made on the train, carefully and specifically, the way a rational person makes a choice when they're faced with something that does not fit within their rational framework. I had decided that until Yuki and I had a fuller picture of what I was dealing with, I would impose a simple rule on myself. In addition to the blinking rule she had already given me, I would not look at the mirror directly. I would move around it the way you move around a person at a party you are not ready to speak to yet, maintaining a peripheral awareness of their location without permitting the full encounter. The mirror remained on the wall. I did not face it to the wall again, because I had realized in Kyoto that facing it to the wall was not a solution but a postponement, and because the part of my brain that was still operating in its professional photographer register understood, at some level I was not fully examining, that the mirror faced the wall would tell me nothing, and that what I needed more than safety was information. This is the part of this account that I understand will be most difficult for people listening to accept about me. I understand it sounds like the decision-making of a horror film character, The one who goes into the basement when the lights go out. The one the audience wants to warn and cannot. I am not going to defend it beyond saying that I have spent my professional life moving toward things that other people move away from. Crowds in Mumbai, India, and Lagos, Nigeria, and Sao Paulo, Brazil, and Cairo, Egypt. I have never learned to treat the instinct to retreat as automatically correct. I have found too many times that the most important frame was on the other side of the thing I almost walked away from. I had never applied this logic to a supernatural entity learning to wear my face. I acknowledged that this was a meaningful expansion of the principle. I called Yuki on the evening of my return, and she came up with her laptop, and we sat on the kitchen floor in the way we had established. And she began to research, and I began to review footage, and we worked together in companionable quiet for 3 hours. And what emerged from those 3 hours was the framework of an understanding that neither of us had separately. Yuki had been researching the Ikiryo's host. She had been thinking, she explained, about what she knew and what she did not know. And what she did not know was the most important thing, which was whose soul was in the mirror. The Ikiryo, she explained, with the patient specificity of someone who had grown up adjacent to this knowledge and was now pulling it into full articulation for the first time, does not originate in a mirror. A mirror is a vessel, not a source. The soul that separates from a living person and crosses into glass does so from outside, drawn to the surface the way moths are drawn to light, attracted by the reflective quality of a surface that can hold an image, that can hold a face. She said, the person whose soul is in your mirror is alive. They are somewhere in Japan right now, living their life. She said, they are almost certainly unaware that any part of them is left. She said this was the most important and most disturbing feature of the Ikiryo. Not the soul that wanders, but the person who continues, oblivious, going through their ordinary days, while a part of them moves through walls and glass and the compressed dark of the city's deep layers, doing things the person's waking mind has no knowledge of. I said, how do we find them? She said, the mirror tells you, not deliberately, not with intention, but in the way that a vessel reveals the nature of what it contains. The space you photographed inside the glass, the room with the stone light and the figure at the far end, that is not an imagined space. That is where the Ikiryo came from. It is showing you a room that exists somewhere. A real room, with real stone walls and a real high window, and a real person who stood in it, or stands in it, or will stand in it, and whose soul was under enough pressure in that room to separate and cross into the nearest available surface. I looked at the photograph on my phone. The room in the mirror's reflection. Stone walls, lower and longer than my apartment, with a single high window throwing a specific quality of directed morning light. I had been staring at this image for 4 days without asking the most obvious question. I knew what that light looked like. I had photographed it 100 times in 100 old buildings across a dozen countries. It was the light of a room with north-facing stone walls and a single east-facing high window. The light of the hour just after dawn, entering at an angle that indicated the window was several feet above floor level, the kind of window you find in the older sections of buildings that were once something other than what they currently are, the kind of window you find in basements that have been converted, or in the lower floors of very old structures whose ground level has risen over centuries as the city built itself up around them. I said, Yuki, the room in the mirror, it is underground, or partially underground. And it is close. She looked at me. She said, how close? I said, look at the light. She looked at the photograph. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, that is morning light from the east. She looked at me. She said, Marcus, we are in Shibuya. Shibuya faces east at the crossing. This light comes from the same direction as the crossing light. I said, the room is near the crossing. She said, yes. Then she said, or it is below it. We looked at each other in the kitchen in the quiet October night of Shibuya, Tokyo, and did not say the next thing, because the next thing required a significant expansion of our working framework. An expansion neither of us was quite ready to make at 11:43 on a Wednesday in a city of 10 million people. I went to bed at midnight. I slept without incident, or what I believed at the time was without incident. My camera recorded the room all night, as it had been recording every night since the mirror came home, and in the morning I reviewed the footage in the way that was becoming my new morning ritual. The way another person makes coffee first or checks their phone before anything else. The footage was ordinary. The mirror on the wall, the window dark beyond it, and enlightening through gray to pale October morning. My sleeping form visible at the edge of the frame. Nothing unusual in the mirror's surface, no movement, no differentiation between the reflection and what the reflection should have been showing. Nothing unusual. And yet, when I checked my camera's files for the previous evening, I found a video file that I had not recorded. It was 17 seconds long. It had been created at 2:51 in the morning from my camera, which was locked on its tripod aimed at the mirror, and it showed the mirror in the room behind it. But, differently from the overnight footage, differently from any footage I had taken since the mirror arrived, in this 17-second clip, the mirror was lit from within. Not the ambient orange of the city bleeding through the curtain, lit from the inside, with the specific quality of directed morning light from a high east-facing window. The same quality as the light in the photograph of the mirror's reflection. The same stone room light. The interior of the mirror was illuminated as though it were midday in the room inside the glass, regardless of the fact that it was 2:51 in the morning in my apartment, and in the foreground of the mirror's lit interior. Not at the far end of the room where the figure had stood in previous days, but close, much closer to the glass, close enough to the surface that the face was not too small for detail, close enough that I could see the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the specific arrangement of features that was mine and not mine simultaneously, the face of something that had been practicing. In the foreground, my reflection was standing at the glass, looking directly into the camera, directly into the lens, not at me, at the camera, at the record button. It had known the camera was on. It had known, at 2:51 in the morning while I slept 4 feet away, that the camera was recording, and it had come to the glass and looked into the lens, and whatever it had been doing in the 17 seconds of that clip, it had done for the camera, not for me, for the record. My hands were not steady when I closed the file. I called Yuki at 6:20 and she came up before her shift started, and I showed her the clip on the laptop, and she watched it twice without speaking, and then she said, "It is not practicing to replace you." I said, "Then what is it doing?" She said, "It is trying to communicate." I said, "Communicate what?" She said, "I do not know. But something is wrong with its host, something urgent. The EQer does not cross into glass this quickly, does not learn this fast, does not press to the surface of the mirror in the middle of the night with this kind of urgency, unless the person it came from is in some kind of crisis." She said, "It needs you to find the host. That is what it is trying to tell you. Not with words, because it cannot use words, but with the camera, with the record button. It understands what you do. It has watched you do it for 9 days." She said, "It is asking you to document something." I sat with that for a long time in the morning quiet of my apartment, with the Shibuya crossing 1 block south running its first scramble of the day for the earliest commuters. 3,000 people pressing their weight into the earth above whatever was below it, and then the first false memory arrived. I want to describe this precisely, because imprecision here would be a disservice to anyone who has experienced something similar and not had language for it. I was sitting on the kitchen floor with the laptop open and Yuki beside me, and I was looking at the laptop screen, and I had a memory, a complete, vivid, fully formed memory with sensory detail and sequential logic, and the particular quality of weight that real memories have, the quality that distinguishes them from imagination. That feeling of having been there, in the body, in the specific textures of a specific moment. The memory was of walking through a narrow stone corridor, underground or partially underground. The walls close on either side, close enough to touch both simultaneously by spreading my arms, and the ceiling low, and the smell of deep earth and old stone and something else beneath those things. Something metallic and faint. The corridor ran straight ahead, lit from somewhere I could not see, and at the end of it was a door, and the door was not fully closed, and through the gap between the door and its frame came a thin line of morning light, from what I understood in the memory to be an east-facing window. I had never been in that corridor. I had never been in that building, whatever it was. The memory was not mine. It was the Akirio's. I said, "Yuki." She looked at me. She said, "What?" I said, "I just had a memory that does not belong to me." She was very still for a moment. Then she said, "What did you see?" I told her. The corridor. The stone walls. The low ceiling. The door at the end, slightly open, with morning light from an east-facing window coming through the gap. She was quiet for so long that I turned to look at her, and her expression was one I had not seen on her face before. A kind of concentrated gravity. The expression of someone who has heard the piece of information that changes the shape of everything they already knew. She said, "Marcus, when the Akirio is strong enough, when it has been in the glass long enough and the person it came from is under enough pressure, it begins to share its experience with the person nearest to it. Not deliberately. They cannot be deliberate. But the boundary between inside and outside becomes permeable, and what the Akirio knows starts to bleed across." She said, "You just saw through its eyes." She said, "The corridor is real. The door is real. The east window is real." She said, "The host is somewhere in that building, and the Akirio has been there, and now you have too." I said, "Yuki." The corridor had a smell, stone and earth and something metallic underneath. She said, "Yes." I said, "The water table in Shibuya sits very close to the surface in certain areas near the crossing. I know this because I photographed a construction project on the east side of the crossing last spring, and the crew hit the water table at 4 meters. She looked at me. She said, "Old iron pipes would smell metallic when water runs over them." She said, "Old iron pipes in an old foundation below the water table, with water seeping through over decades, would smell exactly like that." I said, "The room and the mirror, the corridor and the false memory, they are the same building, and that building is near the crossing. Below it, or adjacent to it, in the oldest foundations of Shibuya Ward." Yuki set her hands flat on the kitchen floor and looked at the middle distance for a moment, and then she said, "My grandmother used to say that the Shibuya area had a network of pre-Meiji tunnels and foundations beneath the modern city. She said they were built before the crossing existed, before the commercial district, when this part of Tokyo was still farmland and the river had not yet been redirected underground. She said some of them were incorporated into later construction, and some of them were simply built over, sealed at the surface but intact below. She said, the old shops and the old lanes, the shop where you bought the mirror." She said, "My grandmother did not only sell things to those shops." She said, "My grandmother knew about what was below them." She said, "The shops were not in those lanes by accident. They were placed there specifically, above what was already there." She looked at me with that careful, patient expression I had come to know as her expression for things that mattered most. She said, "Marcus, the mirror was not brought to that shop." She said, "The mirror was there because what is below it called it there. It needed a surface close enough to the source to hold the Akirio. It needed someone to carry it away." She said, "And then you walked in." I looked at my Nikon on the kitchen table. I thought about the 17-second clip and the reflection looking into the lens at 2:51 in the morning with the urgency of something that needed a document made. I said, "I need to find that building." Yuki said, "I know." She said, "I think I know where it is." She said, "My grandmother described it once. Not the building exactly, but the entrance to the foundations." She said the entrance was below street level. accessible from a stairwell in an alley on the east side of the crossing, behind what was now a convenience store. Behind a door that had been painted over so many times it had become part of the wall around it, painted the same color as the wall, in the deliberate way of something that did not want to be seen. She said, "I have walked past that alley every shift for 2 years. I have never looked at that door because my grandmother told me not to." I said, "Will you take me there?" She looked at me for a long moment. The morning light was coming through the kitchen window, ordinary and gray. The first commuters already moving through the crossing 1 block south, pressing their weight into the ground above the old foundations and the east-facing window and the door at the end of the stone corridor that the Akirio had been carrying in its memory and had just placed in mine. She said, "Not yet." She said we needed one more thing first. She said, "Before we go down there, we need to understand something about the host." I said, "What?" She said, "We need to understand why the soul separated in the first place." She said the Akirio does not leave the body for no reason. Something forced it out, or called it out, or the pressure inside the person built to the point where the boundary gave way. She said understanding what that pressure was would tell us what we were walking into. She said, "Look at the false memory again. Look at what was in the corridor. Not the walls, not the smell. What was in the corridor that was not stone?" I thought about it. I thought carefully, the way I think about a photograph I have taken and am reviewing in my mind before I look at the actual image. Thinking about what was in the frame, and I realized I had not looked at the floor of the corridor. I had looked at the walls and the ceiling and the door at the far end. I had not looked at the floor. I closed my eyes and I went back into the memory, into the place in my mind where the Akirio had left it, like a photograph left in the wrong album, there but belonging somewhere else. And I looked at the floor of the stone corridor. There are marks on the floor, scratches in the stone, shallow and repeated, the scratches that a piece of furniture makes when it is dragged across stone, a chair or a table, moved regularly from one position to another, the marks of long habitual use, and at the center of the corridor's floor, worn smooth by what might have been years of standing in the same place, a circle in the stone, not carved but worn. The natural erosion of a surface stood on repeatedly from the same position, the same feet, the same weight, for a very long time. Someone had been standing in that corridor for a long time, regularly, looking at the door at the far end and its line of morning light. I opened my eyes. I opened my eyes. I said, "There is someone in that building." Not the Akirio, a person, standing in the corridor, looking at the door. The soul did not leave a person somewhere in Japan at random. It left a person who was inside that building, near the crossing, below Shibuya. Right now, the morning was entirely ordinary outside the kitchen window, and the crossing was running its 3,000-person scramble in the October light. And somewhere below it, in the compressed and silent dark of the oldest foundations of Shibuya Ward, a person was standing in a stone corridor looking at a door, and their soul was in a mirror on my wall, looking into my camera at 2:51 in the morning, asking me to come. Yuki poured 2 cups of coffee with the quiet efficiency of someone who understands that some moments require the anchor of an ordinary gesture before the next thing can be said. She set one in front of me. She said, "Drink that. And then we need to talk about something my grandmother told me. Something about who goes into the foundations and does not come out." The coffee was hot and real and entirely of this world, and I wrapped both hands around the cup and held it, and I looked at the mirror on the wall in the next room, and the mirror reflected the kitchen doorway back at me in its convex surface, the morning in the ordinary world compressed and curved in its old glass, and in the curve of the glass, at the very edge of the reflection, just visible at the boundary of the mirror's reach, something was standing in the doorway, behind me. I did not turn around. As the thing in my mirror stood in the kitchen doorway behind me, visible only in the convex surface of the old glass, present only in the reflection of a reflection, wearing my face the way a coat is worn by someone who knows it belongs to someone else. I sat very still with both hands wrapped around a cup of coffee that was no longer hot, and I made a decision that I understood even as I made it, was the kind of decision that divides a life into before and after. I did not turn around, and it worked. I need to explain what I mean by that, because I understand how it sounds. I sat with my back to something wearing my face in my own apartment, and I am telling you that not turning around was the right choice, and I need you to understand why, because everything that follows in this account depends on that understanding. Yuki had told me, on the low wall outside our building on the morning after the first night, that the Akiryo learns which one is you by watching you blink. What she had not yet said, because she had not yet told me what her grandmother had told her about the things that go into the foundations and do not come out, was the second half of that rule, which she told me the following morning sitting cross-legged on my kitchen floor with fresh coffee and the particular directness she reserved for information she considered essential. She said, "The Akiryo cannot hold a form it has not been given permission to hold." She said, in the old understanding, the detached soul is like water. It takes the shape of whatever vessel it is poured into, and the vessel in this case is the attention of the living. When you look at the Ikiryo directly, when you face it and give it your full focused attention, you are pouring it into the shape of whatever it is trying to become. You are completing it. You are giving it the permission it needs to solidify. She said, when you do not look, the form collapses. It cannot hold without being seen. It needs the witness. She said, "Marcus, this is the most important thing my grandmother ever told me about these things." She said, "They are not independent. They are dependent. They exist in the attention of the living, the way a reflection exists in the surface of the glass. Not independently, not on their own terms, but as a product of the encounter between the source and the surface." She said, "You did the right thing last night." I said, "I was terrified." She said, "Yes, but you held it." She said, "That matters more than the terror." She looked at her coffee for a moment, and then she said, "Now I am going to tell you what my grandmother told me about the people who go into the old foundations beneath this neighborhood and do not come back. And I need you to listen carefully, because some of what I am about to say is going to require you to expand the framework you are currently using to understand what is happening." I said, "I've spent the last 4 days watching my reflection blink independently and traveling to a mountain tunnel in Kyoto, where my face looked at me from inside a wall. My framework is already quite expanded." She looked at me with the expression she had when something I said came close to making her smile. Then she said, "Good. Then listen." She told me about a man named Shun Akiba. She said he was a real person, a real journalist, not a ghost story and not a local legend, but a documented, named, publicly known figure who had written a book, published in Tokyo in 2002, called Imperial City Tokyo, Secret of a Hidden Underground Network. She said the book had reached its 5th edition and that the author had given interviews about its contents, and that the response from official Tokyo had been the particular non-responsive, authorities who do not deny and do not confirm, whose lips close the way the lid of a box closes when you put something inside it that you are not ready to discuss. She said Shun Akiba had discovered, by comparing old maps with new ones, and by riding the Ginza subway line from Suhiracho to Kanda Station, and watching through the train window, that there were tunnels beneath Tokyo that appeared on no official map and were noted in no construction record. She said he had seen them from the train window, dark openings branching away from the main track, swallowing the light and offering nothing back. She said he had documented the specific coordinates of 7 separate tunnels and had been unable to explain any of them through any official record he could find, and that the authorities had responded to his inquiries with a kind of cooperative helpfulness that means the exact opposite of what it performs. She said, most people who read about Shun Akiba think about government secrets, about wartime infrastructure, about the bunkers and military supply quarters that cities build when they are afraid of what is coming from the sky. She said, my grandmother did not think about those things when she read about him. She said, my grandmother thought about what was in those tunnels before the military used them, before the Meiji modernization, before the city grew over the top of what was already there. She said, the tunnels Shun Akiba found were not built by the government. She said they were found by the government and used, and the finding was not publicly acknowledged because the government did not know what to say about who had built them or when. She looked at me. She said, Marcus, the oldest parts of what is beneath Shibuya were not built as tunnels. They were not built as foundations. They were built as something else entirely. In a period of Tokyo's history before it was Tokyo, when it was still Edo and the structures of the old world were still legible in the landscape, and the people who built them had a specific and practical purpose that was not military and not commercial, and not the kind of purpose that gets recorded in the documents a modern city keeps. I said, what purpose? She said, the same purpose the mirror serves. The same purpose the old shops and the old lanes served. She said, some places are built to be close to the pressure. She said, the way a well is built over the source of the water, not to control the water, but to provide access to it when it is needed, and to contain it when it is not. She said the place below Shibuya is a well, and something has been down there, close to the source, for a very long time. And the Ikirio in your mirror, the soul that separated from its host and crossed into the glass, did not end up in your mirror by accident. It ended up there because the mirror was placed by whatever mechanism the old shops use for such things, directly above the well. Directly above the source, and the soul that was inside the host in the room below the crossing pressed itself upward through the layers the same way the city's pressure presses downward, and it found the mirror. She said the host is in that room, the person, alive, and they've been there long enough that the soul has been drawn upward, which means the separation has been going on for some time, which means the host is in danger. I said, danger from what? She said, from the separation. She said, the Ikirio does not leave the body because the person chooses to let it go. It leaves because something forces it, and the longer it is away, the less clearly the host knows themselves, the less they know the boundary between their inside and their outside, the less they can maintain the distinction between the self that is theirs and the world that is not. She said in the old accounts, a person whose Ikirio has been separated for more than a certain period of time begins to forget where they stop, begins to perceive the world as continuous with themselves without borders. She said in the modern clinical language, we would call this a severe dissociative break. She said, but the old accounts call it something simpler. She said, they call it dissolving. I said, how long has the host been in that room? She looked at me and did not look away. She said, I do not know. She said, the mirror has been in the shop in the lane for longer than anyone now living can account for. She said her grandmother had visited the shop when she was young, and the mirror had already been there, and her grandmother had been dead for 11 years, and had been old when she died. She said, Marcus, we need to go down today. We went at noon, not at night. This was Yuki's specific instruction, delivered with the flat certainty of someone whose grandmother had been very clear on the subject. She said, the things that live below the old parts of Tokyo are not exclusively nocturnal, and the darkness does not make them stronger in any simple sense, but the light of day maintains a quality of permission between the layers, a permeability in the appropriate direction, and going down in the light was going down with the city's ordinary wakefulness as a companion. All of those 10 million living people moving through their days above you, pressing their ordinary human weight into the ground over your head, and that weight was not nothing. That weight was something. We went at noon on a Wednesday into the alley on the east side of the crossing that Yuki had walked past every shift for 2 years without looking at the door. The alley was the kind of alley that exists in every city, but that is specific to Tokyo in its particular combination of narrowness and function. A service passage between two commercial buildings, wide enough for a delivery trolley and nothing more, smelling of the cooking oil from the restaurant on the east side and the refrigerant exhaust from the convenience store on the west. The floor was wet concrete, permanently damp from the drainage that ran along its center seam, and the walls on both sides were uniformly gray. The gray of paint that has been applied over paint across many decades until the surface has become a substance in itself, thick and slightly soft and the color of old concrete. The door was exactly where Yuki had said it would be, in the west wall of the alley, in the wall that was the alley-facing side of the convenience store building, at the point where the alley met the back of the commercial strip. It was painted the same gray as the surrounding wall, and the paint over the frame had been applied with the same brush, the same color mixed into the same batch, specifically so that the frame would disappear into the wall around it. And the effect was so thorough that looking directly at the door, even knowing it was there, required a deliberate refocusing of the eyes, the kind of effort you make to see a hidden image inside an optical illusion, the suspension of the automatic pattern recognition that makes you see wall, where wall is presented. There was no handle. There was a ring. The same kind of iron ring I had seen on the storage door at the back of the cottage in the Harrow Hill story I'd read about on a late night before coming to Japan. An old design. The design of things built before handles were standardized. A simple pull set into the wood at chest height. The iron brown with age, and faintly warm to the touch in the way that old iron sometimes is, as though it holds heat from somewhere below it. I pulled. The door opened onto a stairwell. Not the dramatic subterranean architecture of a mystery novel. Not stone steps spiraling into picturesque darkness. A concrete stairwell, narrow and straight, with a metal handrail on the right side that had been bolted to the wall at some point after the original construction, and that wobbled slightly under my hand when I gripped it. The stairs went down at a steep angle, perhaps 30 steps to the first level, and the light came from a bare bulb on a cord at the base of the first flight, burning with the steady yellow light of a low-wattage incandescent, the kind of bulb that has not been manufactured for residential use in Japan since 2012, still burning in the ordinary way of things that have been left on in a sealed space and have simply continued. Yuki went first. She had insisted on this. She said, "My grandmother's knowledge is older than yours." She said it without pride, simply as a practical matter of who held the more relevant information for the context we were descending into. I followed. The door swung shut behind us. The smell hit at the fourth step down. Not unpleasant, not the smell of decay or stagnation. The smell of deep earth and cold stone, and beneath those two, the thin metallic thread I had encountered in the false memory the Ikario had deposited in my mind. The smell of old iron pipes with water seeping through them at the level of the water table. The specific mineral signature of the infrastructure of a city built layer by layer over many centuries above the same underground water. I recognized the smell. It was the smell of the false memory, and recognizing it in the physical world, in the actual air of an actual stairwell, produced a quality of disorientation that I want to describe carefully because it is important. It was not like déjà vu. Déjà vu is passive, a sense of having been somewhere before, sourceless and faintly dreamlike. This was the opposite of passive. This was the recognition of a place I had been told about, had been shown, had been given advance knowledge of, by something that had been to this place before me, and had left the knowledge in my mind the way you leave a map for someone you expect to follow you. I knew this smell. I knew the quality of the air. I knew before I reached the bottom of the stairs and the first level resolved around us, the rough texture of the wall to my left, and the way the concrete changed to older stone at approximately knee height, and the sound the drainage made when it ran, a low and irregular trickle coming from a direction that the stairwell geometry suggested was south. I knew this place, and the knowing of it, the recognizing, the sensation of having been walked through it in advance by something that needed me to find it, was the most unsettling thing I'd experienced across the entire preceding 10 days. more unsettling than the reflection blinking, more unsettling than my face in the Kiyotaki tunnel, more unsettling than the shape in the kitchen doorway. Because those things were external, something else, outside me, doing something I could locate and observe and hold at a distance. This was internal. This was the Akirio's knowledge living in my mind alongside my own, indistinguishable in quality from my own memories. Available in the same way, accessible by the same mechanism. I could not tell, standing at the bottom of the stairs, where its knowledge ended and mine began. Yuki was moving ahead of me, slowly, with the methodical pace of someone following a set of instructions rather than her own instinct, and I fell in behind her and we moved south through the first level, which was what it presented itself as, a utility corridor, pipes on both walls and the drainage channel running in its concrete seam down the center, all of it contemporary in its construction, the language of late 20th century infrastructure maintenance, ordinary and functional, for 30 meters. At 30 meters, the contemporary concrete ended. Not gradually, not with the slow transition of one era of construction into another. Ended cleanly, the way a sentence ends, at a point where the newer materials simply stopped and the older ones began without apology or explanation, the concrete wall giving way to stone, the flat floor giving way to the slightly irregular surface of the stone floor from the false memory, and the ceiling dropping by approximately half a meter as the proportions of the passage changed from modern utility to something older and built by different hands for different purposes. The stone corridor, exactly as the Akirio had shown it to me. I stood at the point where the concrete ended and the stone began, and I looked down the corridor toward the door at its far end. The door that was not quite closed, the door through which a thin line of light came from an east-facing window, and I thought about the worn circle in the stone floor at the corridor's midpoint. The circle that had been worn smooth by years of a person standing in the same place, looking at the door. I thought about how long a person had to stand in the same spot to wear the stone smooth. Yuki stopped. She turned and looked at me. She said, "Marcus, there is something I need to tell you before we go further." She said, "My grandmother told me that the people who come to this level and go beyond the stone threshold sometimes encounter something that is not the Ikiryo and is not the host." She said, "The well has a keeper, not a person, not a ghost in the conventional sense." She said, "It is more accurate to describe it as the pressure itself, the accumulative force of the layers, given a quality of attention by the years of being kept." She said, "It does not approach." She said, "It watches." She said, "Do not look directly at any reflective surface below this point." She said, "The drainage water, if it pools on the floor, the metal of the pipes if they are wet enough to reflect." She said, "Anything that can hold an image. Do not look directly." I said, "Because it will be in there." She said, "No." She said, "Because you will be in there, and it does not need any more of your face than it already has." We crossed the stone threshold and went forward. The corridor was 30 meters long. I know this because I counted steps, and because I needed to count something, to hold one part of my mind in the domain of measurement and number while the other parts processed what I was walking through. The walls were rough and close, and the ceiling was low, and the smell was everything the false memory had promised. And at the midpoint, I looked down, and I saw the worn circle in the stone floor, a depression perhaps 3 millimeters deep, and perhaps half a meter in diameter, the accumulative erosion of years of a person's weight in the same position. And I stepped around it the way you step around something that you understand is someone else's place. The door at the end of the corridor was old wood, iron-banded, with a ring handle identical to the one above in the alley. It was not quite closed. The thin line of morning light came through the gap at its right side, from somewhere beyond it. And the quality of that light was exactly what the mirror had shown, and the false memory had given me, directed and clear and falling from high on the east wall. I put my hand on the ring. I looked at Yuki. She nodded once. I opened the door. The room on the other side was approximately 12 meters by 8. with stone walls and a low ceiling, and a single window set high in the east wall. The window I had seen in the mirror and the false memory. Its glass intact but filmed with years of grime, the morning light coming through it in a quality of amber and gold that was particular to diffuse sunlight through very dirty glass, warm and soft and entirely at odds with the cold of the stone room below it. In the center of the room, seated on a low wooden chair, was a person, a woman, perhaps 50 years old, perhaps older, dressed in ordinary clothes, dark trousers and a gray jacket, the clothes of someone who had left her life above ground with no particular preparation or intention of being away for long. Her hands were in her lap. Her eyes were open. She was looking at the east window. She was not moving. Not in the way of sleep. Not in the way of unconsciousness. In the way of something that has been very still for a very long time. That has settled into stillness the way water settles. All the restlessness worked out of it by the patient pressure of hours and days until what remained was pure, sustained, unbroken quiet. I said hello. She did not respond. I crossed the room and crouched in front of her and looked at her face, and her eyes moved to mine, and I saw in them something I had never seen in a living person's eyes before that moment. I saw the particular emptiness of a room whose occupant has stepped out and has not yet returned. She was alive, breathing, present, physically intact. But the quality of presence that animates a person, the specific weight of selfhood behind the eyes, was absent in the way of a house that is structurally sound and completely empty. Her Akirio was in my mirror. Her soul was on my wall. And she had been here, in this room, below Shibuya, while it learned my face. 25 days. That was the number Yuki had given me, the upper boundary from the old accounts, the point beyond which a soul separated from its host could not reliably find its way back without assistance. 25 days, and the mirror had been on my wall for 11 days, and neither of us knew how much longer the woman in front of me had been in this room before the mirror found her. I looked at Yuki over my shoulder. She was already reaching into her jacket pocket, where she had put, before we left the apartment, the one thing her grandmother had told her to bring to a place like this, if she ever came to one, the small piece of polished obsidian. Black and flat and entirely unreflective, the only kind of stone that holds no image at all, that takes the light in and gives nothing back. She held it out to me. She said, put it in her hand. She said, the old accounts say that when the host holds something that cannot reflect, the Akirio recognizes the absence, the void where the surface should be, and begins to move toward it. She said, and then we need to be at the mirror when it arrives. The woman's hand was cool and dry in mine when I folded it around the obsidian. For a moment, nothing happened. The room was still and cold, and the morning light came through the dirty glass and fell across the floor in its long amber bar. And then the woman took a breath, the kind of breath that precedes waking, the kind of breath a body takes when something is coming back into it. I stood up. I said, Yuki, we need to go. We ran, as the woman in the underground room drew her first real breath in what might have been days or weeks. The obsidian stone folded into her cool, dry palm, and Yuki and I ran back through the stone corridor in the concrete utility passage, and up the narrow stairwell and through the gray-painted door in the alley wall. And the October noon light of Shibuya hit us like a wall, and the crossing was running its great scramble 1 block west. 3,000 people pressing their weight into the ground above a room where a soul was beginning to remember the shape of the body it belonged to. We ran. Not the panic sprint of people who are frightened, which is a different thing. A thing that costs control and composure, and the ability to think clearly in the precise moments when thinking clearly matters most. We ran with the particular urgency of people who understand that something has been put in motion below them and that what happens in the next few minutes depends entirely on them being in the right place when it arrives. The way a surgeon runs between operating rooms, or the way an engineer runs toward a failing system. Purposeful and fast, and with everything unnecessary stripped away. The alley door swung shut behind us with the quiet click of something very old and very patient returning to its rest. We moved through the alley into the side street, and from the side street to the main road, and from the main road to our building. And I had my keys in my hand before I reached the entrance because I had been holding them since the bottom of the stairwell underground, gripping them so tightly that the pressure of the metal against my palm was the most real and grounded physical sensation available to me, and I was not letting go of it. The elevator was occupied. We took the stairs, 2 flights. I was at my apartment door at 12:23 in the afternoon, and I opened it, and we went in. The apartment was entirely still, not quiet in the ordinary way of a room that has been empty for 2 hours, still in the way of a room that has been occupied by something that does not breathe, that does not shift its weight, or clear its throat, or make any of the 10,000 tiny sounds that living things make simply by existing in a space, a stillness with a quality to it, with a density, the stillness of a room that has been listened into by something that has very good hearing and has been doing nothing but listening for as long as it has been here. The mirror was on the wall where I had left it. Its surface, and the flat October light coming through the window, showed the room behind me in the ordinary convex distortion of its curved glass. The ceiling, and the door, and the window, and the pale suggestion of Yuki standing 2 steps inside the apartment, her hands at her sides, her face set in the particular focused calm of someone who has decided that whatever happens in the next several minutes, they will be useful in it. I stopped in the center of the room, and I looked at the mirror. I want to be precise about what I saw in it, because precision is everything here, and I know this is the part of this account that people will hold up to the light and examine most closely, and decide whether they believe. I am not asking you to believe. I am asking you to listen. The mirror showed the room behind me, as it should, as a convex mirror does, but the quality of the reflection was different from the previous days, different in a way that was not dramatic or sudden, but that was absolutely there if you knew what you were looking for, and I knew by now exactly what I was looking for. The reflection was dimmer than it should have been, not in the way of insufficient light. The room was well lit, the October noon coming through the window cleanly and falling across everything in the clear, flat quality of midday. The reflection should have been bright. It was not. It was the particular dimness of a mirror whose interior is occupied, whose glass is being used as a surface for something other than the ordinary work of reflecting light. The way a window in a lit room looks dark from outside because there is something standing close to the glass on the other side of it, absorbing the light before it can come back out. Something was pressed to the surface, from the inside, occupying the glass the way water occupies a vessel, filling it, present at every point of the surface simultaneously. Yuki said quietly and without inflection, "It is here." I said yes. She said, "Marcus, I need to tell you something that I should have told you before we went down there." She said it with the particular quality of someone who has been holding a piece of information and has reached the point at which holding it is no longer responsible. She said, the old accounts of Akira return, the reunification of the soul with its host, describe the process as requiring a specific condition in the living person who stands between the soul and its destination. She said, the Akira, coming back through the glass, needs a path. She said in the Heian period records, the path was created by a ceremony, 7 days of sutra recitation and ritual, conducted by clergy from Enryakuji Temple on Mount Hiei, the great Tendai Buddhist complex in the mountains above Kyoto, the most senior religious institution in Japan for most of its history. 7 days, she said, high-ranking priests, and even then, she said, success was not guaranteed. I said, Yuki, we do not have 7 days. The woman in that room took a breath. The obsidian is in her hand. It is already moving. She said, I know. She said, I am telling you because the modern version of the path, the one that does not require 7 days and high-ranking priests, the one that her grandmother had described as the equivalent available to ordinary people who find themselves in situations like this one, requires the same essential mechanism as the ceremony. She said, the soul needs to recognize where it is going. It needs to see the destination clearly enough to move toward it. She said, Marcus, the Akirio has spent 11 days learning your face. It has your face in its memory more precisely than it has anyone else's. She said, when it comes through the glass, it will come toward the clearest signal, the strongest face, the most practiced form. She said, it is going to come toward you. I understood what she was telling me. She was telling me that the Akirio had been practicing becoming me, that the 11 days of study, the blinking in the night, and the face in the Kiyotaki tunnel, and the reflection in the doorway, had given it a version of me more detailed and more practiced than any other form it had access to. And when it moved through the glass and back toward its host in the underground room, it would travel the path of least resistance, which was the form it knew best, which was mine. And she was telling me that the rule she had given me on the first morning, the rule that had shaped every hour of the preceding 11 days of my life, was about to become the most complicated thing she had ever asked of me. I said, I have to look at it. She said, yes. I said, I have to look directly at it. I have to give it my full attention. I have to be the destination it moves toward. She said, yes. I said, and I cannot blink. She looked at me. She said, if you blink, it has your eyes. If it has your eyes, it has your face completely. And if it has your face completely, it does not need to go back. She said, Marcus, the Akirio is not malevolent. It has been in that glass because it had nowhere else to go, and it found the mirror, and it found you. And it has been pressing toward whatever help it could reach for longer than either of us knows. It does not want to stay in the glass. She said, but it is also a soul under pressure, and a soul under pressure will take the nearest available form if the return path closes. She said, if you blink, you become the nearest available form. I said, for how long do I need to hold it? She said she did not know exactly. She said, until it passes through you and continues to its host. She said, you will feel it. She said it the way her grandmother had said things, as information rather than as comfort, matter-of-factly and without embellishment. I turned to face the mirror. I want to describe what happened next as accurately as I can, because accuracy is what I owe this account, and because describing it accurately requires me to say things that I am not entirely sure my language is adequate for. I am going to do my best. I looked at the mirror. Directly. Full face, standing 2 meters from the glass, in the clear noon light of a Wednesday in Shibuya, and I let my eyes settle on the surface, and I opened my attention to it completely, the way you open a door that has been closed, not forcing it, simply removing the resistance. What was in the mirror looked back at me. It was wearing my face. It had been wearing my face for 11 days, and in those 11 days it had practiced the face with a devotion that I can only describe as total, and the result was extraordinarily precise. The set of the jaw, the specific distance between the eyes, the way the light fell across the cheekbone at this angle in this room. It had gotten all of it, every detail I had ever seen in my own reflection. This thing had absorbed and replicated with the care of a restorer working on a master painting, attending to each element as though the whole depended on every individual part being exactly right. But the eyes. The eyes were not quite mine. Not because it had gotten the shape wrong, or the color, which in the mirror's reflection resolved as the same dark brown mine were. The eyes were not quite mine because of what was behind them. My eyes, when I look in a mirror, show whatever I happen to be feeling at the time. The ordinary human traffic of mood and thought and attention, the continuously shifting interior weather of a person living their life. The eyes in the mirror showed something different, something that was not mood and was not thought and was not the interior weather of a person. something much older and much simpler and much more single-minded. They showed longing, not the longing of something malevolent, not the longing of something predatory, the longing of something that had been separated from where it belonged for a very long time, that had found its way to the surface of the glass and had been pressing its hands against it from the inside, and that was now, for the first time, able to see through it clearly enough to see the path back to what it had come from. I did not blink. My eyes burned. The October light was flat and clean and entirely without mercy, and it fell across my face and across the glass simultaneously, and I held the mirror's gaze with the specific, deliberate, total stillness of a person who has made one decision and is keeping it. The light inside the mirror shifted, not the reflection of the room's light, the light within the glass, that quality of internal illumination I had seen in the 17-second clip at 2:51 in the morning, the stone room light of an east-facing window, warm and directed and belonging to a different space than my apartment. It strengthened, gradually, the way light strengthens as a cloud moves away from the sun, not in a sudden shift, but in a slow and continuous brightening, and as it strengthened, the reflection began to change, not in the way I had feared it would change, not becoming more mine, not the reflection consolidating around my face with the solidity of something that is about to stay. The opposite, becoming less mine, the precision dissolving, the details releasing one by one, the jaw and the cheekbone, and the particular distance between the eyes all losing the sharpness they had held, the way a photograph loses sharpness when you hold it too close to a light source. Not destroyed, simply returning to a less fixed state, a state of potential rather than actuality. The eyes changed last. The longing remained in them until the very end, even as everything else dissolved, as the face that had been mine and not mine released its careful hold on my specific features. The eyes held it, that ancient and simple longing for the return to where one belongs. And I looked into it, and I did not look away, and I did not blink, and then it passed. I am going to tell you what it felt like, and I am going to use the most accurate language I have available to me, which is inadequate. But it is what I have. It felt like a breath, not mine, a breath passing through me, the way a breath passes through a room when a window is opened, entering at one side and exiting at the other, touching everything it passes and leaving everything exactly as it was, a movement of air that was not air, a passage. I felt it enter through the front of my chest and move through me in a straight line, and exit through my back, moving south, moving in the direction of the crossing, moving in the direction of the alley, and the gray-painted door, and the narrow stairwell, and the concrete passage, and the stone corridor, and the underground room, where a woman was sitting with a piece of obsidian in her hand and was drawing her second real breath. I blinked. The mirror on my wall reflected the room behind me, the ceiling and the window and the pale October light, and Yuki standing 2 steps inside the door with her hands at her sides, and my own face, my actual face, familiar and specific and entirely my own, looking back at me from the convex surface of an antique mirror that now held nothing but the ordinary work of glass. My eyes were streaming. 11 days of careful not blinking, releasing all at once in the body's ordinary efficient way, and I pressed the back of my hand against them and stood in my apartment in Shibuya, Tokyo, on a Wednesday in October, and breathed. Yuki said nothing for a long moment. Then she said, "Are you all right?" I said yes. She said, "Did you feel it?" I said yes. She said good. She said it the way she always said it, when the important thing had happened correctly. Then she said, "We need to go back down." I said, "Now." She said, "The woman will not know where she is, or how she got there, or how long she has been there." She said, "She will be frightened." She said, "She needs someone to be there when she comes fully back." I picked up my jacket from the back of the kitchen chair, and I checked that my phone was in my pocket, and I looked at the mirror one more time. My reflection looked back at me. blinking normally, freely. The ordinary living blink of a person who has been given back their own eyes and does not yet fully appreciate the gift of it. We went downstairs. We went through the alley and through the gray-painted door and down the stairwell and through the concrete passage and into the stone corridor. And the corridor was lit as it had been before. The fluorescent wash from the utility section, and then the older, warmer quality of light from the east window. And the door at the far end was still ajar. And when we pushed it open and went in, the woman was no longer seated in the chair. She was standing at the east window on the tips of her feet, her hands flat against the stone wall on either side of the glass, looking up through the dirty pane at the thin bar of October sky visible at the window's upper edge, the small rectangle of gray-blue daylight that was the only sky available to a room this far below the street. She was not entirely back. I could see that. The quality of presence behind her eyes, when she turned to look at us, was still thin, still in the process of consolidating, the way a photograph is in the process of developing in its chemical bath, the image present but not yet fixed, still moving toward its final state. But she looked at us. She saw us, and when she opened her mouth and said, in a voice that was rough and slow with disuse, something in Japanese that I did not understand, Yuki answered her quietly and at some length, and the woman's eyes filled, and she pressed her hands against her face, and the sound she made was the sound of a person who has been somewhere very alone for a very long time, and has just understood that they have come back. I did not film it. My Nikon was in my bag and my phone was in my pocket, and I left them there, because some things do not need to be documented. Some things need only to be witnessed. We stayed with her for 2 hours. Yuki spoke, and the woman spoke in return, haltingly at first and then with more continuity, and I understood none of the words, but I understood the shape of the conversation, the particular rhythm of a person being walked back into themselves, question by careful question, the slow return of sequence and narrative, and the ordinary structure of a self that knows where it starts and where it ends. Her name was Satsuko. She was 53 years old. She lived 3 blocks from Shibuya Crossing, in an apartment she had occupied for 22 years. She had a daughter in Osaka and a sister in Sapporo, and a job she had held for 11 years at a small publishing company in Shinjuku, where she edited literary fiction and sometimes, on deadline evenings, worked until midnight and took the last train home. She did not know how she had come to be in the underground room. She did not remember coming here. She had a memory of leaving her apartment one morning, 3 weeks and 2 days ago, by her reckoning, to walk to the crossing as she did every morning. And then the next clear memory was the touch of something smooth and cool in her palm, the obsidian, and the breath she had taken when it arrived, and the slow, effortful, patient work of coming back. 3 weeks and 2 days. I thought about the mirror on my wall. I thought about the shop with the red lantern that Yuki had said did not exist. The shop I had walked into on an ordinary afternoon because a mirror in the window had been beautiful, and I thought about how long the mirror had been waiting in that shop for someone to carry it away. And I thought about whether walking into that shop had been a choice, or whether the word choice was adequate for what I had done. I thought about all of this and I let it sit without resolving it, because some questions are not better for being answered quickly. At 3:15 in the afternoon, in the October light coming through the dirty east window in a long amber bar that crossed the stone floor and reached almost to the far wall, Satsuko looked at me with eyes that were fully present and said something in Japanese. I looked at Yuki. Yuki said, "She wants to know who you are." I said, "My name is Marcus Hale. I am a photographer. I live 1 block from the crossing." Yuki translated. Setsuko listened. Then she said something else, looking at me steadily with those fully present eyes, and Yuki was quiet for a moment before she translated. She said, "Setsuko says the mirror brought you." I said, "Yes." Yuki translated. Setsuko looked at me for a long moment. Then she said something quiet and brief, and Yuki translated it. And what she said was this. She said, The mirror has been in the lane for longer than anyone knows. She said, "It belongs to the well." She said, "The well sends it up when it is needed, and someone always comes who does not know that they are coming for a reason." She said, "This is not the first time." She said, "It will not be the last." She looked at me steadily, with the eyes of a woman who has been somewhere below the ordinary world, and has come back with the particular clarity of someone who has looked at the machinery and seen how it works. She said, "You should go home." She said, "Wash your face." She said, "Look in the mirror as long as you like." Then she turned back to the east window and looked up at the small rectangle of October sky, gray-blue and perfectly ordinary. The sky of a city of 10 million people going about their Wednesday afternoon entirely unaware of what was in the room below them. I looked at Yuki. She looked at me. We went back up through the stone corridor and the concrete passage and the stairwell and the gray-painted door and out into the alley. And the alley smelled of cooking oil and refrigerant exhaust and the thin mineral thread of the city's deep water. And Shibuya was conducting its 3 o'clock business around us with complete indifference. And the crossing was running its scramble 1 block west, 3,000 people in every direction at once. I stood in the alley for a moment and breathed the ordinary air of the city. Then I went home and washed my face and looked in the mirror for a long time, and there was nothing in it but me. Just me, blinking normally, freely, the way I had blinked every day of my life before a mirror in a shop. I had no reason to enter had been beautiful in a way that I could not walk away from. I stood there for a long time, looking at my own face, and I thought about Setsuko by her east window, looking at her small rectangle of sky, and I thought about what the mirror had been before it was a mirror, and what the shop had been before it was a shop, and what the well was before any of us had words for wells of that kind. And I thought about the crossing, 1 block south, 3,000 people pressing their living weight into the ground with every step, every hour of every day, above the compressed layers of everything the city has ever been. And I thought about what that pressure does, over enough time, and where it goes. And I decided for the first time in 14 months that I was going to take a photograph of myself. Not for the channel, not for the archive, for myself. I raised the Nikon. I looked at my own face in the mirror through the lens, and my face looked back, entirely present and entirely mine, and I pressed the shutter. The photograph came out perfectly, clear and sharp, and every detail exactly where it should be. My eyes were open. As Setsuko looked up at her small rectangle of October sky through the dirty east window of the underground room, and the Akirio traveled south through me and returned to the body it belonged to, and I stood in my apartment with my eyes streaming and my own face entirely mine again in the convex glass, I believed, completely and without reservation, that I was finished with mirrors in Tokyo. I believed this for 31 days, and then the photograph arrived. I want to be clear about what I mean when I say the photograph arrived, because the word arrived does not fully capture what it did. It was the 17th of November, 6 weeks after I had carried an antique mirror up 2 flights of stairs, and hung it on my wall and started something I had not known I was starting. 31 days, and Setsuko had stood at her east window with her small rectangle of gray-blue sky, and told me, in Yuki's translation, that the mirror belonged to the well, and the well sends it up when it is needed, and someone always comes who does not know they are coming for a reason. 31 days of deliberately photographing nothing that reflected light. No shop windows, no puddles, no car mirrors, no the glossy surface of a magazine laid open on a table. 31 days of understanding with the particular completeness of someone who has had an education by direct experience, that Tokyo was a city of surfaces, and that I had been walking through it for 14 months pointing my lens at the wrong things. I had been shooting crowds, faces, the great human scramble of Shibuya crossing, the interior life surfacing through the skin in the moment a person believes they are anonymous. I had not, in 14 months, photographed a single building, That changed on the morning of the 17th of November, because the photograph arrived, and the photograph was of a building. It was in my apartment when I woke up. Not delivered, not slid under the door, not placed by any hand I could account for. Simply present on the kitchen table, which I had left clear the previous evening. A single photograph face down on the table's center with a particular placement of something that has been put there intentionally, with care, by someone who wanted it to be found, but, not immediately, the placement of something that can wait. I turned it over. It was a black and white photograph, printed on the kind of paper used for professional photographic prints. Thick and slightly glossy, with a white border and the deep tonal range of a large format negative properly exposed and developed by someone who understood what they were doing. The image was of a building, a very large building, a skyscraper, 60 stories of glass and concrete against a Tokyo sky, shot from street level looking up, the perspective compressing the floors into each other as the eye traveled upward, the kind of shot that makes a tall building look like it is leaning toward you. I had seen this building. Every person who has spent any time in the Ikebukuro district of Tokyo has seen this building. It is impossible to miss and not particularly easy to look away from, for reasons that have nothing to do with architecture, and everything to do with the particular quality of presence that a very large structure acquires when it has been standing on complicated ground for long enough. Sunshine, 60. Ikebukuro, 20 minutes north of Shibuya, by the Fukutoshin line. I turned the photograph over. On the back, in handwriting I did not recognize, 2 lines. The first line said, "The one inside the observatory does not show your death." The second line said, "It shows everyone else's." I sat at the kitchen table with that photograph for a long time, and then I called Yuki. She came up within 10 minutes, which meant she had been awake, which meant she had been expecting the call, and when I showed her the photograph, she looked at it for a moment, and then she looked at me with an expression I had not seen on her face before, in the months of our friendship. She said, "Marcus, I need to tell you something my grandmother told me about Sunshine 60. I said, "I have a feeling you do." She said, "Sit down." I sat. She said, "Sunshine 60 opened in 1978. She said, "It was the tallest building in Japan when it was built. 60 stories and 240 meters, a symbol of everything Tokyo had rebuilt itself into in the 30 years since the war ended." She said, "The building is located in Ikebukuro and Toshima Ward, and the ground it stands on is the former site of Sugamo Prison." She said Sugamo Prison was built in 1897 and was used to hold political prisoners before the war. She said after the war ended, the United States Army requisitioned it, and it became the site of the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal's detention and execution facility. She said between 1948 and 1956, 51 executions were conducted there, hangings, in a building on the north side of the prison compound, in a room that the prisoners called, among themselves, Door 13. She said, the building was demolished in 1971. Sunshine 60 was completed 7 years later, on the same ground, to the same footprint. After a series of delays and accidents during construction that the workers did not discuss publicly, but they were documented in the private communications of the project's lead engineers, communications that her grandmother had been shown by someone who worked on the site and had not gone back after the third incident. I said, "What was the third incident?" She said, "The mirrors." She said during the interior fit-out of the building's upper floors, the installation team working on the observatory level, the top floor, the floor with the panoramic views of Tokyo in every direction, had reported on 3 separate occasions over the course of 1 week in 1977 that the mirrors installed in the observatory's viewing corridors were showing things that were not present in the room, not distortions, not movement, not the independent blinking of a reflection that had decided to operate on its own schedule. Images, complete, detailed, fully formed images of things that were not there. The way a television shows something that has no physical presence in the room, the way a window shows you the outside of the building from the inside. The mirrors had been showing the observatory workers images of Sugamo prison as it had stood before demolition. The corridors and the cell blocks and the exercise yards, and in those images, people, not ghostly, not transparent, not the conventional visual grammar of a haunting, people who were solid and present and moving through the prison's spaces with the purposeful, unhurried movement of people going about the business of an ordinary day in a prison that no longer existed, playing out in the surfaces of the mirrors of the building that had been erected on its ground. She said the installation team removed the mirrors from the observatory level on the 4th day. She said the mirrors were replaced with new glass, a different manufacturer, a different composition. She said the new mirrors were ordinary. She said they had remained ordinary for 47 years. She said, until recently. I said, Yuki, who sent me this photograph? She looked at me. She said she did not know. She said, but, Marcus, what is written on the back? I looked at the photograph's back. The 2 lines of handwriting. The one inside the observatory does not show your death. It shows everyone else's. I said, what does that mean? What is the difference? What does it mean to show everyone else's death instead of your own? She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in the old accounts of cursed mirrors, the distinction is fundamental. She said, a mirror that shows your death is a mirror engaged with you. It has found you, selected you, made you its subject. She said, a mirror that shows everyone else's death is not engaged with any individual at all. She said, it is not looking for a person. She said, it is looking for an audience. I held that word in the kitchen of my apartment in Shibuya on the 17th of November, in the gray morning light, and I felt it land with the particular weight of a word that reorganizes the room around it. An audience. I said, what happens to the audience? She said she did not know. She said her grandmother had not told her everything. She said her grandmother had told her enough to recognize the shape of a thing without necessarily knowing all of its specifics. The way you can identify the outline of an animal in darkness without knowing its species, and the shape of what was being described in the photograph, and the handwriting on its back was not the shape of the Ikiryo, not the shape of a separated soul pressing itself against glass and practicing in borrowed face. Something different. Something that did not come from a single person's interior pressure. She said, Sugamo prison held approximately 2,000 prisoners at its peak capacity. She said, 7 Class A Japanese war criminals were executed there, including Prime Minister Hideki Tojo. She said, beyond the Class A executions, there were Class B and Class C war crimes convictions, and the executions were by hanging, and the room where they occurred had been called Door 13 by the prisoners, and the door itself, the actual door, iron-framed, heavy, with a specific number painted on it in white, had been preserved. She said, Door 13 was restored and is currently preserved at the Ministry of Justice in Tokyo. She said, the door exists. The door that washed all of it is still in the world. She said, the mirrors in the Observatory of Sunshine 60 are not showing the general history of the prison. They are specific. They are showing individual deaths, individual moments, not a historical pageant, not a panoramic record of an institution's history, but something much more precise and much more personal. She said, the mirror does not show you death. It shows everyone else's. She said, Marcus, think about what it would mean for a mirror to have watched 51 hangings from a distance of perhaps 3 meters over a period of 8 years, absorbing what it witnessed the way all surfaces absorb what they are exposed to repeatedly over time. She said, think about what that glass would hold. She said, think about what it would want to do with what it holds. I thought about it. I said, it would want to show someone. She said, yes. I said, it has been waiting 47 years for someone with the right eyes. She looked at me across the kitchen table and did not correct me. I looked at the photograph. The building. 60 stories of glass and steel against the November sky of Tokyo. Ordinary and gleaming and completely indifferent to its own history. The way most things are indifferent to their own history, having no access to it, being simply what they currently are, regardless of what they have been. And on the top floor of that building, in the refurbished observatory that had been renewed as recently as 2023, the floor with the panoramic views of Tokyo in every direction, the floor where the installation team in 1977 had removed the original mirrors, rather than spend another day watching Sugamo Prison conduct its business in the glass. A mirror, a new mirror, a different mirror from the ones that have been removed. Different manufacturer, different composition, ordinary in every testable sense. Ordinary for 47 years. And recently, according to whoever had sent me this photograph and written 2 lines on its back, in handwriting I did not recognize, no longer. I said, "What are the rules?" Yuki looked at me. She said, "I do not know all of them yet." I said, "What do you know?" She said, "The first rule is the opposite of the last one." She said, with the Akirio, "The rule was never let your reflections see you blink." She said, because the Akirio was studying you, it needed to learn your face. The blinking was the final piece. She said, with this mirror, the danger is not in what it sees of you. The danger is in what you see of it. She said, this mirror is not studying the observer. It already knows everything it needs to know about the people it shows. It knew them for 8 years. It watched them with the patience of a surface that is nowhere else to be and nothing else to do but record. She said, the rule is this. She said it with the flat, careful certainty of her grandmother's voice coming through hers. The voice of someone who understands that the framing of a rule is as important as the rule itself. She said, whatever the mirror shows you, do not look for yourself in it. I said, what happens if I do? She said, the mirror is showing you the deaths of people it witnessed. If you look for yourself in those deaths, if you search the images for your own face, for any point of personal connection, you invite the mirror to find one. You become a subject rather than a witness. She said, once the mirror makes you a subject, it will show you what it knows about subjects. She said, and what it knows about subjects, Marcus, is how they end. The morning light was flat and gray through the kitchen window, and the Nikon was on the table between us, and the photograph was face down beside it, and somewhere, 20 minutes north by the Fukutoshin line, in a recently refurbished observatory on the 60th floor of a building whose name meant sunshine and whose ground meant something else entirely, a mirror was waiting. I said, when do we go? Yuki looked at me for a moment. Then she said, not yet. She said, we need to understand one more thing first. She said, the photograph was put in your apartment by someone. She said the well sent you the first mirror through a shop and a beautiful object in your own photographic instinct. She said, this is different. She said, someone put a photograph on your kitchen table in an apartment with a locked door. She said, Marcus, who knows you have the right eyes for this? The kitchen was very quiet. The crossing was 1 block south, running its first morning scramble in a flat November light, 3,000 people going in every direction at once. And on the kitchen table between us, the photograph lay face down. And I thought about Setsuko standing at her underground window, looking at her small rectangle of sky, and what she had said as we left. The mirror has been in the lane for longer than anyone knows. It belongs to the well. The well sends it up when it is needed, and someone always comes who does not know they are coming for a reason. This is not the first time. It will not be the last. She had also said one more thing, a thing I had not thought about since she said it, because the moment had been full and I had been focused on getting back upstairs before the Akirio's journey completed, and I had filed it away in the part of my mind that processes things slowly. She had said, you should go home. Wash your face. Look in the mirror as long as you like. She had said, You will need the practice. I had not known what she meant. Looking at the photograph on my kitchen table, at the building on the front and the 2 lines on the back, at the handwriting that was not Yuki's and not Setsuko's, and not any hand I had ever seen, I understood. She had known there would be a second mirror. She had known before I did, before the photograph arrived, before the 31 days of deliberately not shooting reflective surfaces, before any of it. She had known. The way a person knows when they have been to the place below the ordinary world and come back with the kind of clarity that does not diminish. I picked up my Nikon. Not to go to Ikebukuro. Not yet. Yuki was right about that. We needed the other piece first. The piece about who had put the photograph in a locked apartment and what they knew about my eyes. I picked up the Nikon because the window was in front of me, and the November light was particular and cold, and the Shibuya crossing was 1 block south running its great human scramble, and I had not photographed it in 31 days, and I'd missed it. And the part of me that was simply a photographer in Tokyo on a gray November morning needed to point a lens at something true before I pointed it at something that showed other people's deaths. I shot the crossing for an hour. The faces, the motion, the rhythm of held breath and release. 3,000 people in every direction, pressing their ordinary living weight into the ground, entirely unaware of what moved in the layers below them. And when I came back inside and reviewed the frames on the laptop, in every photograph of the crossing that included the Q-front building's glass facade in its background, in the glass of that building's enormous commercial windows that caught the crossing and the people and the November sky in their reflective surface, in every one of those frames, a figure standing still in a moving crowd, not a person who had stopped walking, not someone waiting at the edge, standing in a place no physical person could stand, at the center of the crossing, at the exact geometric center of the scramble, in the space where the crowd was at its densest, where 3,000 people flowed in every direction and no one could stand still without being moved. Standing still, looking at my lens, in every frame. In the glass of the Q-front facade, a figure I could not make out clearly at the photograph's resolution, but that was there, frame after frame, consistent in its position and its stillness and the direction of its attention. Not in my mirror, not in the convex surface of the antique iron-framed glass on my wall, in the window reflection of a commercial building on Shibuya Crossing, in the ordinary glass of an ordinary building in full November daylight, standing still at the center of 3,000 moving people, looking at me. 30 days remaining. Not a countdown I had chosen. A countdown that had chosen me, and it had not started when I hung the mirror. It had started the moment I first pointed my camera at Shibuya, crossing 14 months ago, and fell in love with what I found in the glass. Whatever was in that crossing had been watching me work for 14 months, and now it needed me to go north, as the figure stood still at the geometric center of Shibuya, crossing in every frame I had shot that morning. Visible only in the glass of the Q-front building's facade, consistent across 47 photographs, looking at my lens with the quiet attention of something that has decided you are ready. I sat at my laptop in my Shibuya apartment and understood that whoever had placed the photograph on my kitchen table knew things about me that I had not yet told anyone, including the thing I had only just understood about myself, that I had been chosen for this before the first mirror ever arrived. I want to tell you how we found the person who left the photograph, because the finding of them was not what I expected, and the explanation they gave was not what I had been building toward in my mind across the preceding 24 hours of careful and unsettled thinking. I had constructed, in the way that a person constructs things when they are trying to impose logic on a situation that keeps exceeding it, a theory about the photograph's origin. The theory involved Setsuko. She had known there would be a second mirror. She had said, "You will need the practice." She had access, through whatever she had brought back from the underground room, to knowledge that the ordinary surface of the world did not readily supply. It was not unreasonable to suppose that she had placed the photograph, that she had come to my apartment while I slept, with a key she should not have had, and left it on the table as an act of preparation rather than intrusion. It was a reasonable theory. It was also entirely wrong. The person who left the photograph knocked on my door at 7:41 in the evening on the 17th of November, 6 hours after Yuki had come upstairs, and we had sat at the kitchen table together with the photograph between us and the figure in 47 frames on my laptop screen. And I opened the door, and I looked at the person standing in the corridor outside my apartment, and I understood immediately that I had never seen them before, and that they had been aware of me for considerably longer than I had been aware of them. He was perhaps 65 years old, Japanese, slightly built, wearing a dark jacket and canvas trousers, and the kind of flat cap that older Japanese men in certain neighborhoods wear without any self-consciousness. The cap of someone who has been wearing this particular style since before it became fashionable, and has no intention of adjusting on account of its current status. He was carrying in his left hand a cloth bag of the kind used for market shopping, slightly full, its contents not visible. His right hand was empty. He bowed slightly when I opened the door. The small, precise bow, the formal greeting between people of unequal familiarity, and he said something in Japanese. I turned to Yuki, who had come to the door behind me. She listened to what he said, and her expression did not change, which by itself told me that whatever he had said had confirmed something she had already suspected, rather than surprised her. She said, "He says his name is Kenji Arata." She said, "He says he has been watching you work at the Shibuya crossing for 8 months. I looked at Kenji Arata. He looked at me with the calm, specific attention of someone who has been waiting to have this conversation, and has had a long time to decide how to begin it. I said, "Invite him in." We sat in the main room. Yuki translated as she had done in the underground room with Satsuko, with the patient and precise translation of someone who understands that the words matter and that moving quickly through them would cost something. Kenji Arata sat on the floor in the way of someone who is entirely comfortable on floors, with a straight back and his hands on his knees, and he spoke in the measured, unhurried cadence of a person who has organized what he is going to say well in advance. He said he was a retired conservator. He had worked for 31 years for a private preservation trust that specialized in the documentation and conservation of objects from Tokyo's occupation period, 1945 through 1952, the years of the American administration following the war's end. He had retired 6 years ago, at 59, and had spent the years since doing what he called independent documentation, by which he meant, as he elaborated, walking the city with a notebook and recording the traces of that period that still existed in the built fabric of Tokyo, in the architecture and the objects and the particular quality of certain spaces that had not yet been fully overwritten by the city's relentless process of renewal. He said in the course of that work, he had become aware of the mirror in the Sunshine 60 Observatory. He said it had come to his attention through a former colleague at the Trust, a woman who had catalogued the installation records of the original 1977 fit-out, and who had noticed, reviewing those records for a separate project, that the mirrors installed on the observatory level had been removed after 1 week, and that the replacement order had been submitted not by the building's management, but by an individual whose name appeared in no other document in the installation record, and whose address, when she attempted to verify it, corresponded to a building that had been demolished in 1962. The mirror that had replaced the removed mirrors on the observatory level had been supplied by an entity that did not exist in any verifiable form. It had been installed by workers whose employment records contained no other credits. And the mirror itself, a large rectangular panel installed in the observatory's northwest viewing corridor, had been assessed by a glass conservator who was brought in to evaluate it as part of a broader building audit 4 years ago, and who had noted in her report, in the dry, precise language of a professional assessment, that the glass was of an unusual composition, inconsistent with the manufacturing processes available in 1977, and that the backing showed no manufacturer's mark of any kind. The backing showed no mark. No manufacturer's mark. The same detail Yuki had noted about the mirror I had brought home from the shop with the red lantern. The same absence. I said through Yuki that I understood the mirror's provenance. I said I needed to understand what it was doing. Kenji Arata reached into his cloth bag and withdrew a folder, the kind used for document storage, pale gray, tied with a ribbon, and he set it on the floor between us and untied the ribbon with the careful movements of someone handling something that matters. Inside the folder were photographs, his own photographs, black and white, printed on the same professional paper as the photograph that had been placed on my kitchen table, and I understood without asking that he had printed both, and that the photograph on my table had been his work and his decision, and that its placement in a locked apartment was a question I would ask later. The photographs in the folder were of the observatory's northwest corridor, shot at various times of day, judging by the quality of light through the observatory's outer windows. Shot with the patience of someone who had been returning regularly over a period of time, and in each photograph the large rectangular mirror in the corridor's northwest wall. The mirror in each photograph was showing something. Not the corridor, not the people who were visible in the outer portions of the frame, the tourists and the visitors and the occasional observatory staff member moving through the space, not the reflection of the room around it, which a mirror in a well-lit corridor should have been showing with complete fidelity. It was showing a room that was not the observatory, a room with lower ceilings and different walls and a quality of light that was not the bright commercial lighting of a modern observation deck, a room I recognized from its proportions and its architectural grammar, though I had never been inside it, because I had read about it and seen archival photographs, and the architecture was specific enough to be unmistakable even in the reflected and slightly distorted version the mirror was producing, a prison cell block. Specifically, the cell block configuration of Sugamo Prison, as it had appeared between 1945 and 1951, with its individual cells arranged along the central corridor, their doors visible in sequence, and the quality of light coming from high, narrow windows set above the cell door level, in the Japanese design of occupied prison facilities. I looked at Kenji Arata. I said, through Yuki, "How long has it been doing this?" He said, 4 years. He said, since the glass conservator's assessment. He said, his theory was that the assessment had disturbed something in the mirror's surface, the way certain photographic processes are disrupted by exposure to specific wavelengths of light, and that what the assessment had disturbed had been a state of dormancy, a period of quiet that the mirror had maintained since its installation in 1977, and that the dormancy had ended when a stranger's professional eye had looked at the glass too closely and without the appropriate respect for what the glass was doing. He said the glass conservator had looked for her own reflection in the mirror's surface as any assessor would, to check for optical distortion. She had looked for herself in it. He paused. He said, she resigned 3 days after filing her report. He said she did not give a reason. He said she moved to Kyushu, the southernmost of Japan's main islands, 1,200 kilometers from Tokyo. I thought about the rule Yuki had given me. Whatever the mirror shows you, do not look for yourself in it. The glass conservator had not known the rule. I said, what does it show when someone looks for themselves? Kenji Arata was quiet for a moment. He looked at the photographs in the folder and then he looked at me, and his expression was the expression of someone measuring how much of a thing to say and deciding that all of it was necessary. He said, it shows them their death. He said, not symbolically, not in the ambiguous way of a dream. He said, it shows them the moment, the specific and detailed and entirely real moment, the way it will happen and when, and the quality of light in the room and whether they will be alone. He said, with the completeness and the specificity of a recording made by something that was present when all of the 51 deaths it witnessed occurred, and that absorbed each one with the patience of a surface that has nowhere else to be. He said it does not guess. He said it does not speculate. He said, it shows what it knows, and what it knows is exactly what happened to the people it watched. which means that what it shows when someone searches its surface for their own death is not a vision or a premonition, it is information. Accurate information delivered with the calm certainty of a witness that has no reason to lie. The room was very quiet. The November evening was pressing at the window, and the neon of Shibuya was beginning its nightly brightness in the streets below, and somewhere 20 minutes north by the Fukutoshin line, a mirror on the 60th floor of a building on the site of a demolished prison was waiting with the patience of 47 years of dormancy broken and 4 years of quiet. Specific operation in the northwest corridor of a modern tourist observatory. I said through Yuki, "How did you get into my apartment?" He reached into the cloth bag again and produced a key. An ordinary key. Modern. The key for a standard cylinder lock. He set it on the floor between us. He said, "It was under your doormat." He said, "I did not go inside." He said, "I pushed the photograph through the gap under the door, and the key was there, and I knocked twice, and no one answered, and I assumed you were not home." I looked at the key. I had no memory of putting a key under the doormat. I could not remember ever having done this. Not in 14 months of living in this apartment. Not in any apartment I had occupied in my adult life. I did not keep a spare key under a doormat. I looked at Yuki. She looked at the key. Then she said quietly, "Marcus." She said, "Think about what Setsuko said. The well sends things up when they are needed. Someone always comes who does not know they are coming for a reason." She said, "I do not think you put that key there." I said, "Then who did?" She did not answer, because there was no answer available that would satisfy the part of my mind that required things to be explainable in the ordinary terms of a locked door and a spare key, and the physics of how objects move from one place to another. I picked up the key instead, and I held it, and it was warm. The same temperature as the iron ring on the alley door in Shibuya. The same temperature as the ring on the underground tunnel's stone door. And I thought about what it meant for metal to hold heat in places where no heat source was apparent. I looked at Kenji Arata. I said, "You have been watching me at the crossing for 8 months. You know what I do with the camera? You know how I look at things? You left me that photograph because you need someone to go to the observatory and look at the mirror without looking for themselves in it." He said yes. He said it in English. The single English word he had used in the entire conversation, direct and flat and entirely certain. I said, "Why me?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he said something in Japanese, and Yuki translated it, and the translation was this. He said because MacArthur barred all photography at the executions. He said, on the 23rd of December, 1948, when General Tojo and 6 others were hanged at Sugamo Prison, MacArthur barred photography of any kind, bringing in only 4 members of the Allied Council to act as official witnesses. He said, no camera was present in that room. He said, the mirror was the only recording surface in the execution chamber that night. He said, everything the mirror absorbed, it absorbed alone, without competition, without any other instrument to share the weight of what it witnessed. He said, a photographer walked into that room now, with a camera, with the eye that knows how to look at something without making it personal, the eye that knows how to witness without becoming part of what it witnesses. He paused. He said, the mirror has been waiting 47 years for someone who knows how to be in a room with death, and not look for themselves in it. He said, it sent you the first mirror to teach you the rule. He said, it sent you the Ikiryo to teach you to witness without flinching. He said, it put the key into your doormat because you were always going to open the door. The November neon of Shibuya moved across the ceiling of my apartment in its slow shifting patterns, and the crossing ran its evening scramble 1 block south. 3,000 people in every direction, and Kenji Arata sat across from me with his hands on his knees and his straight back in his patience. And the folder of photographs lay open between us with Sugamo prison cell block playing out in the surface of a 60-story building's northwest corridor mirror. I said, when do we go? He said, tomorrow morning. He said, The mirror is most settled in the early hours, before the observatory opens to the public. He said he had a contact in the building's management who would arrange access from 6 until 8 in the morning. He said, 2 hours. He said, bring the camera. He said one more thing before he stood to leave. One thing that he delivered not as warning and not as instruction, but as the simple offering of a fact that he felt I deserved to have. He said, the Sugamo executions were carried out in the early hours of the morning of December the 23rd, 1948. He said, they began at 12 minutes past midnight. He said, the mirror knows what the room looked like at 12 minutes past midnight. He said, if you are still in the observatory at midnight, you will see it. He said, I do not recommend this. He bowed slightly, precisely, the formal bow of a person who has said what they came to say, and he picked up his cloth bag, and he let himself out. Yuki and I sat in the room after he left, in the neon light from the window, and said nothing for a while. Then she said, Marcus, I want to ask you something. I said, yes. She said, the figure in your crossing photographs, standing still at the center of 3,000 moving people. In the glass of the Q-front facade, frame after frame, she said, did you look at it closely enough to see its face? I said the resolution was not high enough for detail. I said it was too far into the reflected image. She said, I know. She said, but Marcus, she said, I have been thinking about it since you showed me this morning. She said, the figure was standing at the center of the crossing, the geometric center, where no physical person could stand still without being moved by the crowd, where the crowd is at its densest, where 3,000 people are flowing in every direction simultaneously. She said, 3,000 people were flowing through the crossing around it. She said, and not one of them appeared to be looking at it. I sat with that for a very long time in the neon-lit quiet of my Shibuya apartment. Not one of 3,000 people had turned to look at a figure standing completely still in the middle of the world's busiest pedestrian crossing, because not one of 3,000 people could see it. Only the glass could see it. Only the glass and the camera, and the eye behind the camera that had been trained for 14 months to find the thing in a crowd that no one else was looking at. I once going to the observatory in the morning, and whatever was in that mirror had known I was going long before I did. As the November morning came up cold and flat over Akibukuro, and the Fukutoshin line carried us 20 minutes north from Shibuya, in the thin, early light of a city not yet fully awake, Kenji Arata sat across from me in the train car with his cloth bag on his knees and his hands folded on top of it, and Yuki sat beside me with her eyes forward, and none of us said anything, because everything that needed to be said before we went into the building had already been said, and everything that needed to be said after would depend entirely on what the mirror chose to show us in the 2 hours before the observatory opened to the public. Sunshine 60. From street level at 6 in the morning is a different building from Sunshine 60 at noon. I know this because I have photographed it at noon several times as a matter of compositional curiosity, the way any photographer living in Tokyo for 14 months accumulates photographs of its landmark structures without any particular intention, the camera finding the frame on its own out of long habit. At noon it is glass and steel and reflected cloud, the ordinary gleaming indifference of a modern commercial tower doing its commercial work, 60 stories of productive human activities stacked above the street with the cheerful, forward-facing energy of a building that has no interest in where it is standing. At 6 in the morning in November, it is something else. Not sinister. I want to be precise about that, because my instinct as a photographer is always toward precision rather than atmosphere. And the precise truth about Sunshine 60 at 6 in the morning in November is not that it looks haunted, or threatening, or darkened, in the way of a building that knows what it is sitting on. The precise truth is that it looks patient. The glass reflects the pre-dawn gray of the November sky in its 60 stories of windows, and the street below it is almost empty at this hour. the commercial noise of Ikebukuro not yet fully awake, and in that quiet and that gray, the building simply stands, and the standing of it has a quality of duration, of having been here before the noise arrived, and being prepared to be here after it ends. I photographed it from the street before we went in, not the building's face, the ground in front of it, the pavement, the ordinary Tokyo street pavement of pressed concrete, and the marks of 1,000,000 footsteps compressed into its surface. And I thought about what was below that pavement, below the building's reinforced concrete foundation, below the lower levels in the underground mall, and the infrastructure of a building that was once the tallest in Asia, the ground itself, the original ground, the ground that had been there before the prison, and before the building, and before the crossing, 2 kilometers south, and before any of the surfaces that the city had laid over it in its relentless process of becoming. I put the camera down and we went in. Kenji Arata's contact was a building supervisor named Mr. Prada, Hashimoto, a compact and precise man of perhaps 40, who met us at the staff entrance on the building's east side at 602, and who looked at the 3 of us with the expression of someone who has agreed to something at a distance and is now assessing, in person, whether the agreement was wise. He looked longest at my Nikon. Then he looked at Kenji Arata, and something passed between them. The particular communication of 2 people who have dealt with each other before across a shared understanding of what this building is, and Mr. Hashimoto nodded once and led us inside. The staff elevator was small and fast. The building's elevators travel at 600 meters per minute, and the sensation of ascending 60 floors in that time is the sensation of being moved through space at a speed that the body registers before the mind does, the inner ear and the stomach arriving at the destination slightly after the rest of you, and in the particular quiet of an observatory not yet open, not yet populated with the tourists and the couples and the school groups that filled it in the daylight hours. The speed of the ascent had a quality of irreversibility, of a door closing behind you at a very high velocity. The 60th floor opened around us. I had not been here before. I had seen photographs, the recently refurbished interior, artificial turf and comfortable seating, and the same beautiful views out across the city from 251 meters above ground. The space redesigned and reopened in early 2023 as Tembo Park, the name written in clean, contemporary lettering on the entrance wall, a name that meant something like Observatory Hill in Japanese, Yuki told me quietly, and the space itself, in the gray early morning light, was exactly what the name suggested. A soft, cultivated, entirely comfortable space, and the artificial turf under my feet was green and precise, and the seating was arranged to face the panoramic windows in the way of a park designed for contemplative sitting, and the windows themselves showed the pre-dawn Tokyo skyline in every direction, the city spreading from the base of the building outward in every compass point, its lights still on against the gray. 100 kilometers of illuminated urban landscape holding itself up against the November dark. It was beautiful. I want to say that clearly and without irony. 251 meters above the ground, that had been Sugamo Prison, the view from the 60th floor of Sunshine 60 in the early morning was extraordinary and genuinely beautiful, in the way that very high views of very large cities are beautiful. The kind of beauty that requires a specific scale to produce, that is not available from the ground, that exists only up here where the individual details dissolve into the pattern, and the pattern is the thing. I photographed it. One frame, the panoramic window, and the city beyond it in the gray pre-dawn. And then I put the Nikon down to my side, and I followed Kenji Arata through the main space toward the northwest corridor. The northwest corridor was narrower than the main observatory floor. It ran between the outer viewing windows and the interior wall of the floor's mechanical chase, perhaps 3 meters wide and 12 meters long, with the windows on the right side and the interior wall on the left, and it connected the main floor to a smaller secondary viewing area at the building's northwest corner, used in the ordinary course of tourist visits as a slightly quieter alternative to the main floor, with fewer people and a cleaner view toward the Saitama Prefecture horizon. At the midpoint of the northwest corridor, on the interior wall to the left, was the mirror. I am going to describe it carefully because the description matters and because what it looked like at first, in the 6 in the morning light of an empty observatory, before anything began to happen, was important, and I do not want to compress it into shorthand. It was large, larger than my mirror at home, larger than the mirror in the Kiyotaki tunnel, perhaps 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters tall, framed in plain dark metal. No ornamentation, no interlocking figures, no stylized detail of any kind. The frame of something that did not need to perform its significance because its significance was not in a frame. The glass itself was flat, not convex, not the bulging eye quality of my apartment mirror. Flat and clear, and in the early morning light it showed the corridor behind me with the clean fidelity of modern glass. The windows on the right side and the artificial turf visible through the entry arch, and the gray Tokyo sky through the panoramic windows. It looked completely ordinary. Kenji Arata stopped 2 meters from it. He did not approach the glass. He stood beside me and he looked at the mirror's surface, and he waited with the patience of someone who knows that the thing you are waiting for arrives on its own schedule. Yuki stood at my left shoulder. I raised the Nikon. I want to tell you what it is to photograph a mirror as a professional photographer with the trained instinct of 14 months of crowd work and the specific additional training of the past 6 weeks. The training that the well had given me in the way that Setsuko had described, the Ikario, and the underground room, and the rule about blinking, and the rule about not looking for yourself in things that show other people's deaths. It is to look at the glass without making any of it personal, to treat the surface as a subject rather than an encounter, to let the camera stand between you and what you are looking at, and use the lens as a mediating instrument, the way a doctor uses a stethoscope as the instrument between their ear and the patient's interior, receiving the signal, but maintaining the distance that makes the signal interpretable rather than overwhelming. I looked at the mirror through the Nikon's viewfinder, and the mirror, very quietly and very gradually, began to show me something that was not the northwest corridor. It did not happen the way I had feared it would happen. Not dramatically, not with the sudden shock of a signal replacing another signal. It happened the way dawn happens, imperceptibly in any single moment. But, undeniably when you compare the before to the after, the image in the glass changing in increments too small to isolate and too consistent to deny, the corridor behind me fading in the reflection the way the stars fade when the sky begins to lighten, not going out, but becoming less visible as something brighter asserts itself in front of them. What was asserting itself was light, not the cold gray of the November pre-dawn, a different quality of light, and I recognized it before I understood what I was seeing. Recognized it the way a musician recognizes a key before they can name a chord, in the body before the mind. I recognized it because I had been studying it for 14 months. I had shot it 1,000 times from the southwest corner of the Shibuya crossing. Every angle and every hour, the particular character of the light at Shibuya crossing as it changed through the day and the seasons and the weather systems that moved through Tokyo from the Pacific. It was the light of Shibuya crossing at the hour just after dawn. The mirror was not showing Sugamo Prison. The mirror was showing me, the crossing. I held the camera steady and I breathed, and I did not look for myself in what I was seeing, which was the discipline of the viewfinder, the discipline of the photographer who was always behind the lens and never in front of it. And what I was seeing was this: Shibuya crossing, my crossing, shot inside the mirror's surface, from an angle I had never used, from directly above, from a height that corresponded roughly to the roof level of the Q-front building, perhaps 30 meters above the scramble, looking straight down onto the intersection in the early morning light, the gray and amber and white of it laid out below like a diagram of itself, every lane and every pedestrian marking and every traffic signal visible in the flat overhead perspective. And the crossing was empty. Not in the way it is empty at 3 in the morning, which I had seen and photographed, when the signals still run for no one, and the audio tone still cycles, and the city maintains the infrastructure of the crossing against the moment it is needed again. Empty in a different way. Empty in the way of something that has not yet started, that is waiting for the first condition of its existence to be met. The way a stage is empty before the house lights go down. Nothing in the crossing. No people, no vehicles, no pigeons, no the delivery cyclist who use the intersection at this hour every morning as a shortcut. The crossing itself and nothing in it, and the gray Tokyo dawn light falling across it from the east. And then, in the mirror's surface, from the four corners of the crossing simultaneously, a movement. Not people, not the ordinary human traffic of the scramble assembling at the red signal. The pressing together of bodies at the edge of the pavement waiting for the light to change. Something different, something that moved without the individual variation of human movement, without the small private adjustments of weight and posture that a body makes while it waits. Something that moved as one thing. Four streams of it converging from the four corners toward the center of the crossing with the smooth, continuous, inevitable motion of water running downhill. They reached the center, and they stopped. And I understood, in the way that understanding sometimes arrives not as a thought, but as a complete and fully formed knowledge that has been assembled in some part of you that works below the level of language. What I was looking at, 51 of them, not spectral, not transparent or luminous or any of the visual grammar of the ghost story, solid and present in the mirror's image with the same quality of solidity that living people have, but arranged in the crossing with a precision that living people in a crossing never achieve, spaced with equal intervals, facing outward in every direction from the center. 51 figures standing in the geometric center of Shibuya, crossing in the gray November dawn, looking out of the city that had been built over the place where they had been held, not threatening. I want to say this clearly, because it is the most important thing I can say about what I saw, and because the word that wants to attach itself to this image is the wrong word. They were not threatening. They were not performing their presence for an audience, or demonstrating their power, or doing any of the things that the conventional visual language of the haunting asks them to do. They were simply looking at the city, at Tokyo, their Tokyo, the city they had known before the occupation, and before the prison, and before the building, and before the crossing. The city that had built itself over them in layers, and had not forgotten them. The city whose ground still held the memory of them, the way all ground holds the memory of what has stood on it, and what has fallen there. I was photographing them, frame after frame, working through the composition the way I work through any composition, adjusting the exposure in the viewfinder to account for the strange internal light of the mirror's image, moving slightly left and then right to find the frame that held the most truth, doing the thing I've been doing for 14 months at the crossing 2 kilometers south, finding the interior life that surfaces through the skin in the moment a person believes they are unobserved. They were not unobserved. They knew I was there, not in the way of the Akirio, not in the targeted, specific, personal way of a soul that has selected you and is studying your face and practicing your blink. In a different way, the way a crowd knows that a photograph is being taken, not any individual in the crowd, but the crowd as a whole, a collective awareness, a shift in the quality of the air when the shutter opens, as though the camera itself has a presence that the assembled group can feel. They were aware of the camera, and one of them turned. I want to describe this turn carefully, because everything in this account depends on my being accurate about what happened and what I did in response to it. One figure, at the outermost edge of the 51, turned from facing outward toward the city to facing inward toward the center of the crossing, and in turning, faced the mirror, faced me, faced the lens I was looking through. I had the rule. Whatever the mirror shows you, do not look for yourself in it. I was looking through a lens. I was behind the camera. I was, as I had been for 14 months at the Shibuya crossing, the person behind the glass rather than the person in front of it. The photographer, the witness. I held the frame. The figure looked at the camera with the expression that the 51 faces in Kenji Arata's folder photographs had held. The expression of the overcrossing, something between recognition and the particular relief of a thing that has been holding its weight for a very long time, and has finally been permitted to set it down. They had not been waiting to haunt the building. They had not been pressing against the glass of the Sunshine 60 Observatory, because they wanted to show living people the fact of their deaths. They had been waiting, with the patience of 51 people whose story had never been photographed, for a camera, for the record, not a warning and not a threat, and not the conventional motivation of the haunting, the thing that MacArthur had taken from them, the thing he had denied them on the night of the 23rd of December 1948, when he cleared the room of every instrument capable of making a record, the thing they had been pressing toward ever since the mirror absorbed them, and the building went up over their ground, and the city built its crossing 2 kilometers south and pressed its 3,000 living people into the earth above them with every step, the camera, the record, the proof that they had been there. I held the shutter down and I let it run, frame after frame after frame, the camera working in the way it works when I am in the center of the Shibuya scramble, and the crowd is at its densest, and the interior lives are surfacing through the skin on every side. The camera working because this is what it does and what I do, and what the 14 months of mornings at the crossing had trained me to do. Witness without flinching, document without making it personal, hold the frame for as long as the truth is in it. I did not look for myself. I looked at them, and when the mirror's interior light began to soften, the way dawn light softens when the first hour is over, and the quality of day shifts toward the ordinary, the figures in the crossing becoming gradually less present, not vanishing, but releasing, the way a breath releases, the way a body releases when it has held something for long enough, and is permitted at last to let it go. I held the frame, and I let the shutter run until the mirror showed only the northwest corridor again, the windows and the artificial turf, and the gray November sky, and my own reflection, which I did not look at. I lowered the camera. Kenji Arata was standing exactly where he had been standing. He looked at me with the expression of someone who has just watched something occur that they have been waiting for a very long time. Across 4 years of photographs of a mirror showing a prison and 6 weeks of watching a photographer at a crossing, and whatever longer accounting preceded both of those things, he said one word in Japanese. Yuki said, he says, good. She said it in the same tone she had used in the underground room with Setsuko. The same weight, the same quality of a thing accomplished that was difficult, and is now done. Mr. Hashimoto was waiting at the elevator with the expression of a man who has been professionally somewhere else for the past 40 minutes, and intends to continue being professionally somewhere else, until the appropriate moment to be present again has arrived. We rode down 60 floors in the fast, irreversible elevator, and at the ground floor I stepped out onto the pavement of Ikebukuro into the November morning that was now fully underway, the city awake and running and indifferent around us, and I checked the camera's memory card. 643 frames, 643 photographs of 51 people standing in the geometric center of the crossing that did not belong to them, in the surface of a mirror, on the 60th floor of a building on the ground they had stood on, looking at a city that had been laid over them in layers they could not move through, but that could not erase them either. Not erased. Recorded. I held the camera in both hands in the Ikebukuro morning, and I thought about Setsuko, by her east window, and the key under the doormat, and the first mirror, and the Aikiryo, and the rule about blinking, and the way the well sends things up when they are needed. And someone always comes who does not know they are coming for a reason. I looked up at the building. 60 stories of glass and steel against the November sky, patient and gleaming and no longer waiting. As the Fukutoshin line carried us south from Ikebukuro back to Shibuya, and the gray November morning, with 643 frames on my memory card and Kenji Arata sitting across from me in the train car with his cloth bag on his knees and his hands folded on top of it, exactly as he had sat on the way north, as though the 2 hours inside the observatory had not changed the weight of his posture by a single gram. I looked at the train window and I did not look at my reflection in it, and I thought about what Dorothea Lange had said to explain the suppression of her own photographs. the ones the United States Army had impounded for 25 years after she made them. She had said they wanted a record, but not a public record. And I thought about the 51 people I had just photographed in the surface of a mirror on the 60th floor of a building on their ground. And I thought about how many decades they had waited for someone to disagree with that sentence. And my hands were completely steady on the camera in my lap. The decision about what to do with the photographs took 4 days. I want to account for those 4 days carefully, because they were not passive days, not days of uncertainty or hesitation in the way that word is ordinarily used. They were days of deliberate consideration, the way a surgeon considers a procedure before making the first incision, understanding that once the cut is made, the body is open, and what happens inside it will determine everything that follows. I was aware that what I had on the memory card was not an ordinary set of images. I was aware that I could not verify them in any conventional journalistic sense, that the chain of custody between the Sunshine 60 Observatory's northwest corridor and the surface of my computer screen involved a mirror with no manufacturer's mark and a building supervisor named Mr. Hashimoto, who would likely not return my calls once the professional arrangement that had authorized my access expired, and a retired conservator who had been watching me at a crossing for 8 months, and who had accessed my apartment through a key that I had not placed under the doormat. I was aware of all of this. I considered it for 4 days with the full attention of a professional who has spent 14 months in a city where the image and its context are inseparable, where what you point the camera at, and how you point it, and what you say about it when it is released, determine what it does in the world. On the 4th day, I called Kenji Arata. He answered on the first ring, which meant he had been waiting, which by now I understood was simply his mode. He waited for things. He had been waiting for 8 months at the crossing, and 4 years at the observatory, and whatever longer accounting preceded both of those things had been waiting too. I said, through Yuki, who was sitting on my kitchen floor with her coffee and her patient attention, that I had made a decision about the photographs. I said I was not going to publish them as documentary evidence of a supernatural encounter. I said I was not going to post them to my channel with the caption about what the mirror had shown me, or how, or why. I said I was not going to do any of the things that the channel running part of my brain had spent 4 days constructing arguments for. I said I was going to submit them to 3 archives: the International Committee of the Red Cross Archive in Geneva, Switzerland, the National Archives of Japan in Tokyo, and the private documentary archive maintained by the Peace Osaka Museum, which, as I had learned in my research over the preceding days, had been fighting for more than a decade to restore exhibition panels related to the Nanjing massacre and other wartime atrocities that had been removed under pressure from political groups that did not want the record publicly accessible. I said I was submitting them as documentary photographs of unknown provenance, encountered during a photography project in Tokyo, showing an unidentified group of individuals at Shibuya Crossing, date and circumstances unknown. I said I was not going to claim to know what they were. I was going to let the archives receive them and make of them what they could, the way the Red Cross received reports from unnamed witnesses during wartime and entered them into the record without requiring the witness to be identified or verified. I said the record is the thing, not the explanation. Kenji Arata was quiet for a moment after Yuki translated this. Then he said something in Japanese, quietly and at some length. And when he finished, Yuki translated it, and what he said was this. He said, "There is a photograph of General Tojo and the other defendants standing in the dock at the War Crimes Tribunal, taken in October of 1948, 2 months before the executions." He said in that photograph, Tojo is in the center of the dock, 5th from the left, and his expression is the expression of a man who understands that what is happening to him is a record being made, and that the record will outlast him, and that the outlasting is the point, not the outcome for any individual in the dock. He said, "My grandmother was in Tokyo when the trial was happening. She was 12 years old. She said she never saw photographs of the executions themselves because there were none. She said she always knew the record was incomplete. She said, a record with a gap in it is not a record. It is an argument that the gap should exist. He said, "You have closed the gap." He said, "Submit the photographs." I submitted them that evening. 3 submissions, 3 archives, 3 separate emails composed in English and, with Yuki's help, in Japanese, with the photographs attached and the documentation of my camera settings and the date and the building address and everything I could provide that was verifiable and nothing I could not. Then I closed the laptop and I sat on the kitchen floor for a while, and Yuki made tea, and we did not talk about the photographs or the mirror or the crossing or the building in Ikebukuro, because there was nothing left to say about those things that had not already been said in the doing of them. We talked about whether the Family Mart down the street had changed its onigiri supplier, because Yuki had noticed a difference in the salmon filling and was not certain whether it was better or worse, only different, and I said I had noticed it too, but had concluded it was probably better, and she said that was a very American conclusion, and I said it was possible, and we drank our tea. It was the most ordinary evening I had spent in my apartment since the day I carried the first mirror up the stairs. I went to bed at 10:43. I slept without incident. In the morning, I reviewed the overnight camera footage as I had done every morning for the past 6 weeks. And the footage was ordinary. The room and the window and the mirror on the wall and the gray November dawn coming through the curtain in the way of every dawn. The mirror was ordinary, not empty, not cleared in the way of the antique glass after the Akirio had passed through me and returned to Setsuko, but ordinary in the way of a mirror that is doing its regular work, reflecting the room behind me with the slight convex distortion of its curved glass, showing the ceiling and the window and the door. I crossed the room and stood in front of it and looked at my own face, and my own face looked back at me. And I blinked freely and without consequence. And the mirror showed me nothing but myself. It was on the second evening after the archive submissions that the change happened. Not dramatic. Not the gradual internal lighting of the observatory mirror. Nothing I would have noticed if I had not been, by now, a person who had been trained across 6 weeks and 2 arcs of experience to pay a specific and finely calibrated kind of attention to surfaces. I was crossing the room at 7 in the evening and I glanced at the mirror, the way you glance at a mirror, when you pass it, without intention, the automatic peripheral check of a person who has lived with a mirror in a specific location long enough that their body includes it in the map of the room, and I stopped. The mirror was reflecting the room correctly. The ceiling and the window and the door, the kitchen doorway in the background, the evening light coming through the curtain in its November quality. All of it correct. Except the window. The window in the mirror's reflection was showing the wrong view, not the wrong view in the way of the Sunshine 60 glass showing Sugamo Prison, not the wrong view in the way of the Akirio's room with its stone walls and high east-facing window, the wrong view in a much smaller and much more specific way, a way that required knowing the actual view from my actual window to recognize as incorrect. My window faces south toward the crossing. The view from it, at 7 in the evening, is the back of the Q-front building and the top of the Scramble Crossing signal gantries and the neon beginning its nightly operation, amber and white, and the shifting blue of the electronics retailer 3 floors up on the commercial strip. The view in the mirror's window showed all of this. Correctly, precisely, exactly as it should. Except for the angle. The angle of the view in the mirror's window was not the angle from my window. It was slightly higher, slightly further back, the angle of someone standing further from the glass than I was standing, or standing at a slightly greater height. The angle of someone standing in front of the window, rather than beside it. Someone who was not in the room, someone whose position in the room was being reflected in the mirror's surface, as though they were physically present at the window, occupying the space between me and the glass, between my apartment's interior and the crossing outside, visible only in the mirror's rendering of the room they were sharing with me and not visible in the room itself. I did not look away. I had learned, across 6 weeks and 2 arcs of experience at every rule Yuki had given me, and every rule I had worked out for myself in the slow, careful way of someone learning a new discipline. That looking away was not a strategy, and not a solution, and not a thing that changed what was in a room, only what you knew about it. I stood in front of the mirror and I looked at the angle of the window and the reflection, and I thought about who would stand at that window, at that height and that position, between the room and the glass, between the interior and the crossing that had been my subject for 14 months. The crossing that 3,000 people flowed through at every scramble in every direction, and that pressed its living human weight into the ground above whatever the ground was holding. I thought about Setsuko, who had known about the second mirror before I did. I thought about the figure in the 47 frames, standing still at the center of 3,000 moving people, visible only to the glass of the Q-front facade and the camera behind the lens, not to any living person in the crowd. I thought about what the well sends up when it is needed, and the fact that someone always comes who does not know they are coming for a reason, and I thought about the specific shape of the reason I had been brought here, to this building, to this apartment, to this window in this crossing, and whether the reason was the Ikiryo in the underground room and the 51 photographs, or whether those things had been, in some larger and more patient accounting, the preparation, the education, the training of the eye that knew how to be in a room with something and not make it personal. I said out loud, into the apartment, in the quiet November evening with the crossing 1 block south running at 7 o'clock scramble and the neon shifting its colors through the curtain. I said, I can see you. The mirror's window held its slightly wrong angle for a moment. Then the room was correct. The window reflected exactly as it should. The angle returned to mine, to the position of a person standing where I was standing, looking at the mirror from across the room. And the space between me and the glass was empty in the ordinary way of empty, with no displaced angle and no second presence and no evidence of occupation that I could point to or photograph or submit to an archive. But the mirror itself, the convex antique iron-framed glass that had come from a shop that did not exist, and had taught me the first rule and sent me to Kyoto and put a key under my doormat and arranged, through whatever mechanism the well uses to arrange things, every encounter and every education that had brought me to the Sunshine 60 Observatory with 643 frames on my memory card. The mirror was warm. I pressed my palm flat against the glass and it was warm. The warmth of a surface that has been occupied, that holds the residual heat of something that was pressed against it for a long time. The warmth of a window on a cold morning after a person has been standing at it. The warmth of a person's hand. I stood with my palm against the warm glass of the mirror in my Shibuya apartment, and I looked at my own reflection, close up now. Too close for the convex distortion to do much to the image. My face large and clear in the glass, and I thought about the first night, and the reflection that had turned its head, and the rule Yuki had given me, and the 6 weeks that had followed that rule, and the things I had seen and photographed and submitted to archives, and I thought about what the well was and what it needed, and why it had sent the first mirror to a photographer and not to anyone else, and I thought about the fact that I was still here. 36 days inside the thing that Shibuya had given me, the crossing 1 block south, still running, still calling its 3,000 people through in every direction at every signal, still pressing its living human weight into the ground above the compressed layers of everything the city had been and was still becoming. And on the wall of my apartment, the mirror was warm, and something was in this city, in these layers in the glass and the ground, and the surfaces of things that could hold an image that was still not finished. Not with me. With the record. I lowered my palm from the glass. I picked up the Nikon from the table. Not to go anywhere. Not yet. Simply to have it in my hands, the way a person holds the thing that is most themselves when they are about to be asked to be most themselves. The weight and the glass of it, familiar and specific and entirely mine. The crossing was running its evening scramble 1 block south. 3,000 people in every direction at once, and in the glass of the Q-front building's facade, in the reflective surface that had been holding a figure at the center of the crowd for longer than I had known to look for it. Something was standing at the center of the crossing in the moving dark of the November evening, still, waiting for the camera. And this time, when I looked at my phone and reviewed the crossing photographs I had taken that morning in the gray pre-dawn light, reviewed them with the specific and fully trained attention of a person who has learned to look for the thing in a frame that no one else is looking at. There were two figures at the center, not one, two, standing together at the geometric center of Shibuya crossing, visible only in the glass of the queue-front facade, side by side, both facing the lens, both looking at the camera with the expression of something that has been waiting for a very long time to be seen. And the one on the right, the new one, the one that had not been there in the previous 47 frames, the one that was standing beside the first figure with the particular closeness of two people who share a history and understand each other without needing to establish it, was wearing a gray jacket, dark trousers, the clothes of someone who had left her life above ground, with no particular preparation, and had been down in the compressed dark of the old foundations for 3 weeks and 2 days, and had come back, and who had stood at her east-facing window looking at the small rectangle of sky, and who had known, before anyone else did, that I would need the practice. Setsuko, not lost, not haunting, bearing witness. The way I was beginning to understand, the well had always worked, not sending things up to frighten the living, or replace the living, or study the living and practice their faces, sending things up because the record required witnesses, and the witnesses required a recorder, and the recorder required an eye that had been trained by the slowest and most patient and most specific possible curriculum, to look directly at what the world did not want to keep looking at. I was not done, and the crossing was waiting. As November settled over Shibuya in its cold and particular way, and the mirror on my wall held the warmth of whatever had stood at my window and looked at the crossing 1 block south, with the patience of something that had been looking from a very long way away. For a very long time, I sat on the kitchen floor with my Nikon in my lap, and the memory card from the observatory still in the camera, and Yuki across from me with her coffee going cold in her hands. And I thought about what it meant to be almost finished with something you did not know you had started. I need to tell you about the last night before I tell you what happened in it. The last night was November the 22nd, a Friday. The Friday before the first cold front of the year moved in from the Sea of Japan and dropped Tokyo's temperature by 8 degrees overnight and turned the ginkgo trees along the avenues of Aoyama the particular fierce yellow that they only achieve in the week before they release their leaves entirely, that concentrated final yellow of something giving everything it has left in the last moment before it lets go. I had spent the preceding 4 days in a state of preparation that was not anxious and not excited and not any of the things that the word preparation usually implies. It was quieter than those things. It was the preparation of someone who understands that what is coming next is something they have been moving toward for a long time through a route they could not have predicted or chosen in advance, and that the moving toward it has been the thing, and that the arrival is simply the last step of a journey that was always going to end here, at this crossing, on this night. Yuki knew I was going. I had not told her explicitly, but in the way of people who have been through the things we'd been through together across the preceding weeks, in the way of people who have sat on kitchen floors and translated between languages, and stood at the entrance to underground tunnels, and held their nerve inside observatory corridors. The explicit telling was not the mechanism of communication that applied between us anymore. She knew I was going the way she had known I would go to Kyoto, and the way she had known about the key under the doormat, and the way she had known, before I had fully known myself, that the second arc of this story was going to require the same photographer that the first arc had trained. She had said the night before, sitting on the kitchen floor in the November quiet of the apartment. She had said, "Marcus, I want to ask you something I have not asked you before." I said, "Yes." She said, "Are you afraid?" I thought about it. Not quickly. Not with the reflex answer that fear questions usually produce. I thought about it the way you think about something that matters, with the full attention of a person who owes the question an honest engagement. I said, not of what is going to be there. I said, afraid of not being adequate to it. Afraid of not being the right instrument. She said, you are the right instrument. She said it with the flat, certain quality of her grandmother's voice coming through hers. The voice of information rather than reassurance. And I held on to that distinction, and it helped. She said, go. And then she said, come back. She said it the way Setsuko had said, wash your face and look in the mirror as long as you like. Not as a comfort, and not as a superstition, as a statement of expectation, as the most fundamental and most generous thing one person can say to another who is about to walk into something that cannot be mapped in advance. Come back. I left the apartment at 11:47, not midnight. I wanted to arrive before midnight, to be at the crossing when the last trains were running. But, quieting, when the commercial noise of the evening was pulling back and the intersection was beginning its transition from the 10 million person city into the 3 million person city that Tokyo becomes in. The window between the last trains and the first ones, the quieter Tokyo that most visitors never see, the one that is still vast and still illuminated and still alive, but in a different register, a register that is not the performance register, not the city presenting itself to the world, but the city simply being itself in the hours when the audience has gone home. Between midnight and 5 in the morning, the crossing quiets significantly. A surreal contrast to the daytime crush, the intersection nearly empty, a window that does not last long. I walked the 1 block south from the apartment building in the cold night air, past the family mart where Yuki worked, and where the onigiri shelf was freshly stocked at this hour, for the overnight workers and the last revelers and the people like me who were walking toward something at 11:47 on a Friday in November. The crossing came into view as I rounded the final corner, and I stopped for a moment before I reached the pavement edge, the way I always stopped for a moment before sitting up at the southwest corner, the way I had stopped every morning for 14 months, to let the space present itself to me before I presented myself to it. Shibuya crossing at 11:57 in the evening on a Friday in November. Not empty, almost never empty, even late at night. Even in the hours between trains, the crossing maintains a continuous flow that almost no hour of the day or night fully interrupts. There were perhaps 200 people at the signals on the 4 corners. A Friday night density. The evening's last outflow from the clubs and the restaurants and the karaoke rooms and the izakayas. People in small groups and in pairs and alone. The particular mix of the late-night crossing that was different from the rush-hour crossing, not in its numbers so much as its quality, the looser quality of people at the end of their day, the slightly dissolved quality of people who have been somewhere warm and are now in the cold, moving at their own pace rather than the city's. I set up at the southwest corner with the Nikon and I waited for the signal. The signal changed. The crowd crossed. 3 directions at once. Diagonal and lateral and straight. The ordinary mathematics of the scramble, and I photographed it the way I had photographed it every morning for 14 months, looking for the interior life surfacing through the skin in the moment a person believes they are anonymous. I reviewed the frames. The Q-front building's glass facade in the background of every shot that faced northeast. The reflective surface that had been showing me the figure at the center of the crossing for longer than I had known to look. I reviewed them standing at the southwest corner of Shibuya crossing at midnight in the November cold, scrolling through the night's frames on the camera screen with my thumb. 2 figures, both of them there, both of them as they had been in the last set of photographs from the morning, Setsuko in her gray jacket and dark trousers, and the original figure beside her, the one that had been standing at the center of the crossing for as long as I had been shooting here. The one whose face I had not been able to resolve in any previous frame, and in the midnight photographs, in the glass of the Q-front facade, the 2 figures were not the only ones. There were more. Not 51, not the precise documented number of the Sukamo executions, more than that. A crowd of them assembled in the glass of the building's facade, standing in the crossing and not in it simultaneously, visible only in the reflective surface, and not to any living person on any of the four corners, the way the previous figures had been visible. But, multiplied now, a density of them at the center of the intersection that had the quality of a gathering rather than a haunting, the quality of a place where people have come together because they have somewhere to be and something that requires their presence. I lowered the camera. I looked at the crossing directly, without the lens, with my own eyes in the cold midnight air of Shibuya, and I saw the crossing as it was, the 200 people in their Friday night looseness, the signals cycling, the neon shifting its colors across every surface, the queue front screen running its commercial content for no one in particular. I looked at the queue front glass, and I saw them, not through the camera, not mediated by the lens or the viewfinder or the professional discipline of the photographer behind the glass, directly, with my own eyes. For the first time in the entire preceding weeks of this account, I saw them directly. I want to be precise about what this looked like, because precision is what I owe this account, and because the temptation when describing this moment is toward the language of the ghost story, the luminous and the translucent and the terrifying, and none of those words apply. They looked like people, solid and present and specific, each of them distinct, each of them occupying their space in the crossing with the individuality of real people, rather than the uniformity of an apparition. Different heights and different builds and different ways of standing. The particular human variety of a crowd assembled from its own separate lives. They were not performing their presence. They were not positioned for an audience or arranged for a photograph. They were simply there, at the center of Shibuya Crossing, in the way that people are simply somewhere when they are simply somewhere, without drama or announcement, and the quality of their being there was not threatening. I have said this before in this account, and I will say it one more time with the same emphasis, because it is the most important true thing I can offer you about what I witnessed. They were not threatening. They were grieving, not actively, not with the visible distress of acute grief, but with the particular quality of grief that has been carried for a very long time and has become a part of the person carrying it, rather than a separate thing imposed upon them, the way certain experiences eventually integrate rather than dissolve, the way they become a quality of the light in a person's eyes, rather than a weather system passing through them. They had been standing at the center of this crossing, in the glass and in the deep layers and in the ground, that the crossing pressed its weight into with every footstep of every day, for decades, not because they could not leave, not because the building or the mirror or the well was holding them, because the record was incomplete, and they had been waiting for someone to care enough about the incompleteness to do something about it. 63 years from the executions to the night I stood at the southwest corner of Shibuya Crossing with a camera and 643 photographs already submitted to 3 archives, and whatever they had been waiting for was not a ceremony, and not a ritual, and not the elaborate mechanism of the ghost story that requires specific conditions to be met in a specific order before the haunting can resolve. It was simpler than all of that. It was someone saying, "I see you," and meaning it, and making the record that proved it. The signal changed. The Friday night crowd surged into the crossing from all 4 corners in the ordinary mathematics of the scramble. 200 people flowing in every direction at once. The organized chaos of the world's busiest pedestrian intersection, doing its ordinary, extraordinary work of moving the city through itself at the rate of 3,000 people every 2 minutes. And as the crowd moved through the center of the crossing, through the space where the assembled figures stood, something happened that I am going to describe as precisely as I can, and that I will not apologize for not being able to explain. The figures did not move. The crowd flowed through them the way light flows through glass, the living bodies of the Friday night crowd, passing through the space the assembled figures occupied without disruption, without collision, without any of the 200 people registering anything unusual in the geometry of their crossing, and the figures stood in the middle of all of it, with the stillness of things that have been still for a long time and know the quality of it. And they looked at me. Not the targeted, specific, personal attention of the Ikiryo studying my face, not the measured patience of Kenji Arata waiting for a photographer with the right eyes to show up at the observatory. A different quality of attention. The attention of a crowd toward a single person. The attention of many toward one. The weight of it distributed and diffuse and entirely without threat. They looked at me the way an audience looks at the person who has just said the thing that needed saying. I raised the Nikon. I held the frame. The crossing, the crowd, the queue-front building's glass with its reflected figures assembled at the center, the November midnight air with its cold and its neon and its yakitori smoke from the one stall still running on the side street, and the signal cycling above it all in the indifferent way of infrastructure, red to green to red, timing the city's movement with the patience of a machine that will still be running long after all of us are somewhere else. I pressed the shutter and held it, frame after frame after frame, the camera working in the way it works when everything is right, when the light is what it is, and the moment is what it is, and the eye behind the lens is doing the one thing the eye behind the lens is made to do. Witness without flinching, document without making it personal, hold the frame for as long as the truth is in it. I held it for a long time, and then, gradually, in the way that things resolve when they have been holding their resolution for a long time and are finally permitted to release it, the figures in the queue-front glass began to change. Not disappearing. Not the vanishing of the conventional ghost story. The fading and the dissolving and the going away into nothing. The opposite of that. Becoming more present rather than less. More solid rather than more translucent. More themselves rather than less. The way a photograph finishes developing in its chemical bath. The image not arriving from nowhere, but clarifying from the latency of the paper into the sharpness of the final print. Everything that was already there becoming visible, the face of each person becoming legible, the specific and individual and unrepeatable face of each person in that assembled crowd becoming something the eye could hold and know and remember, and then they were gone. Not gradually, not in the slow release of the developing photograph, gone in the way a breath is gone when it has been fully exhaled, the way a sentence is gone when it is finished. The way a thing is gone when it has been completed. The queue-front glass showed the crossing and the crowd, and the November midnight sky and the neon and the ordinary extraordinary machinery of the world's busiest intersection running its 3000th cycle of the day, and nothing else. I lowered the camera. I stood at the southwest corner of Shibuya Crossing in the cold November midnight of Tokyo, Japan, and I held the Nikon in both hands and I breathed. And the city breathed around me, and the signal cycled above me, and the crossing ran its next scramble with its 200 Friday night pedestrians flowing in every direction at once. I reviewed the last frames on the camera screen. In the queue-front glass, in every frame I had shot in the final minutes before they resolved. Every one of them sharp and fully realized and precisely exposed. The faces of the assembled figures were clear. I am not going to describe those faces. Not because I do not have the words, and not because the description would be inadequate, and not because I am withholding for effect. I am not going to describe them because they are not mine to describe. They belong to the archives I have submitted them to. They belong to the record. They belong after 63 years of absence from the public documentation of what happened in that room at 12 minutes past midnight on the 23rd of December, 1948, to the history they are part of, and that has been part of them all along. They belong to the record, not to my story. I walked back to the apartment in the cold November midnight. 1 block north, past the Family Mart, through the lobby, up 2 flights of stairs. I put the key in the lock and I opened the door, and I went inside, and I crossed the room and I looked at the mirror. My mirror, the convex antique iron-framed glass from the shop with the red lantern that Yuki said did not exist. The mirror that had taught me the first rule and sent me to a mountain tunnel in Kyoto and down through a stone corridor to a woman who needed her soul returned and up to a 60th floor observatory with a camera, and finally here, to the southwest corner of Shibuya crossing at midnight on a Friday in November. My reflection looked back at me in the mirror, blinking freely, my own face in my own apartment. The November midnight of Shibuya, washing in from the window behind me in its shifting amber and white and blue. The colors moving across the ceiling in the slow and beautiful way they moved every night, and the convex glass showing the room behind me in its slight distortion, the ceiling, and the window, and the door. The mirror was not warm. It was room temperature. The ordinary temperature of glass in a room that has been lived in, the temperature of something that has finished what it was doing and has returned to its ordinary self. The way a person's hands cool after they have set down something they were carrying. I pressed my palm against the glass and held it there for a moment, and the glass was cool and smooth and entirely ordinary, and my reflection pressed its palm against mine from the other side, the way reflection does, in the perfectly synchronized way of a mirror doing its only work, showing you yourself, nothing more and nothing less. I said, "Good night." I do not know if this was addressed to the mirror, or to the well, or to the people who had been standing in the queue-front glass at the center of the world's busiest pedestrian intersection for 63 years, waiting for a photographer with the right eyes, or to Setsuko in her apartment 3 blocks away, or to my own reflection in the glass, or to Yuki, who would be starting her shift at the Family Mart in 4 hours, or to the city of Tokyo, lying awake around me in the November midnight, 10 million people dreaming in 10 million rooms above the compressed layers of everything it had ever been, or to all of them. I took my palm off the glass. I went to bed. In the morning, I would take the camera to the crossing, and I would shoot the first scramble of the day in the gray November light, the way I had done every morning for 14 months, and the queue-front glass would show the crossing and the crowd and the morning sky, and I would look at every frame carefully, the way I always did, looking for the thing in the crowd that no one else was looking at, and if there was something there, I would document it. And if there was nothing there, I would document that too. That is what photographers do. They hold the frame for as long as the truth is in it, and then they let it go. And then they raise the camera and find the next frame. The crossing was 1 block south. It was always going to be there in the morning, and so was I. What the Depth Keeps. This story is from Western Pacific Ocean, the RV Callio, a research vessel stationed above the Challenger Deep, Mariana Trench, 11 kilometers below the surface. Legend or theme, Omibozu, the vast lightless shape of Japanese maritime tradition that rises from the deepest water when the sea is perfectly still, combined with Noah, surreal unidentified acoustic anomaly recorded in the Eastern Pacific in 1997, designated informally as the bloop. This far from shore, the ocean has no color. It is simply an absence of land, an absence of limit, water so deep that the pressure at its floor would collapse the chest of any living thing that descended without protection. At night on the surface, the stars reflect so cleanly that the horizon disappears, and you understand for the first time what sailors meant when they said the sea went on forever, not as metaphor, but as a felt and bodily truth. I need to tell you something about sound before I tell you anything else. Sound travels faster in water than in air, 4 times faster, approximately 1,480 meters per second through seawater at room temperature, compared to 343 in the air above it. This is not a trivial difference. It changes everything about how the ocean communicates with itself, how pressure waves move through the column of water, how a sound produced at one point on the planet can be detected, with the right equipment, at another point, thousands of kilometers away. The ocean is not silent. It has never been silent. It is one of the most acoustically complex environments on Earth, a medium in which every pressure change, every thermal gradient, every movement of any object with enough mass to displace water, produces a sound that the ocean carries forward through itself indefinitely, attenuating slowly, traveling until something absorbs it or reflects it back. I am a marine acoustics researcher. Was, perhaps, is the more honest conjugation. I have not been on a research vessel since the Callio, and I do not know when or whether I will be again. But, for 12 years before the voyage I am going to describe, I studied the ocean's sound. I recorded it, analyzed it, mapped it, classified it. I knew the specific acoustic signatures of blue whale calls and the grinding of tectonic plates and the collective sound of shrimp snapping their claws, which creates a crackling that can be detected across hundreds of kilometers and which sounds, through headphones, exactly like static from a very old radio. I knew what the deep ocean sounded like when nothing unusual was happening in it. I also knew what it sounded like when something was. My name is Thomas Ellery. I am 44 years old. I grew up in coastal Maine, which is relevant only insofar as it explains why I was never afraid of the ocean, why I approached it, for most of my adult life, with the specific confidence of someone who has known a thing since childhood, and therefore cannot quite believe it has the capacity to surprise them. The coast near my parents' house smelled of salt and low-tide mud, and the diesel of lobster boats, and the sound of the water at night through my bedroom window was the most ordinary and familiar sound in the world to me. The ocean was not mysterious to me. It was the background of everything. My research partner, Dr. Claire Ashworth, did not grow up near the water. She grew up in rural Ohio, about as far from any ocean as it is possible to be in the continental United States, and she approached the sea with a precise and disciplined wonder that I had long since lost the capacity for. She noticed things I had stopped noticing. She was moved by things I had learned to take as given. We had worked together for 6 years by the time we boarded the Callio, 6 years of shared lab space and shared grant applications and shared frustration at peer reviewers who did not understand what we were trying to do, and a friendship that had become one of the central structural elements of my life. The kind of friendship that you rely on without fully acknowledging how much you rely on it until the architecture shifts. Claire died on the Callio, not in the way that the word died usually arrives in a sentence like that. Not suddenly, not violently, not in a manner that left marks in documentation and a cause on a certificate. She died in the way that the ocean occasionally takes people who work on it, completely, quietly, and without giving them back. She went over the stern rail during a night watch in weather that should not have been dangerous, in conditions the ship's log recorded as moderate and manageable. And she was not recovered. The Callio's crew searched for 11 hours. The Coast Guard extended the search for another 36. I stood on the deck for most of those hours and looked at the water and tried to find her with my eyes in the way that the human animal tries to solve problems. It is completely unequipped to solve, and the water gave me nothing. She was 38 years old. That was 14 months before I returned to the Mariana Trench, aboard the Callio's sister vessel, the Maris, on a research assignment I had accepted for reasons that I told my department chair were professional and told myself were professional and were, and the private accounting of my own motives that I conducted in the sleepless margins of those 14 months. Something considerably more complicated than professional. The last recording Claire made before she died was the one I am going to tell you about. I had heard it once, the morning after the search was called off. Sitting alone in the ship's acoustic monitoring room with the headphones on and the waveform open on the screen in front of me, I had listened to it for approximately 90 seconds before I took the headphones off and set them on the console and sat with my hands flat on my thighs and looked at the wall for a long time. Then I had saved the file to an external drive I carried in the inside pocket of my jacket, and I had not listened to it again for the entire 14 months that followed. I had thought about it every day. The Maris departed from Guam on a Tuesday morning in early October. I want to describe the morning accurately, because the accuracy matters. I am not the kind of person who ordinarily notices the quality of the light or the specific texture of the air, the way that some people do instinctively, and the fact that I noticed these things on that particular morning tells me, in retrospect, that something in me already understood that the day was different in kind rather than degree from other days. The light over Guam at 6 a.m. in October is extraordinary. It arrives from a low angle over the Philippine Sea and hits the water at a shallow incidence that turns the surface from dark blue to a color that has no exact name in English, a warm, refractive, moving gold that is the light of both water and sky simultaneously, neither one nor the other but a third thing produced by their meeting. The air smelled of hibiscus from somewhere inland and diesel from the harbor, and the clean mineral openness of deep Pacific air, which smells different from Atlantic air in a way I have never been able to precisely articulate. Drier, somehow, despite being equally saline, with a slight volcanic undertone that I associate with the Pacific island chain and that I have always found clarifying, like the smell of something that has been burning for a long time and has reached the stage of clean, pure heat. The Maris was 112 feet of research vessel, newer than the Kaleo by 8 years and quieter in its operation. The upgraded acoustic isolation of its hull designed specifically to reduce the vessel's own sound signature, which matters when you are trying to listen to the deep ocean beneath you and do not want to record yourself. The crew was 8, plus myself and a junior researcher named David Park, who had joined the project 6 months prior and who was 26 years old and capable and entirely unaware of everything that had happened on the Kaleo, because I had not told him, and had asked the department not to either. I had a specific reason for returning to the Challenger Deep rather than any other location in the Pacific. It was not professional, or not entirely. The Challenger Deep is the deepest known point on the planet's surface, 10,924 meters below sea level, give or take a few meters depending on the measurement methodology. It sits at the southern end of the Mariana Trench, approximately 300 kilometers southwest of Guam, and, at its floor the pressure is 1,072 times the pressure at sea level. Nothing large lives there in any form that resembles what we usually mean by large. The organisms that inhabit the Hadal Zone, the name for oceanic depths below 6,000 meters from Hades, which is accurate in ways the taxonomists who named it may not have fully intended, are small, adapted to pressure and cold and darkness, chemosynthetic rather than photosynthetic, running on chemical energy rather than the sun's. What lives in the Challenger Deep is not visible to the human eye at the surface. What the hydrophones recorded at the Challenger Deep on the final night Claire spent aboard the Kaleo was not small. The specific acoustic profile of the recording she made that night had occupied my professional attention for the entire 14 months I was not on the water, partly because I needed to understand it scientifically, and partly because understanding it scientifically was the only form of proximity to her that remained available to me. She had been in the monitoring room at 11 p.m. when she recorded it. The duty log showed she had been alone. The recording lasted 8 minutes and 43 seconds before she left the room, and the duty log showed she had gone to the stern deck, and the weather log showed moderate conditions, and she had not come back inside. The question I have been unable to stop examining from every available angle, in the 14 months between her death and my boarding of the Maris, was a simple one. What had she heard? I stood at the stern rail of the Maris as it cleared Guam's harbor, watching the island recede in the gold morning light, the palm trees and the low buildings and the long Faiu, curving breakwater shrinking behind us as the ship's engines settled into their deep, thrumming transit frequency, and I put my hand in my jacket pocket and felt the external drive there, its small, rectangular weight solid against my palm, and I looked at the water ahead of us, the Western Pacific, open and enormous and getting deeper with every kilometer. And I felt the old, familiar absence that had lived in the space where Claire used to be, and underneath the absence, something I'm going to try to describe as precisely as I can, something that was not quite dread and not quite pull, but lived between them, something that had been in me since the morning after the search ended, since I sat with the headphones on and listened for 90 seconds, and then took them off and looked at the wall, something that felt, if I held the most honest and least defended part of my attention against it, like the ocean calling me back to a specific place for a specific reason that I was not going to understand until I arrived. The island disappeared behind us. The water opened ahead, fast and gold and deepening. I went below to the monitoring room and began setting up the equipment. The hydrophones were in the water by midday, trailing their cables down through the surface layer and into the thermocline and toward the dark. And as the Maris settled into its holding position above the Challenger Deep, and the afternoon light went from gold to the flat, directionless white of the open Pacific, I put on the headphones and listened to the ocean for the first time in 14 months, and what I heard in the ambient background of all that depth was, for the moment, simply the ocean, the patient, enormous, complex sound of the largest and oldest thing on the surface of the earth, going about its business without any regard for the person listening. What it would sound like by the following night was something I was not yet prepared for. As the Morris held its position above the Challenger Deep, and the Western Pacific stretched its enormous, indifferent self in every direction to the horizon, I sat in the monitoring room with the headphones around my neck, and the waveform display scrolling its slow green lines across the screen, and understood, for the first time since boarding, that I had made a decision I could not unmake simply by being here. The monitoring room was small. All research vessel monitoring rooms are small. The acoustic equipment demands a specific ratio of insulation to space. The walls lined with sound-dampening foam that gives the room a sealed, pressurized quality, as if the room itself is trying to approximate the conditions of the thing it is studying. 2 console stations, each with dual screens, one for the real-time waveform display, one for the spectral analysis software that translates acoustic data into visual frequency maps, spreading sound across a grid of color and intensity the way a doctor spreads an X-ray across a light board. A rolling chair for each station, a small shelf above the port console holding a thermos, 2 empty cups, and a laminated copy of the hydrophone array deployment protocol that someone had taped there years before the Morris was my vessel, and that I had never removed because removing it would have required touching it, and touching it would have meant deciding whether to look at the handwriting in the margin, and the handwriting was Claire's. I had not touched it in the 2 days since boarding. I sat at the starboard station instead, where everything was mine, and neutral and unoccupied by memory, and I worked through the initial calibration sequence with the methodical, indexing attention that good technical work requires, checking the hydrophone signal strength against the depth readings, verifying the frequency response curve, running the ambient noise baseline that would serve as my comparison reference for everything the array recorded going forward. Baseline work is the unglamorous foundation of acoustic research. It is the scientific equivalent of learning to hear silence before you can identify what is not silent, and it requires the kind of patient, deliberate listening that takes years to develop and that I had spent 12 years developing and that I had, in the 14 months since the Kaleo, almost entirely stopped trusting, because what I had heard in 90 seconds of headphone time in the Kaleo's monitoring room, the morning after the search ended, had not matched any baseline I had ever established. And I had been building baselines for 12 years. David Park appeared in the doorway at approximately 2 in the afternoon, carrying 2 mugs of coffee with the careful, slightly formal attentiveness of a junior researcher who is not yet sure of the social protocols of a new working environment. He was slight and precise in his movements, with the quality of focused stillness that good researchers develop early, the physical expression of a mind that is used to attending to small things carefully. He set 1 mug on the console beside me without being asked which was the right call, and pulled the second chair to a position far enough from my station to be unobtrusive. I said, "The array looks good. The signal is clean down to approximately 6,000 meters. Below that we have some thermal noise from the depth transition, but it should resolve as the water column stabilizes overnight." He said, 6,000 meters. He said it the way people say large numbers when the scale of them is still arriving. Not with drama, but with the particular quality of a person watching something enormous come into focus. I said the Challenger deep floor is nearly 11,000. What we are going to hear down there, when the signal penetrates the full column. I paused here, because I was looking at the waveform display, and something in the ambient data had shifted slightly. A minor frequency fluctuation that resolved in the next 3 seconds into a routine biological signal, the clicking of something very small far below us. What we are going to hear is unlike anything you have worked with before. The Hadal acoustic environment is effectively its own world. The pressure changes the physics. Sound behaves differently at those depths than it does anywhere else on the planet. He asked differently how. I thought about that for a moment. I said, sounds from that depth carry a specific quality of persistence. The pressure column acts as a kind of amplifier and retention medium simultaneously. A sound produced at the floor of the Challenger Deep does not simply travel outward and diminish. It bounces. It reverberates within the pressure layers. It can travel thousands of kilometers laterally through the SOFAR channel, the sound fixing and ranging channel, the acoustic waveguide that exists at the depth of maximum pressure in the water column, and still be detectable, still identifiable. weeks after it was produced. He said, so something at the bottom makes a sound and we can hear it weeks later? I said, we can hear sounds that were produced thousands of kilometers away and months ago. The ocean's acoustic memory is far longer than we ordinarily think about. He was quiet for a moment, looking at the waveform display. Then he said, that is either beautiful or terrifying. I said, it is both. That is what makes this work worth doing. I meant it. Even then, even in the first days aboard the Maris, with the external drive in my pocket, and the laminated protocol on the shelf above the port console, and the 14 months of sleepless examination sitting behind my eyes like something that had been staring in one direction for too long, even then, the work itself had the quality it had always had. The clean, purposeful quality of attention directed at something real and enormous and genuinely unknown. We ate dinner in the galley with the rest of the crew at 6 p.m. The ship's cook, a broad-shouldered Hawaiian man named Marcus, who had been feeding researchers and crew aboard Pacific research vessels for 20 years, and who made an extraordinarily good tuna poke with avocado and sesame that tasted of the specific, uncomplicated pleasure of eating well in a small space, far from land. The conversation at the table was the ordinary conversation of people in the early days of a shared working trip, professional and careful, the calibration of strangers finding a shared register. The engines ran their background frequency through the hull. The ocean moved in its slight open water swell beneath us, a long rolling motion that was nothing like the chop of coastal water, the deep ocean swell that has traveled thousands of kilometers and carries its distance in its cadence, unhurried and enormous. After dinner I went back to the monitoring room alone. I sat at the starboard station and I looked at the port console for a long time. The laminated protocol on the shelf above it, the handwriting in the margin that I had not permitted myself to read. Then I got up and I went to the port station and I read it. Claire had written 2 things in the margin of the deployment protocol, in the blue ballpoint she always used, because she had a mild aversion to black ink that she had never fully explained. The first was a frequency notation, a specific number, 6.2 Hz, circled twice, with a small arrow pointing to a passage in the printed text that discussed the expected frequency range of radial ambient noise. The second was a single word, written not in the margin but at the bottom of the laminated sheet, below the printed text, in letters that were smaller than her usual writing, as if she had written it quickly or quietly. Below. Not, see below. Not, below the thermocline or below the SOFAR channel or below the measurement threshold. Just the word itself. Standing alone at the bottom of the page, pointing at something she had not named. I stood at the port console and looked at that word for a long time. 6.2 Hz is an infrasound frequency, below the threshold of human hearing, which begins at approximately 20 Hz. Infrasound is not heard through the ears in the conventional sense. It is felt. The body registers it as pressure, as vibration in the chest and the inner ear's vestibular system, as a physical sensation that the brain then interprets, depending on the frequency and intensity, as a range of experiences from mild unease to something that the research literature describes with careful clinical neutrality as a sense of presence, the sense that something is in the room with you. 6.2 Hz, specifically, had been studied by a researcher at Coventry University named Vic Tandy in the 1990s, who had investigated reports of strange sensations and apparent apparitions in a laboratory, and found that a standing wave at 18.98 Hz was responsible. He had since published broader work on infrasound and its perceptual effects. His work was not fringe. It was peer-reviewed, replicated in part, taken seriously by the acoustic research community. It was not proof of anything supernatural. It was proof that the boundary between the physical and the experiential is thinner than most people assume. That sound at the right frequency can produce effects in the human nervous system that the nervous system has no accurate language for, and therefore translates imperfectly into the vocabulary it has available, the vocabulary of presence, of something else in the room, of not being alone. I wrote down the frequency in my own notebook, next to my own notes from the day's calibration work. Then I went to my cabin and did not sleep. And at 11 p.m. I got up and went back to the monitoring room and put on the headphones and pulled up the baseline waveform and sat in the dark with the sound of the deep ocean in my ears. The Challenger Deep, nearly 11,000 meters below the hole I was sitting on, the deepest and oldest and most pressurized silence on the surface of the planet. And I listened. The ambient sound of the Hadal Zone is not what most people expect. It is not the dramatic silence of a sealed room, that total absence of sound that becomes its own kind of noise. It is full. It has content, biological sources, the sounds of organisms so small and so adapted to their environment that they have no equivalent in the surface world. Their process is audible only because pressure and the acoustic properties of deep water amplify everything. Geological sources. The tectonic movement of the Pacific Plate, which is enormous and slow and produces a grinding, sub-bass frequency that sits at the very bottom of the monitoring equipment's range, more vibration than sound, and the thermal noise of the water column itself. The acoustic expression of temperature gradients. The specific signature of cold, pressurized ancient water being what it is. I sat with all of that for an hour. It was the first time in 14 months that the work had felt like itself. Like the thing I had given 12 years to. The thing that had its own logic and its own rewards and its own specific, disciplined pleasure. The listening. The patient, focused receiving of what the ocean was saying to anyone who had the equipment and the training to hear it. At 12:17 a.m., something changed in the waveform. Not dramatically, not with any sudden spike or anomalous amplitude. A shift in the baseline frequency content. A new component appearing in the low end of the spectrum, below 20 Hz, below the threshold of human hearing, present in the data as a visual event on the spectrogram before it was present as anything I could consciously perceive. I watched it appear on the screen and I sat very still and I waited. Because in acoustic research you do not act on a single data point. You wait for confirmation. You wait for the signal to either resolve into something identifiable or develop into something that demands a response. It developed. The frequency was 6.2 Hz. I took the headphones off, not because the frequency was audible through them. At 6.2 Hz, nothing is audible in the conventional sense. I took them off because the room had changed, the sealed, foam-lined, pressure-feeling monitoring room of the Maris, which had been simply itself for the 2 days I had been aboard. Functional, neutral, mine, had changed quality in a way I cannot describe with technical precision and will not pretend I can. The room felt occupied, not by a person, not by anything with a shape I could name. Occupied the way a room feels occupied when you walk into it immediately after someone has left, when the air still holds the thermal and olfactory trace of presence, when the light seems to fall on surfaces that have just been looked at by someone else. That specific quality of recentness, of the immediate past still present. I looked at the port console, the laminated protocol on the shelf above it, the word at the bottom of the page, in blue ballpoint, and letters smaller than her usual writing. Below, I sat in the monitoring room until 2 a.m., watching the 6.2 Hz signal pulse on the spectrogram, with the slow tidal regularity of something breathing. And I did not put the headphones back on, and I did not open the external drive with Claire's recording on it. And I did not do either of those things because I was not yet certain I was ready for what doing them might confirm. But I wrote the frequency down again in my notebook, wrote it twice, and drew a circle around it as Claire had done for reasons I did not examine closely, because it felt like the right thing to do. By the following morning, the 6.2 Hz signal had been present in the waveform data for 9 continuous hours, and when David Park came into the monitoring room at 7 a.m. with coffee and looked at the overnight spectrogram, he said nothing for a long moment, just stood there looking at the shape of it on the screen, that steady, rhythmic, breathing pulse in the infrasound range, and then asked quietly whether I had ever recorded anything like that before. I said no. I said it looking at the port console, at the laminated sheet, at the word at the bottom of the page. I said it knowing, with the specific and unwelcome certainty of a person whose entire professional life has been built on the careful interpretation of what the ocean says, that I was not telling the full truth. By the following morning, the 6.2 Hz signal had been present in the waveform data for 9 continuous hours, steady and patient and rhythmic as something alive, and I had been awake for most of those hours, sitting with it in the monitoring room, while the Maris held its position above the Challenger Deep, and the Pacific night moved through its slow, starlit sequence outside the hull. David had asked his question, and I had not answered it fully, and we had both understood that I had not answered it fully, and he had the professional wisdom to let that stand without pressing. He set his coffee mug down and pulled the second chair to the starboard station, and we sat together looking at the overnight spectrogram in the manner of two people looking at the same thing, and seeing slightly different versions of it. He seeing an anomalous data set that was scientifically interesting and unexplained. I seeing something that reached 14 months back through my life and touched a specific night, and a specific recording and a specific word written in blue ballpoint at the bottom of a laminated page. I said, I want to run a full spectral decomposition on the signal. Break it into its component frequencies and see what it is underneath. He said, underneath it? I said, complex acoustic signals in the hadal environment are rarely single frequency events. What the spectrogram shows us is the dominant frequency, the loudest component. Underneath that dominant component, there's almost always a structure. A set of harmonics and subharmonics that tell you something about the source. The way a musical note contains overtones that tell you whether it came from a piano or a cello, even when the fundamental pitch is identical. He said he understood. He pulled up the decomposition software on his screen and began the parameter settings while I watched, checking his inputs against my own baseline data, and the work of it settled over us with its good, focused quality. The specific atmosphere of two people doing technical work they both know how to do, in a small room far from land, with the ocean's data scrolling across the screens between them. The decomposition took 40 minutes. What it revealed, when it finished rendering and the full frequency structure of the signal appeared on the screen in the layered color topography of a spectral analysis, was something I stared at for a long time before I said anything. The dominant frequency was 6.2 Hz. That was as the overnight data had shown, but the harmonic structure beneath it, the architecture of smaller frequencies that the decomposition had extracted from the signal's interior, was not what I expected from a geological or biological source. Geological sources produce harmonic series with specific mathematical relationships between their components, the predictable overtone structure of physical systems under stress. Biological sources produce their own characteristic patterns, shaped by the anatomy of whatever organism is producing them. Both are identifiable once you know what you are looking for. The way a doctor can look at a waveform and identify the specific cardiac abnormality producing it. This signal's harmonic structure matched neither what it matched, and I am going to state this as precisely as I can, because precision is the only honest approach to something that resists honest approaches. What it matched, in its frequency spacing and amplitude relationships, was the harmonic series of a human voice producing a sustained vowel sound at low register. Not a human voice. I want to be clear about that. The source of this signal was 11,000 meters below the hull of the Maris, at the floor of the Challenger Deep, at a pressure that no human body could survive for a fraction of a second. There was no human voice at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. What I am saying is that the mathematical signature of the signal's internal structure was consistent with the mathematical signature that human vocal tract resonance produces when a person sustains a low vowel sound. The specific way the human mouth and throat and chest cavity shape a column of air into a frequency pattern that carries within it the acoustic fingerprint of a human body. The ocean, 11 kilometers below us, was producing a sound whose internal architecture resembled a human voice. David looked at the decomposition for a long time without speaking. Then he said, "Is that what I think it is?" I said, "Tell me what you think it is." He said, "It looks like a voice harmonic," which is obviously not what it is. "But it looks like one." I said, "Yes, it does." He said, "What does that mean?" I said it meant we needed more data. That a single spectral decomposition was not a conclusion, it was a question. I said we needed to run the hydrophone array in directional mode and attempt to triangulate a bearing on the signal source, to determine whether it was coming from a fixed point or whether it was distributed across the water column. I said we needed to compare the harmonic profile against the Nawa historical database to see whether this signal or anything resembling it had been recorded before at this location. He began setting up the directional array while I opened the NOAA comparison interface on my station and began building the search parameters. The work was good to have. It occupied the hands and the analytical mind and left the other parts of the mind, the parts that were not analytical, the parts that had been living with a specific recording on an external drive for 14 months, with less room to operate. The NOAA, historical database for the Mariana Trench region, extended back to 1973, when the first deep hydrophone arrays were deployed in the Western Pacific. 50 years of acoustic data from the deepest water on the planet. I had accessed it before on previous research trips for comparative baseline purposes. It was a large database, well organized, and it took the search algorithm approximately 12 minutes to run through it against the parameters I had set. It returned 4 matches, 4 recordings and 50 years of data from the Mariana Trench region in which a signal with a frequency structure consistent with the one we were currently recording had appeared in the array data. I opened the first one. It was dated March of 1981, recorded by a hydrophone array deployed from a Navy oceanographic vessel whose designation I did not recognize. Duration, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. The spectral profile was consistent. The same dominant infrasound frequency, the same harmonic structure beneath it, the same mathematical signature that resembled human vocal resonance. The recording had been flagged in the database with a notation that read source unidentified, possible geological transient, no follow-up data available. The second was dated September of 1994, recorded by a joint NOAA and Scripps Institution array. Duration, 11 minutes and 7 seconds. The harmonic profile was slightly different, a variation of perhaps 3% in the frequency spacing, but clearly related. The way 2 performances of the same piece of music are clearly related even when played at slightly different tempos. The database notation read, unidentified low-frequency event. LFU classification pending, no confirmed source. The third was dated July of 1997. I stopped moving when I saw the date. July of 1997 was the month the NOAA hydrophone system in the Eastern Pacific recorded the acoustic event that became known informally as the bloop. A powerful, ultra-low frequency sound that lasted approximately 1 minute and was detected by multiple hydrophone stations across a distance of 5,000 kilometers. The bloop was real, documented, unambiguous data. It was one of the most powerful underwater sounds ever recorded by NOAA source array. It had never been definitively sourced. The agency's official position, issued in 2012, was that it was most likely the sound of ice fracturing in Antarctica. A process that produces powerful low-frequency events that can travel enormous distances through the SOFAR channel. The third database match was not the bloop. It was recorded in the same month, from the same general region of the Western Pacific. But it was a different signal. Quieter, more localized. The kind of signal that would not travel 5,000 kilometers and would not attract the attention that the bloop had attracted. It had been recorded by a research vessel hydrophone array at a position that the database listed with coordinates, and when I entered those coordinates into the chart display on my screen, they resolved to a location approximately 80 kilometers northeast of our current position, 80 kilometers from the Challenger Deep. The database notation for the third record read, low-frequency event recorded concurrent with anomalous surface condition reports from vessel crew, source unidentified, no follow-up. Anomalous surface condition reports. I read that phrase 3 times. Then I opened the record's attached documentation, which was a scanned PDF of the original field report from the research vessel, and I read through it with the careful, line-by-line attention of a person who suspects they are reading something that matters. The field report was brief and professionally written in the measured language of scientific documentation, but 2 passages stopped me. The first described the acoustic event in technical terms consistent with the spectral profile I was currently looking at. The second was a supplementary note, written by the vessel's chief scientist and appended to the formal report. That described a condition observed on the surface of the water in the hours surrounding the acoustic event. A condition the scientist called, with apparent discomfort at the imprecision of the term, a stillness that was not natural. Not the ordinary stillness of calm weather, but a quality of the water surface that multiple crew members had independently reported as feeling in their respective accounts, like a tension, like the surface of the water was the surface of something that was looking upward. I sat with that for a long time. Then I opened the fourth database record. It was dated November of 2009. The recording had been made by the hydrophone array of the RV Kaleo. My hands stopped on the keyboard. The Kaleo had been to the Mariana Trench 3 times before the voyage on which Claire died. I had been aboard for 2 of those trips. The 2009 trip I had not been on, a preliminary survey cruise that had taken place before Claire and I joined the project, when the Kaleo was under a different chief scientist whose name I recognized from the literature. I had read his published work on hadal acoustics. He was meticulous and careful and not given to overstatement. The database entry for the 2009 recording had a notation that was different from the others. It was longer, and it had been added to the database not at the time of the original recording, but several years later, by a curator whose initials appeared in the audit trail. The notation read, "Signal reanalyzed 2014 following independent research report. Harmonic structure confirmed anomalous. Source remains unclassified. See attached researcher correspondence." I clicked on the attached correspondence. It was an email chain between the database curator and the chief scientist from the 2009 cruise. The curator had reached out to ask whether the chief scientist had any additional notes on the recording given the reanalysis results. The chief scientist had replied with a single paragraph. I read it twice. Then I printed it because I needed it to exist on paper. He wrote, "I remember the night we recorded it. I remember that I went up to the deck afterward and stood at the rail, and the water was absolutely still in a way I had not seen in 30 years of working at sea. Not calm. Still, there is a difference, and if you have seen it you understand the difference, and if you have not seen it I cannot explain it to you." I stood at the rail for approximately 20 minutes. I did not feel afraid. I felt observed. I have not described this in any official documentation, because I have no scientific framework for it, and because the word observed, applied to the ocean, is not a word I am willing to put in a report. But you asked, and this is what I remember. I folded the print out and put it in my jacket pocket, next to the external drive. David had completed the directional array setup and called over to ask whether I was ready to run the bearing triangulation. I said yes. I said it in the voice I use when I need to sound more settled than I am, the professional voice. The researcher voice, the voice that my graduate training built over years to be the public face of the private processes of scientific thought. He ran the triangulation. The software resolved a bearing on the 6.2 Hz signal in approximately 8 minutes, and when the result appeared on the chart display, I looked at it for a long moment without speaking. The signal was not distributed across the water column. It was not ambient noise. Not a diffuse geological phenomenon spread across the floor of the trench. It was coming from a single point, a fixed point, 11,000 meters below us, directly beneath the hull of the Maris. I excused myself at noon and went to my cabin and sat on the bunk with the external drive in my hand and the printed email in my pocket, and the triangulation result still on the chart display in my mind. And I thought about the chief scientist standing at the rail in 2009, and the field report from 1997, and the word Claire had written at the bottom of the laminated protocol in blue ballpoint and letters smaller than her usual hand. And I thought about all of those things for a long time before I acknowledged what I had known since the triangulation result appeared on the screen, that the reason the signal was coming from a fixed point directly beneath us was not a coincidence, and that the fixed point was not random, and that whatever was producing that sound at the floor of the Challenger Deep knew, with a precision I could not account for by any means available to my professional training, exactly where the Maris was. That afternoon I did something I had not done in 14 months. I opened the external drive. Not the recording. Not yet. I was not ready for the recording, and I had enough honest self-knowledge left to recognize that readiness was not simply a matter of deciding to be ready. But the drive contained more than the recording. It contained the full data archive from the Kaleo's final cruise, all 8 days of hydrophone array data, the waveform logs, the spectral analyses, the deployment records, the annotated field notes that Claire had kept in the ship's shared research folder with a meticulous, cross-reference precision that had always made her notes the most useful documents in any project we had worked on together. I had not opened the archive since the morning after the search. I had carried the drive in my jacket pocket for 14 months the way a person carries a letter they are not ready to read. Present, tangible, the weight of it continuous and specific, close enough to touch. I opened the archive folder. Her field notes were organized by date, each day's observations in a separate document. The field names in the format she always used: initials, date, location code. I scrolled to the final entry. The file dated the last full day of research before she went over the rail. I opened it, and I read it the way I had been reading everything connected to the Kaleo in the 14 months since, carefully, with the specific attention of someone who understands that what they are reading is both a scientific document and the last evidence of a mind that no longer exists, and who has not yet found a way to hold both of those things simultaneously, without one of them making the other impossible to approach. Her notes from that final day were different from the preceding entries, not in their structure. They were as organized and indexed as everything she wrote. The field note format she had used for 6 years. Observation followed by measurement, followed by interpretation, followed by open questions. But the content of the interpretation column was different. In every previous entry across 8 days of research, the interpretation column contained careful, hedged, evidence-based readings of the acoustic data. The kind of interpretations that could be defended in a seminar room, that cited precedent and acknowledged limitation and invited alternative readings, standard scientific prose, the language of a person who has been trained to treat uncertainty as a virtue. The final day's interpretation column contained one sentence. It is not coming from the geology. No citation. No hedging. No alternative reading invited. Just that sentence. Declarative and flat, and carrying in its flatness a quality that I recognized after a moment as the tone of a person who has stopped doing the interpretive work because the interpretation has become unavoidable. I read it 3 times. Then I scrolled to the open questions column of the same entry. That column contained one word. Who? Not what is the source. Not what geological mechanism could account for this signal. Not any of the scientific questions that the open questions column was designed to hold. Just the question that science does not ask about ocean acoustics. The question that belongs to a different category of inquiry entirely. Who? I closed the laptop. I lay back on the bunk and looked at the ceiling of my cabin. Low white, the faint vibration of the ship's engines present in it as a barely perceptible tremor. And I allowed myself, for the first time since boarding the Maris, to fully examine the thing I had been keeping at the edge of my attention rather than the center. Claire had heard the signal on Macaleo, not in the same form we were hearing it now, or perhaps in exactly the same form. I did not yet know, because I had not listened to her recording, but she had been in the monitoring room at 11 p.m. on the last night of her life, and she had recorded 8 minutes and 43 seconds of something. And then she had gone to the stern deck in moderate weather, and she had not come back. The question I had been examining for 14 months was what she heard. The question I was now, reluctantly, beginning to examine was what she had done after she heard it. The stern rail, moderate weather, a person who was one of the most careful and methodical researchers I had ever worked with, who had never in 6 years of shared field work done anything reckless or impulsive or inadequately considered. A person who wore her safety harness on deck in conditions far milder than the ones recorded in the ship's weather log that night. A person who would not, under circumstances I could construct from any available rational material, have leaned far enough over a stern rail in any conditions to fall. What had she been looking at? What had she been looking for? At 4 p.m. I went back to the monitoring room. David was at his station running a passive sonar sweep of the mid-water column, a separate data collection task I had assigned him that morning to give us complementary data while I worked on the infrasound signal. He looked up when I came in, and I could see in his expression a careful, waiting quality of someone who has information they are not sure whether to volunteer. I asked him what he had found. He turned his screen toward me. The passive sonar sweep of the mid-water column should have shown us the biological distribution of the water between the surface and approximately 4,000 meters, The scattering layer, the density of organisms at various depths, the acoustic backscatter that tells a researcher where life is concentrated and where it is absent. It is normally a richly populated display, a column of organized biological activity, the ocean's interior life laid out in acoustic cross-section. David's screen showed a water column that was almost completely empty, not entirely. There were traces of biological signal at the surface layer and at the deep scattering layer, around 500 meters, the minimal expected presence. But, between those two zones, across 3,500 meters of midwater column directly below our position, the biological signal had dropped to near zero. The organisms that should have occupied that water, the mesopelagic fish, the squid, the jellyfish, the shrimp, the vast and complex community of midwater life that the Pacific column normally supported in abundance, were absent, or they had moved. I asked Dather when the signal had dropped. He pulled up the timeline on his screen. The biological signal in the midwater column had been at normal levels when we arrived the previous day. It had begun declining approximately 3 hours after the 6.2 Hz infrasound signal appeared in the array data. By midnight, it had dropped current levels, and it had remained there through the morning. Something in the water below us had moved the midwater biological community out of a 3,500 meter zone of ocean directly above the signal source. Not predation. There was no predator known to science that could clear that volume of water of that density of organisms. Not a current event. The ship's CTD sensors showed no unusual current activity in the water column. Not a chemical event. The water chemistry readings were normal throughout. A sound event. An infrasound frequency at 6.2 Hz, sustained for 15 hours, had produced a biological response across a 3.5 kilometer column of open ocean, and the response was retreat. Every organism with the acoustic sensitivity to detect infrasound at that frequency had moved away from it, upward or downward or laterally, leaving a column of effectively empty water between the source, at the floor of the Challenger Deep, and the hull of the Maris, a clear channel. I sat with that interpretation for a long moment and looked at the empty column on David's screen and thought about acoustics, about what a clear channel in the water column meant in terms of signal propagation, about how a sound travels through water and how obstacles and biological density affect its transmission, and how the absence of those obstacles changes the acoustic path between a source and a receiver. Something at the bottom of the Challenger Deep was producing a sound. Something in the water between the bottom and our hull had moved out of the way. The signal was traveling upward through an unobstructed column of water, directly toward the hydrophones trailing beneath the Maris, with none of the scattering and attenuation that biological density normally introduces into deep water acoustic transmission. It was, in the cleanest and most literal sense of the word, calling. I told David to maintain the passive sonar sweep and log all changes to the biological distribution. I told him the data was significant and that I needed time to think through the analysis before we discussed interpretation. He nodded with the composed professionalism he had shown consistently since boarding, and I recognized in his composure the quality of a person who is more unsettled than they are showing, which was, I supposed, also true of me. I went to the ship's small library. Every research vessel carries one, a narrow shelf of technical references and navigation texts, and whatever novels and field guides previous crew members have left behind. And I spent an hour with a volume on Japanese maritime folklore that I'd carried in my equipment bag from my office in Honolulu. I had put it in the bag the night before boarding, in the quiet, methodical way I packed for research trips, making decisions that felt routine until I examined them and found something less routine underneath. The volume's chapter on the Omibozu was brief and dense with the specific, compressed quality of academic folklore documentation. Comparative references, regional variants, historical attestations going back to the Edo period. I had read portions of it before, years earlier, as background context for a paper on acoustic anomalies in the Western Pacific. I had read it then as historical and cultural material, interesting in the same way that any local knowledge system is interesting when it intersects with the phenomena you are studying scientifically. I had not read it then as anything other than that. I read it differently now. The Umibozu, the sea monk, the ocean priest, the vast dark shape that the old stories described rising from perfectly still water, was not, in its oldest attestations, described as a creature in the conventional sense. The oldest accounts did not give it a body, a size, a face. What they gave it was a condition of the water, and a sound, and a specific behavioral signature observable in the behavior of everything else in the vicinity of its presence. Fish fled, birds left the water. The surface became still in a way that sailors described, across multiple independent traditions spanning several centuries, as feeling like something looking upward from below. The field report from 1997 had used the same word. Attention! I found a passage in the academic text that cited a specific Edo period navigation manual. A practical guide for maritime trade routes, not a collection of ghost stories, in which the author gave instructions for what to do if the umibozu was suspected to be present beneath the vessel. The instructions were practical in tone, the matter-of-fact language of someone describing a recognized navigational hazard rather than a supernatural encounter. The author recommended two things. First, do not lower equipment into the water. The old accounts were consistent that objects lowered into the water during an umibozu event would be drawn downward, not by current, but with the specific directional quality of something pulling rather than flowing. Second, do not respond to any sound that appears to come from below the hull that resembles a human voice. I read that second instruction twice. Then I set the book down on the narrow library shelf, and I sat for a moment with the specific quality of stillness that arrives when two very different knowledge systems point at the same thing simultaneously. When the thing that the old navigators of the Edo period knew and the thing that the spectral decomposition on my screen was showing me converged at a single point and produced, in their convergence, a clarity that was also a weight, I went to find Captain Sarah Nolan. She was on the bridge, as she usually was in the late afternoon, running the daily position check and reviewing the next 48 hours of weather forecasting. Nolan was 51, a New Zealander with 23 years of Pacific Research Vessel Command and the specific, weathered authority of someone who has navigated every condition the Pacific can produce and has developed, through that navigation, a very precise relationship with what she did and did not know. She was the best captain I had worked with in 12 years of research cruises, which was one of the reasons I had specifically requested the Morris, and therefore specifically requested her. I told her about the infrasound signal. I told her about the harmonic profile and the biological evacuation of the midwater column, and the triangulation result fixing the source directly below our hull. I told her about the 4 historical database records in the field report from 1997. I told her about Claire's final field notes and the word in the interpretation column and the word in the open questions column. I did not tell her about the Edo period navigation manual. Not yet. She listened to all of it without interrupting, standing at the bridge window with the Western Pacific laid out ahead of us in the late afternoon light. The water here on the surface a deep, moving blue that gave no indication of what was happening 11,000 meters below it. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "How long has the signal been continuous?" I said, 22 hours now. Uninterrupted. Fixed source. Consistent amplitude, she said, and the biological evacuation of the column is still holding? I said, still holding. She looked at the water for a long moment. Then she said something that I had not expected, something that shifted the conversation into a register I had not anticipated from a person whose professional identity was built on empirical assessment of physical reality. She said, "I have been at this position before. Not aboard the Morris, aboard a different vessel, 15 years ago. We were not here for research. We were transiting to a deployment site further south, and we stopped to conduct a routine equipment check. I was first officer then, not captain. We were here for approximately 6 hours. I waited." She said, "I did not report what I observed during those 6 hours, because I did not have a framework for reporting it that I was confident would be taken seriously, and because first officers who report things they do not have a framework for do not remain first officers for long. But I have thought about those 6 hours many times since." I asked her what she had observed. She looked at me with the direct, assessing gaze of someone deciding how much honest weight to put into a sentence. She said, The water was completely still, not calm, still, and I had the sustained and distinct conviction that something directly below the hull was aware of the vessel, not curious about it. Aware of it, the way you are aware of a specific thing, not a general thing. She paused. She said, I went to the rail, and I looked down at the water, and I had the very clear sense that whatever was below me had been waiting for exactly that. For me to come to the rail and look down, and I stepped back from the rail, and I went inside, and I have never leaned over that rail since on any vessel anywhere. The bridge was quiet. The engines ran their low continuous frequency through the hull. The Pacific Light was beginning its late afternoon shift, the water darkening incrementally toward the deep blue of early evening. I said, I think we need to talk about the hydrophone array. She said, you were thinking about retrieving it. I said, I am thinking about whether we should. She turned from the window and looked at me with an expression that contained several things simultaneously. Professional caution, personal knowledge, and something that I can only describe as recognition. The expression of a person who has been waiting without knowing they were waiting for a specific conversation. She said, tell me about the recording your colleague made. I told her about the recording, and as I described it, the duration, the frequency profile, the timing of when Claire had made it, and what had happened after. Nolan listened with her hands flat on the chart table, and her eyes on the water beyond the bridge window, and when I finished she was quiet for a long moment before she said, carefully, that she thought I should listen to it tonight, and that she thought I should not listen to it alone. Captain Nolan came to the monitoring room at 9 p.m. She brought 2 mugs of tea from the galley, not coffee, which I noted without commenting on, because the shift from coffee to tea had the quality of a deliberate choice, the kind of small preparatory act a person makes when they are settling in for something that requires a different kind of attention than the ordinary working day demands. She set 1 mug on the console beside me and pulled the second chair to the starboard station and sat with the specific, collected stillness of someone who has decided to be fully present for something, has organized themselves accordingly. David was in his cabin. I had told him at 8 p.m. that I was going to review some archive data and that the monitoring room would be occupied for the evening, and he had read the situation with a sensitivity he had shown consistently since boarding, and said goodnight without asking questions. The crew was settled. The ship held its position with the quiet, competent automaticity of modern dynamic positioning systems. The Maris reading the water and the GPS signal and making its continuous small corrections without requiring anyone on the bridge, the vessel essentially keeping itself still above the deepest point on the planet, while the planet turned underneath it. The infrasound signal had been present for 31 hours. I had checked the spectrogram before Nolan arrived. The 6.2 Hz frequency was unchanged. Same amplitude, same harmonic structure, same rhythmic pulse, same fixed point of origin, 11,000 meters below the hull. The biological evacuation of the mid-water column was unchanged. The Maris sat at the center of a cylinder of empty water, cleared by a sound that the ocean's organisms had retreated from, surrounded by the Pacific's normal biological density on every lateral side, but directly below, all the way to the bottom. I put the external drive on the console. Nolan looked at it without touching it. I said, I need to tell you something about Claire before I play this. Not about the accident. About her. She said, all right. I said, Claire Ashworth was the most careful person I have ever worked with. I do not mean careful in the limited sense of methodical or cautious, though she was both of those things. I mean careful in the larger sense. Careful about what she concluded. Careful about what she claimed. Careful about the gap between what the data showed and what the mind wanted the data to show. She had a specific and highly developed capacity for holding that gap open, for not collapsing it prematurely. It was the quality that made her exceptional as a researcher. She did not close questions until the answers were genuinely adequate to them. Nolan said, and the field notes from her last day closed a question prematurely. I said, the field notes from her last day did not close a question. They changed the question, and the words she wrote in the open questions column. I paused here, because saying it out loud in this room, with the signal pulsing on the spectrogram and the empty water column on David's screen and the drive sitting between us, had a different weight than reading it alone in my cabin. The word she wrote was not a scientific question. It was a different kind of question entirely. And for someone whose entire professional identity was built on a specific and rigorous kind of scientific inquiry, writing that word meant that something had exceeded the capacity of her usual frameworks to contain it. Nolan was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "What was the word?" I said, "Who?" The monitoring room held that for a moment. The screens scrolled their data. The ship's ventilation system moved air through the foam-lined walls with its faint, continuous whisper. The infrasound signal pulsed on the spectrogram. 6.2 hertz. Patient and rhythmic, and present. And I was aware, in the sealed and pressurized atmosphere of the room, of the quality that had been there since the previous night. The occupied quality. The sense of the room as a space through which attention was moving from a direction that was not any of the directions a room normally receives attention from. From below, I picked up the external drive. I connected it to the starboard console and navigated to the recording file. And I sat for a moment with my hand on the mouse and the cursor over the play button, and I looked at the waveform preview that appeared in the audio software when the file loaded. The visual representation of 8 minutes and 43 seconds of what Claire had recorded on the last night of her life, and I examined what I saw there before I heard any of it. The waveform was not what I expected, and my memory of the one time I had opened this file, 14 months ago on the morning after the search, I had listened without looking at the waveform. I had been operating on the raw, immediate reception of the sound, without the analytical distance that digital representation provides. Now, looking at the waveform before playing it, I could see the shape of the recording in time, and its shape was not the shape of ambient acoustic data. Ambient acoustic data from a deep water hydrophone array has a characteristic visual profile, a dense, complex, relatively even distribution of waveform energy across the full duration of the recording, the acoustic equivalent of white noise, everything present simultaneously in roughly equal measure. What you record when you lower a hydrophone into the deep ocean and capture what the ocean sounds like is a waveform of consistent visual texture from beginning to end. Claire's recording did not look like that. It had structure, internal structure, the kind that appears in a waveform when the acoustic event being recorded has distinct phases, when something changes over the course of the recording in a way that is not random. For the first 90 seconds or so, the waveform was consistent with ambient deep water data, the dense, even texture I expected. Then something entered the recording, a new element. Visible on the waveform is a change in the amplitude envelope, a pattern emerging from the ambient texture with the slow, deliberate quality of something becoming audible that was previously below the threshold of detection. The pattern persisted and developed across the middle of the recording, growing, not in volume, but in complexity, in internal structure, and the specific quality that waveforms acquire when the source of the sound has organization rather than randomness in it. And in the final 2 minutes of the recording, the waveform changed again, the ambient texture falling away to a lower level, the pattern now dominant, clear, resolved into something that, on the visual representation alone, before I had heard a single second of the audio, looked very much like a voice. I said to Nolan, "I'm going to play this now. I want you to listen to the full duration without stopping it. I want you to tell me afterward what you heard." She said, "All right." I pressed play. The first 90 seconds were what I had told her to expect. The ambient acoustic environment of the deep water array, the dense, complex, living texture of the Hadal Zone rendered in audio. It was a full sound, a rich sound, nothing in it that was frightening in isolation. The geological sub-bass of the tectonic plate, the biological clicking and crackling of organisms too small and too deep to have names in common use, the thermal noise of pressure layers, all of it combined into the specific acoustic character of a place that has existed in complete darkness and complete pressure for geological time. Then, at approximately 90 seconds, something changed. It entered the recording the way the waveform had shown it would, gradually, from below the threshold of conscious perception, rising into audibility so slowly that I found myself, even knowing it was coming, uncertain of exactly when I first became aware of it. That uncertainty was itself significant. A signal with a defined onset point becomes aware of itself. The listener's attention snaps to a specific moment and says, "There, that is when it started." This signal did not do that. It had been there before you heard it, which is a different thing, a more unsettling thing. The acoustic equivalent of realizing someone has been standing in a room with you for longer than you knew. It was low, very low, at the edge of what the playback system could reproduce, and at the edge of what the human auditory system could consciously register as organized sound rather than felt vibration. I became aware of it first in my chest, in the slight change of pressure that infrasound produces in the body before the brain identifies it as sound at all, a quality that I recognized from the research literature as the physical mechanism behind the sensation the literature called a sense of presence, and that I recognized from the monitoring room the previous night as the same thing I had felt when the 6.2 Hz signal first appeared in the array data. And then, as the recording continued and the signal developed, I heard what was underneath the infrasound frequency. The harmonic structure, the overtones, the acoustic architecture that the spectral decomposition had shown me on the screen that morning. The specific mathematical pattern that resembled human vocal resonance, the harmonic series of a sustained vowel sound produced by a human vocal tract, present in the water, 11,000 meters below the surface in a way that had no adequate scientific explanation, present in Claire's recording in a way that heard through speakers in a small room on a ship above the Challenger Deep, in the middle of the night, felt nothing like a scientific curiosity and everything like a person. It sounded like a person. That is the honest statement. It sounded, in the precise and unavoidable way that some sounds resemble other sounds regardless of their actual source, like a human voice at the very lowest register of its range, sustaining a sound that was not quite a word and not quite a tone, but lived in the space between those two things. The space where language has not yet organized itself into meaning but is already organized enough to be unmistakably language. The specific acoustic texture of a voice about to speak. Nolan's hands were flat on the console surface, very still. I was looking at the waveform display, watching the visual representation of what we were hearing, and I saw the moment in the final 2 minutes when the ambient texture fell away and the signal became dominant. Saw it on the screen before I heard the change, and then heard the change, and then sat very still with the understanding of what I was hearing. In the final 2 minutes of Claire's recording, the signal had changed. The harmonic structure had shifted. The overtone pattern had reorganized itself, and what it had reorganized into was not the sustained vowel approximation of the preceding 6 minutes, but something more specific, more structured, more undeniably organized. It was a frequency pattern I recognized, not from the research literature, not from the NOAA database or the historical records or any of the scientific frameworks I had spent 12 years building. I recognized it the way you recognize something that belongs to your own specific life rather than to any general category of knowledge. The way you recognize a handwriting, or a footstep on a staircase, or a way of saying your name that belongs to one person and no one else. The infrasound signal in the final 2 minutes of Claire's recording had the harmonic profile of Claire's voice. Not her voice speaking, not her voice producing words I could identify, the mathematical signature of the specific resonant characteristics of her specific vocal tract, the harmonic ratios that are as individually unique as a fingerprint, that forensic voice analysis uses to identify speakers, that every human voice carries in its overtone structure as the acoustic record of the specific physical architecture of the throat and mouth and chest that produced it. The signal in the deep water of the Mariana Trench was producing sounds with the harmonic profile of Claire Ashworth's voice. The recording ended. The monitoring room was silent except for the ship's ventilation and the faint electronic hum of the equipment, and the infrasound pulse still scrolling on the spectrogram. 6 × 2 Hz. Patient. Fixed, directly below us. Nolan was quiet for a long time. Her hands were still flat on the console. Her eyes were on the spectrogram. Then she said, "How long ago did you know?" I said, "Know what?" Precisely. She said that it was her, that whatever is down there, whatever is producing that signal, has her voice in it. I said, "I heard the recording once before, 14 months ago. I took the headphones off after 90 seconds and I have not listened to it again until tonight." She said, so 14 months. I said, yes. She said, and you came back here. I said, yes. She said, and you came back here. She was quiet again. The spectrogram scrolled. The signal pulsed. 11,000 meters below the hull, something was producing a sound with the acoustic fingerprint of a woman who had gone over the stern rail of the Kylio 14 months ago in moderate weather and had not been recovered. Something at the floor of the deepest point on the surface of the planet was, in the most technically precise sense available to me, speaking in her frequency. Nolan said, I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer it honestly. I said, all right. She said, is this the reason you came back? Not the research, not the career. This specific thing. I looked at the spectrogram. I looked at the waveform of Claire's recording still displayed on the screen, its final 2 minutes visible in the shape that had no adequate scientific name. That shape that looked, on the visual representation, like a voice. I said, she was looking for something when she went to the rail. She heard something in this recording, and it directed her to the stern deck. And she went, and she leaned over the rail to look at the water. And I need to know what she saw. I need to know what she was trying to reach. Nolan said nothing for a moment. Then she said, Thomas, the Edo period navigation manual you were reading this afternoon in the library. I saw it on the shelf when I went in for the weather reports at 5 p.m. I know that text. I know what it says about responding to sounds that come from below the hull. I turned and looked at her. She held my gaze. She said she went to the rail because she recognized a voice, and the manual says, not as superstition, not as folklore, but as practical navigational instruction. The manual says, do not respond. The ship moved in its slight, open water rhythm. The infrasound pulse held its slow breathing frequency on the spectrogram. The empty water column below us was as empty as it had been for 31 hours. Cleared by something that was using Claire's voice as an instrument. At the bottom of a depth no human being had ever reached without a vessel specifically built to withstand the pressure. I said she was my closest friend. She was the best researcher I have ever worked alongside, and whatever is down there knows a mathematical signature of her voice, which means it encountered her, which means it was there when she went into the water, which means she did not simply fall. My voice did something near the end of that sentence that I did not intend, and I stopped speaking. The spectrogram pulsed. 6.2 hertz. Steady. Patient. Fixed. Waiting. Nolan put her hand over mine on the console and said nothing, which was the right thing, and we sat together in the sealed and pressurized monitoring room while the deep ocean sent its slow signal upward through 11,000 meters of cleared water, and the Maris held its position above it. And I understood, sitting there with the waveform of Claire's recording still visible on the screen and the infrasound pulse still visible on the spectrogram, that I had not come back to the Challenger Deep to conduct research. I had not come back to find answers, and had come back instead for the reason that is the oldest and most irrational and most human reason for returning to a place where something was lost, because some part of me believed, in the wordless, pre-rational way that grief operates beneath the level of reasoned thought, that she was still there. Nolan left the monitoring room at midnight. She did not tell me to sleep, which I appreciated. She had the good judgment to understand that sleep was not available to me, and that suggesting it would have been a kindness that functioned as a distance, a way of making the conversation smaller than it was. She said she was going to the bridge to check the positioning system, and that she would be there through the night. And she said it in a way that meant, I am not far, and I am not dismissing what we just heard, and you are not alone on this vessel with that recording and that signal, and 14 months of what you have been carrying. She paused in the doorway and said one more thing. She said, Thomas, there is a man in Guam named Hiroshi Tanaka. He is 73 years old, and he has spent 40 years studying acoustic anomalies in the Western Pacific. He is not affiliated with any university. He is not in the research literature in any way you would have encountered him through normal channels. He was a sonar operator in the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force for 20 years before he left to pursue something the official research community was not interested in pursuing. I have met him 3 times over the years. At the Guam harbor, when vessels I commanded were returning from deep water operations in this region. Each time he was waiting at the dock, he knew, before we arrived, what we had recorded. I do not know how he knew. I said, "What does he study?" She said, "What you are studying." What this vessel is sitting above, he calls it by the old name. He takes it seriously in the way that 40 years of evidence takes a person from curiosity to certainty. I said, "You think I should speak with him?" She said, "I think that what is in that recording and what is on that spectrogram has been encountered before by people who approached it without any framework for it, and that the outcomes of those encounters are not uniformly good, and that the man in Guam has spent 40 years building a framework. I think that is worth something." She left. I sat alone in the monitoring room with the screens and the signal, and the recording still loaded in the audio software, its waveform displayed, the final 2 minutes visible in their distinctive shape. I did not play it again. I did not need to. The sound of it was present in me in the way that certain sounds, once heard, do not leave. They become structural. They change the acoustic character of your interior life, the way a new frequency changes the character of a room, and the room is never quite the same room afterward. I opened my notebook instead. I had kept a research notebook on every cruise I had ever conducted, a physical notebook, not digital, because the physical act of writing by hand produces a different quality of observation than typing, slower and more deliberate, and because physical notebooks survive equipment failure in ways that digital records do not. This notebook was the same kind I always used. The same brand of hardcover field notebook in the same black with the same cream-colored pages, and I had been writing in it since boarding the Morris, with the routine, technical observations of the first days of a research cruise, equipment calibration notes, signal baseline data, array deployment parameters. I turned to a clean page, and I began writing something different. I wrote about Claire, not about her work, not about the data she had produced, not about the scientific questions she had been trying to answer. I wrote about her as a person, about the specific quality of her intelligence, which was capacious and patient and always moving toward things rather than away from them, always oriented forward, always interested. I wrote about the way she talked when she was excited about a problem. The slightly increased pace, the hands becoming more expressive, the tendency to pick up any nearby object and hold it while she thought, turning it in her fingers without looking at it. I wrote about the 6 years of shared lab space and the particular texture of that proximity. Not romantic, never romantic, but the kind of closeness that forms between people who have spent thousands of hours in the same rooms working on the same problems. A closeness that does not have a single good word for it in English, and that I had been grieving for 14 months without being entirely sure what category of grief I was in. I wrote, "She went to the rail because she recognized something. She recognized a voice, or the quality of a voice, or the frequency signature of something she had heard before. And the question I have been unable to answer is whether what she recognized was something from the world she knew, a frequency she associated with a specific person or a specific place or a specific memory, or whether what she recognized was something from the world below, something that had learned the frequency of recognition and was using it." I wrote, "The Edo period manual says do not respond." But Claire was a person who moved toward things. Every good researcher is. The entire practice of scientific inquiry is a practice of moving toward things rather than away from them, of approaching the unknown rather than retreating from it. She would have heard a voice she recognized and moved toward it, with the instinct of a person who has spent her professional life being rewarded for moving toward things. She would not have experienced the movement as reckless. She would have experienced it as the right thing to do. I wrote, "I understand that. I understand it completely. And I am here because I understand it." I put the notebook down. I looked at the spectrogram. The signal was changing, not dramatically, not with the sudden spike or amplitude surge that would have constituted an alarm in the monitoring equipment. A gradual change, the kind that accumulates over minutes and reveals itself not in any single second but in the difference between the waveform at the start of your attention and the waveform when you look again. The pulse was still 6.2 Hz. The harmonic structure was still present. But the amplitude had increased by approximately 12% over the 2 hours since Nolan had left, which was small in absolute terms, but significant in the context of a signal that had been remarkably stable for 33 hours, increasing in intensity toward a receiver, getting closer, or calling more urgently. The interpretation was the same either way. At 2 a.m., I made a decision that I had been approaching since boarding the Morris and that I now recognized as inevitable, which is the word that decisions feel like when you have been delaying them long enough, that the delay becomes its own kind of action. I was going to go to Guam and find Hiroshi Tanaka. Not because I had lost my scientific judgment. I want to be clear about that, because the integrity of the distinction matters to me. What I had recorded in Claire's file, and what the spectral decomposition had shown, and what the biological evacuation of the water column demonstrated were all empirical data, real measurements of real physical events. The question of what was producing them was a scientific question that deserved a scientific framework. But the framework I had, 12 years of marine acoustics, the full depth of the published literature, the NOAA database, the equipment aboard the Morris was insufficient. It could describe the signal. It could not explain the signal. And the man in Guam had spent 40 years building an explanatory framework for exactly this. More than that, Nolan had said the outcomes of encounters with this phenomenon were not uniformly good. I did not want to proceed without understanding the range of outcomes and what distinguished them from each other. I wanted to know what Claire had done wrong. If she had done something wrong, if there was anything to be done differently that would have produced a different result. I went to Nolan's cabin at 2:30 a.m. and knocked. She answered immediately, which meant she had not been sleeping either. I told her I wanted to go to Guam for 24 hours, that I wanted to find Tanaka and return with whatever he could tell me before I made any further decisions about the hydrophone array or the signal or the recording. She was quiet for a moment, and I could see her assessing the request from the captain's perspective, what it meant operationally, what the research timeline permitted, what her own judgment of the situation recommended. She said, "The vessel can hold position for 48 hours without compromising the crew's objectives. Take the tender to the commercial port at a Prater Havre at first light. I will have Marcus radio the harbor master to arrange a slip." She paused. She said, "When you find him, and you will find him because in my experience he tends to find the people who need him before they finish looking. Tell him what you have, the recording, the harmonic profile, the biological response. Tell him all of it. He will not be surprised by any of it, but the specifics matter to him. The specifics always matter to people who have been building a framework for a long time." I thanked her and went back to the monitoring room. I sat with the signal for the remaining hours of the night, not analyzing, not documenting, simply present with it. The way you are present with something when you have stopped trying to resolve it and have started trying simply to be in the same space with it and let it be what it is. The amplitude continued its gradual, unhurried increase. The harmonic structure held its quality of voice resemblance, the mathematical ghost of a specific human vocal architecture 11,000 meters below the hull. At 5 a.m., the first gray light of the Pacific dawn appeared at the edges of the monitoring room's single small porthole. That specific early ocean dawn, the sky and the water still almost the same color. The distinction between them visible only in the subtle difference between moving and still. Between the water's slight, dark swell and the sky's flat, lightening plain above it. I put on my jacket and checked the pocket for the external drive and went up to the deck. The water was still, not calm. I understood the distinction now, had understood it since reading the field report and the chief scientist's email in the Edo period manual. Understood it with a physical, embodied certainty of a person who is standing at the rail of a vessel and feeling the difference between the water that is simply at rest and the water that is at rest because something in it has asked the rest of the world to be quiet. The Pacific surface at 5 a.m. above the Challenger Deep was the second kind of still, perfectly flat, perfectly dark, without the slight capillary wrinkling that even the gentlest atmosphere produces on open water. Flat in the way that a surface is flat when something is pressing upward against it from below, when the pressure from underneath equals or exceeds the pressure from above. I stood at the rail, and I looked at the water, and I did not lean over it. I kept both hands on the rail and both feet flat on the deck, and I looked at the surface from directly above the position of my feet, and I allowed myself to feel what was there to be felt. Specific quality of directed attention rising from below, the sense of being the object of something's awareness rather than the subject of my own, the feeling of being known from a direction that the human nervous system has no evolutionary framework for being known from, which is directly downward, from beneath the floor of the world. I said her name, once quietly at normal speaking volume, not calling it out over the water, but saying it into the still air of the early morning the way you say a name in a quiet room when you are speaking to someone nearby. Claire. The water did not respond. The still surface did not change. The signal on the spectrogram in the room below me continued its pulse without alteration. But something shifted in the quality of the morning, in the quality of the air or the light, or the specific atmosphere of standing at that rail at that hour above that depth. Something that I am going to describe as honestly as I can, and ask you to receive without the judgment that I would have applied to it 14 months ago, before 14 months of sitting with the data and the drive and the notebook and the growing, unwanted, professionally inconvenient certainty that the Mariana Trench contained something that the scientific framework I had spent 12 years building was not designed to accommodate. I felt recognized, not frightened, not relieved. Simply and precisely recognized. The specific sensation of being seen by something that knows which specific person you are, not as a category, not as a warm body at a rail, but as Thomas Ellery, 44 years old, coastal Maine, 12 years of marine acoustics, 14 months of a specific and structural grief, seen with the specificity of something that had been waiting for exactly this person at exactly this location, and had, with the pulse of its 6.2 Hz signal across 33 hours of cleared water, been saying so. The tender was ready at 6 a.m. Marcus brought coffee in a sealed thermos and handed it to me at the rail with the unceremonious practicality of a man who has provisioned enough early departures to know that most of them contain something that is not in the official schedule. I stepped down into the tender. The Maris receded behind me as the small boat moved northwest toward Guam, and I sat in the bow with the thermos and the external drive and the morning light beginning its slow arrival over the Pacific, and I watched the research vessel grow small against the enormous flat darkness of the water around it, and I thought about Tanaka, about what 40 years of this specific knowledge look like in a person, about what framework you build when the thing you are studying resists every framework the official scientific community offers, about what it costs to spend 40 years being taken seriously by almost no one and continuing anyway because the evidence is real and the stakes are real, and the people who have encountered this phenomenon without adequate preparation have, as Nolan said, not uniformly had good outcomes. I thought about Claire leaning over the rail. I thought about what she had heard in those 8 minutes and 43 seconds that had taken her from the monitoring room to the stern deck and over the rail and into the water. I thought about the harmonic profile of her voice in the final 2 minutes of the recording, produced by something at the floor of the deepest water on the surface of the planet, and I thought about what it would mean. Not scientifically, not in any framework I currently had. What it would mean if the thing below had not taken her, as I had been telling myself for 14 months in the blunt, unavoidable language of accident and loss, but had instead received her, had been, in some capacity, that my entire professional vocabulary was insufficient to describe, calling her home. The Guam coastline appeared on the horizon, low and green and edged with the early light. I opened the thermos and drank the coffee and watched the island come closer, and tried to decide whether what I had just allowed myself to think was the most dangerous thought I had ever had, or the first honest one in 14 months. The tender docked at Apple Harbor at 7:45 a.m., and I stepped onto the pier into the heat and the hibiscus smell and the diesel of the working harbor, and I had been on the dock for perhaps 3 minutes, looking at the harbor master's office and orienting myself, when a man of approximately 70 with a white canvas hat and a field notebook under his arm walks toward me from the direction of the waterfront with the unhurried certainty of someone who had known exactly which pier to come to and exactly what time to arrive, and he said my name before I had spoken a word. He said my name the way people say the names of those they have been expecting, not with the upward inflection of a question, not with the performance of recognition, but with the flat, confirming tone of a person checking an item against a list they compiled some time ago and finding it present. Tanaka. He was smaller than I had imagined, which is an irrational thing to note about a person you have never imagined, and yet I had formed some image in the hours on the tender, and the image had been larger. The physical scale that 40 years of solitary, serious, unvalidated work tends to project in the mind of someone approaching it for the first time. He was slight, with the specific leanness of a person who has spent decades in outdoor physical conditions, his face deeply weathered in the particular way of people who have spent significant time at sea, the horizontal lines around the eyes from squinting at water and horizon, the texture of skin that has been salt-dried and sun-warmed thousands of times. The white canvas hat was old and clean. The field notebook under his arm was the same brand I used, the hardcover black with the cream pages, and it was full, the pages swollen with use and with whatever had been pressed between them, recips or photographs or clippings, the physical accumulation of a long attention. He said, the vessel was holding above the deep. It was not a question. I said, yes, since Tuesday morning, 36 hours now. He said, the signal appeared within 12 hours of arrival. I said, within 14. He nodded with the nod of someone confirming a pattern they have documented before. He said, it always finds the vessel quickly when the vessel has been there before. The Maris has been to that position. The vessel carries the acoustic memory of previous visits in its hull, and the specific resonant characteristics of the steel, which absorbs and retains frequencies the way certain materials absorb and retain heat. The signal recognizes the vessel. I said, the signal recognizes the vessel. He said, the signal recognizes everything that has been in its vicinity before. It is a remarkably accurate recognizer. Come, I have a place near the harbor where we can talk properly. He turned and walked without checking whether I was following, which I was. The place near the harbor was a small room above a ship chandler's shop on the waterfront. A single space perhaps 5 meters by 4, with a window overlooking the pier and walls that were almost entirely covered with what I can only describe as the physical externalization of 40 years of systematic attention. Charts of the Western Pacific with handwritten annotations in Japanese and English. Printed spectrograms, some of them decades old. The paper yellowed at the edges. Photographs. The surface of the ocean in various conditions. The horizon from various vessels. What appeared to be hydrophone array equipment in various states of deployment. Handwritten lists. Typed documents. The visual record of a research program that had no institutional home and no publication record and no external validation of any kind, sustained entirely by one person's refusal to stop looking at something the official community had looked at and looked away from. On the desk, a low, practical desk with the organized surface of someone who works here every day, was a reel-to-reel audio player. Old technology, the kind that preceded digital recording by decades, the kind that the oceanographic institutions had been using in the early years of deep-water acoustic research, before the transition to digital formats. And beside it, a row of labeled tape reels and cardboard sleeves, arranged chronologically by date. I sat in the chair he indicated. He sat across the desk and opened his field notebook to a page near the middle and set it between us. The page contained a frequency diagram, a hand-drawn spectral analysis produced with the patience of someone who had done this before digital tools existed. The frequency axis labeled in his precise, small handwriting, the amplitude contours drawn in pencil and then inked over, the harmonic structure annotated with arrows and notations in both languages. It was a diagram of a signal with a dominant frequency in the infrasound range and a harmonic structure that matched in every essential parameter the harmonic structure currently on the spectrogram of the Maris. I said, when did you draw this? He said, 1984. I was a sonar operator aboard a maritime self-defense force vessel conducting a survey above the Challenger Deep. We recorded the signal for the first time, or the first time I personally recorded it, over 3 days. I drew this the night of the second day, when the spectral analysis was complete and I understood what I was looking at. I said, what were you looking at? He said, I was looking at something that had been looked at before, many times, and that had been given many different names across the various traditions and scientific frameworks that have encountered it, and that had in every case been either explained away or recorded and filed under unclassified and not returned to. I was looking at something that required a different kind of attention than the official frameworks were willing to give it. He turned to another page in the notebook, a list. Dates on the left side, vessel designations in the middle, brief notations on the right. The list was long, covering multiple pages. I could see at a glance that it spanned 4 decades. He said 41 documented encounters. By my count, which does not include the encounters that were recorded and not reported, which I estimate to be at least twice this number. I have spoken with crew members and researchers from 37 of these vessels. In every case, the signal appeared within the first 24 hours of the vessel's arrival above the deep. In every case, the biological evacuation of the mid-water column preceded the signal becoming detectable by ear. It is always the fish that know first. In every case, the signal developed a harmonic structure within the first 48 hours. And in every case, that harmonic structure was specific to the vessel. Specific to someone aboard it, I said. Specific how? He said, the signal learns. That is the most accurate description I have been able to construct in 40 years of trying to describe it accurately. It is not the right word. Learn implies a process I cannot verify, but it is the most accurate one available. Within 48 hours of a vessel's arrival, the signal's harmonic structure shifts to incorporate frequency patterns that are specific to the acoustic history of that vessel, to the voices that have been recorded by that vessel's equipment, to the sounds that vessel has produced and absorbed and carried in its hull. I said, and when a vessel returns. He said when a vessel returns, the signal already has those frequency patterns. It does not need to learn them again. It has retained them. The Maris was at that position before, yes? I said, the Kaleo, the sister vessel, 14 months ago. He was still for a moment.